And morning from the Ageas Bowl. Yes, after 6 months, cricket, domestic cricket is back. And we have for you over the next 4 days a Division 1 encounter between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. I'd like to say the sun is out. It is out, but there's a few clouds as well. And we might get 1 or 2 showers during the day. But we are set for virtually a whole day's play. How good it is to be back. A little later, you will hear from former Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator Melissa Story. But you'll have to put up with, for the next half an hour at least, myself, Kevin James, and our bestest friend. He's back at the Ageas Bowl from BBC Radio Nottingham. Dave Bracegirdle. Dave, good morning.
Good morning. That's very kind of you and totally unnecessary and totally untrue, no doubt. But yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's here, the start of the county cricket season. People have been saying the last few days, is it like Christmas? Is it like Christmas? And I've been saying, well, it's sort of like early December when the carols start playing. But now we are here. It's Christmas Day morning, and we can unwrap our presents, and we can get on with the big day ahead. And I can tell you straight away, good news for Nottinghamshire supporters in that they've won the toss. Let's see come 6 o'clock how that pans out for them, but Stephen Mullaney has opted to bat first, so not so batting down here. I guess a lot of Nottinghamshire supporters will have seen the 14 selected yesterday. Easier to say the 3 that aren't playing: Matthew Montgomery, Jake Ball and Brett Hutton. So Notts, it's pretty much as you were last year, bar the debutant, and I'll mention him in a second: Slater, Hamid, Duckett, Clark, James Mullaney, Moores and Patterson White. That's been the top 8 now for this is the 3rd season, so pretty much tried and tested. Ben Duckett not required yet for England, so he plays, but then 9, 10 and Jack. Ollie Stone makes his Nottinghamshire debut. Began with Northants. He's a Norfolk lad hails from Norwich. Began with Northants. He had 6 years with Warwickshire, during which he only played about 40 games. A lot of injuries, but he did look fit and well last week when I spoke to him at the media day and against Loughborough University, where he bowled quickly, and he's really looking forward to a good season. So he makes his Nottinghamshire debut. Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. England have got Broad and Anderson. Notts have got Fletcher and Patterson, and they've served Notts very well over the last few years, but they can put their feet up now. Hampshire, Kevin, almost as we anticipate. When we came down here, apart from perhaps the one unfamiliar name at the top of the order in Fletcher Middleton.
That's right, yeah, son of Tony Middleton, former Hampshire player, 84 to 95. Played with him quite a lot, Tony. Yes, 1 or 2 selection dilemmas for Hampshire, but they're sorted now. So left out of the 14-man squad are Naren Donald, Tom Preston, Joe Weatherly, which means Hampshire start like this. Fletcher Middleton, as Dave just mentioned, making his championship debut, the 21-year-old. He'll open the batting with Felix Organ. Then comes Nick Gubbins, captain James Vince. Liam Dawson is fit. We weren't sure a few weeks ago whether he would be okay for the start of the season, but he looks fighting fit. Ben Brown, Keith Barker, James Fuller gets the nod. Carl Abbott, Mohammed Abbas and Ian Holland. That's not necessarily in batting order, the lower order, but that's how Hampshire line up. And this promises to be a game and a half, this one, Dave, because I fancy Nottinghamshire. I think you'll be up there towards the end of the season. Hampshire have been so close the last 2 years. Both sides will want to start this season well.
Huge gulf, as we know, between Division 2 and Division 1. Notts found the winning habit last year. They won Division 2 by quite some distance. They racked up runs, some really impressive batting and bowling figures amongst the players that played last year. But it is going to be a step up. They, as I say, they did have the winning habit last year. Whether they can transfer that against Division 1 sides remains to be seen. As far as I'm concerned, I know Surrey are the champions, and I've seen a lot of people saying Lancashire might be favourites, but as far as I'm concerned, this is the toughest start possible for Notts. It's a ground where they've not won since 2010, when incidentally they opened their away account that season here and won. That's the last time they were victorious here, last 8th century from Mark Wall, but it's been slim pickings pretty much ever since, including the 1 year where we jumped on a boat and went and watched it at the Isle of Wight.
That's right, we enjoyed that one, didn't we? Stuart Broad played that one. He's here, Stuart Broad, but not actually in the Nottinghamshire starting 11, which I'm sure Hampshire fans are particularly pleased about, although we quite like watching him bowl anyway. I tell you what, almost as excited as I am about the season starting, I'm almost excited when I look across to my right and see the blue fish and chip double-decker bus. I'm actually, at some point, probably during this game, I'm going to go in there and have a look. Melissa's already telling me it's good. Have you been in there and had the fish and chips then? Oh, she has. I thought that was new, but obviously it's not. But I'm looking forward to going over there and just looking around inside.
Not brought my sunglasses down here. Might need them for this Hampshire strip, as in recent years they've got the whiter than white, the wash powder that washes whiter than white. Actually, all joking aside, I had a little look at the Hampshire strip out there when I went out for the toss, and do like it very much. Nottinghamshire in a more traditional, almost creamy set of whites. But the players are lining up at the far end of the ground in front of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. We're going to get underway, which is something that they can't say down at Taunton, in case you haven't heard. I'm a little surprised from afar. They must have had a lot of rain down there, but they're off for the day already at Taunton between Somerset and Warwickshire, and Somerset come to Trentbridge next week, so let's hope they're a little undercooked.
Did you see the picture from our colleague from BBC Somerset, Anthony Gibson, posted a photo of the outfield? No. They've had to put an awful lot of sand on the outfield, just towards the I forget where the pavilion is these days, because there's so many pavilions. Behind the bowler's arm anyway, let's put it that way, not the river end, the far end, at the other end, but the church end. And they put an awful lot of sand down there, so I don't know what's been going on that outfield recently. But anyway, 2 umpires are coming out. I think from memory, what Dave told me, Martin Saggers and
Young Bumble.
David Lloyd, not David Lloyd, Graham Lloyd. I should know that, played against him.
And I did mention, you can see them clearly, but for those of you watching on the live stream, you will see on the front of the umpires' coats, whenever they're in the picture, you can see like a black square. All umpires are wearing camera packs this year. It's not VAR or the cricketing equivalent of VAR. It's not going to help them adjudicate LBWs or whatever. Everybody I speak to gives me a different answer as to what they're for. Some say it's a coaching aid for the ECB, for both umpires and for players. Some say it's out there just in case there's any ill discipline. But either way, the umpires are wearing cameras, so just something else for them to worry about, and no doubt we'll have a few stoppages during the course of the day when somebody says your camera's not working and all that sort of nonsense, and we'll not know what's going on. But there's umpire cam, but we're not privy to it.
I can think of 1 or 2 commentators I work with where I might be able to do with that camera on my chest. But anyway, we're not far away from the start here at the Ageas Bowl. There are various ways you can pick us up via the BBC cricket website and app. That's one way online. We're also on the live picture feed. Just go to the Hampshire Cricket website or the Hampshire app, which is free to download. Hampshire Twitter feed, I'm sure we'll tweet a link to it as well, so you can watch the live pictures, you can listen to us, and the ways you can get in touch with us during the day: at Brace Cricket for Dave Bracegirdle, at Solent Sport, or solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails, and we'll pick them up, we'll read them out, and we'll discuss And here we go then, first ball of 2023 being bowled by Keith Barker. Left arm around the wicket from the far end of the pavilion, and forward is Slater, gets a thick outside edge, it's along the ground past Gully, running down towards the third man. In fact, it's Hamid who will pick up a boundary with the very first ball of the new season.
Getting flashbacks watching Keith Barker come in to bowl from that end, because last time Notts were here in 21, I think Barker ran through them, didn't he, in the first innings, and Mason Crane in the second. Early days, very early days. We've had one ball of the new season, but Notts rattling along at a strike rate of 400. Long may it last. Four without loss.
I saw you willing that ball over the line to my right. Barker 7 for 46 in the first innings in September 2020.
Ran fairly quickly over the outfield. We did have rain in the night. I'm staying here and could hear it.
There's Barker, and he's edged, and I think that's dropped. Second slip. Is that dropped? I think it may well be. Third slip. Watching that, if you're on the live picture feed, have a look.
Number 22, Ian Holland.
Oh my word, it's straight in, it's knee height. It's knee height in between the knees, it's straight in, and it's straight out. Oh dear. Ian Holland. Wow. A reset. Hamid dropped already. What an eventful start to 2023 with 2 balls, and he's beaten outside the off stump with one that bounces and goes past the outside edge. Well, I have to say that for the first 3 balls, if we get a season like we've just seen, then it's going to be a cracker. Wow, we've had just about everything. 4 runs off the first ball, simple drop catch at third slip, second ball, and the third ball has bounced and lifted and beat Hamid all ends up. What a start. Here comes Barker again in the sunshine. Hamid, and that's dropped in front of first or second slip at that time. He's trying to cut that one. It's gone into the ground, played that very late, but that is stopped. But a chance already has gone. So just to repeat, at Hampshire, Fletcher Middleton making his championship debut. So a change in the opening batting lineup. That will come later, of course. We're watching Hamid here. He had a very good season last year. As Hamid plays inside the line there, that's a good delivery as it goes through to Ben Brown. Hamid over 1,200 runs last year in Division 2, averaging 58, which is pretty healthy. It's quite interesting. I was looking at the stats for the batting. I'm sure this will be discussed over the next few days. The Nottinghamshire batters, by and large, exceeded their career averages by quite a long way last season. As Hamid gets a straighter one, you heard that. That's pushed up to mid-on. Well, eventful start here at the Ageas Bowl. And really, in all honesty, Nottinghamshire should be 1 down by now, but they are 4 without loss, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Yeah, I mean, well, obviously we'll talk about the batters as they come in and out for Nottinghamshire, but as I say, from a career point of view, they virtually all exceeded by quite a lot last year. Whereas Hampshire's batting, if honest, they stayed the same, or if any, in 1 or 2 cases, they just dropped a fraction below their career averages, and that's probably the difference. Probably why Hampshire just missed out on the title last year. Whereas we're watching 2 bowlers. Barker, we've already seen, picked up over 50 wickets last season. Mohammed Abbas will open from this hotel end, also 50 wickets plus. And Kyle Abbott, who at the moment is fielding at mid-on, 58 wickets as well. So 3 bowlers who picked up over 50 wickets for Hampshire, and yet they couldn't quite get over the line. So Abbas, right arm over then, he has 4 slips as well. He's going to be running away from us, bowling to the left-hander Ben Duckett. And Abbas comes in now, runs away from us, bowls. And Duckett pushes forward, that goes behind square on the offside. Perfectly safe, he'll pick up a single. Heel is off the mark, and Nottinghamshire on to 5 without loss.
I'm back.
Yes, a welcome return. Thank you, Dave. Missed you.
Well, it's quietened down a little bit, hasn't it, since that dramatic start?
What a 3-ball sequence that was.
Yeah.
All yours, by the way, for this one.
Bass, of course, nearly signed for Nottinghamshire. That great first season with Leicestershire, and then he was snapped up for Nottinghamshire. Should have played for them in the COVID year of 2020. He's bowling to the right-handed Hamid, who gets solidly behind it and fends it off. Bright sunshine here at the moment. I think the nice lady on the television this morning was saying there might be a few spits and spots sort of 2 o'clock-ish this afternoon. Let's hope they quickly blow away. I forgot where I was actually. There was an awful lot of adverts on about going to Jersey for the summer, jumping on the ferries across to Jersey. And I thought, that's new. I've not seen that advert before, but of course down here, I guess it's a fairly regular thing. As another one is edged by Hamid, this time down into the ground.
Yeah, Isle of Wight would be more common, but Jersey, I think you have to go along the coast towards Bournemouth Pool way, Weymouth, to get sort of more regular traffic to the Channel Islands. I don't know, I'm not sure I've ever done it actually. I think when I have been there, I've flown.
Yeah, I've only been to Jersey once and flew. Did have a nice gentleman who brought our teas and coffees up, didn't we, asking how many spectators would be here today, and we both said we thought it would be around about 1,000. I'd probably guess we're not far off, as Ageas bowls to the right-handed Hamid, and again he lunges forward, he eases it into the offside, and there's no run. So Nottinghamshire, Division 2 champions last year, Hampshire winning the Blast. It's quite a dramatic finals day, wasn't it? If I remember correctly, you'd remember it better than me. Was that the Super Over year?
Melissa was calling it.
Was it Lancashire thought they'd won?
Yeah, that's what made it even better.
Here's Ageas. There are 4 slips. Bowls now, and this one goes over the shoulder of Hamid's bat. It's busy after it hits the gloves of Ben Brown with 1 or 2 shadow shots, and then that familiar walk towards the square leg umpire. Then he's back in position for the next ball. Looking on from our lofty perch high on top of the hotel, and the ground really does look splendid. Mohammad Ageas, Pakistan Test match player, bowls again, this one on the bounce, hit back and parried by Ageas, and it's the end of the over. Knot's a 5 without loss. And I just realised, doing all the bits and pieces, the balls I've concentrated on, Hamid has been batting, hadn't realised that Ben Duckett is out there at the other end rather than Slater. And it is Ben Duckett, of course. He's been opening for England. Now this is a change from what we've seen with Nottinghamshire. Obviously Slater now into his 4th year with Notts, always open. Duckett's always been 3, but it is Ben Duckett opening for Nottinghamshire, and he's on strike now. Yeah,
I must admit, I suppose.
Well, that's me. I've given you the batting order.
Yeah, I suppose that's why he's opening. He has to. If England opening, he has to be doing it. Here's Barker. He's over the wicket. This time to left-handed, playing a missing outside the off stump though. Duckett there. I think that's one thing that's been said about Ben Duckett, is that outside the off stump is where he's a little bit fallible. So I'm just showing Melissa something which we've sorted. Right, so over the wicket, Barker, 4 slips, comes in, runs towards us and bowls. That's a bit of swing, nice bit of shape outside the off stump, but it's left alone. Goes through to Ben Brown on a nice carry. Vince first slip, Dawson second slip, Holland third, and James Fuller at 4th slip. He has both his hands in his pockets. It is chilly, but I wouldn't say it's overly cold. I've known colder conditions here early season, when you literally have been in thermals, or I have. Not quite like that today. Gets a straighter one this time, Duckett. There's a no ball as it's pushed out into the covers, fielded by Middleton.
Of course, there are 1 or 2 amendments to the playing conditions now. It's now 5 points rather than 8 for a draw, and also batting bonus points. Kev, 250 is when you get your first batting point.
That's a long way away, that, isn't it? There's Barker. Duckett pushes forward, plays it late into the gap between point and fourth slip. Middleton slides into it and then falls over as he throws the ball back to Brown.
I'll tell you what, that was good there. That was typical Duckett, because there's probably only one, but he made it into two. I know the fielder ultimately slipped over, so there was no danger, but he was always coming back for two there, Duckett. He does really try and keep the board moving as much as he can. Yeah, my only issue with the batting points is why you have to stop at 5, and I did say this many times last year. Nottinghamshire supporters will have heard me many times.
Barker bowls. Oh, Duckett's playing a missing outside the off stump. That wasn't a great shot. His feet were stuck on the floor and the bat's coming down at a 45-degree angle.
As it stands, if you get now this season, you get to 450 in 110 overs, you get maximum batting points, 5 points. Why don't you get a 6th batting point if you can get to 600 in the 110 overs? Why do they have a cut-off? Why can you only get 5 batting points? If you really are on it and you're chasing lots of runs, or you're chasing, you know, a promotion or trying to avoid a relegation, why can't you go out there and try and get 6 or 7 or 8 batting points?
Barker in again. Duckett gets one that's straighter, pushes that to mid-wicket. No run there. I don't know, if I'm honest, but I'm just thinking it might be a little unfair if the batting part of the game has so many more bonus points to play with than the bowling, or to go for. Would that not make it look as though you're not looking after the bowling, the fielding side of things? I don't know. I think 450 early season conditions is some going, but then last year there was some runs early season. Let's push that square on the offside. That's the end of the third. Barker's second over. None for 8. Second ball if you're just joining us of the morning. Ian Holland put down Hamid at third slip. Other than that, Notts have played and missed once or twice, which you'd expect, but 9 without loss, they'll be reasonably happy.
1 or 2 people getting in touch. Again, having an issue or two, just trying to see the screen with the sun glinting off the laptop. Charlie's been in touch, one of the regulars. Great to hear you again on the radio, Dave. Thanks, Charlie, for getting in touch. Facing Mohammed Abbas on a damp sunny morning in April is about as difficult as it can get for an opener. Good luck. He's put good luck to Ben and Haas. That's me saying it was Slater, but it isn't, as Hamid drops this on the leg side and they take a single. So you can only imagine that is an England thing, can't you? Ben Duckett is our opener, so we want him to have more experience in English conditions at the top of the order.
Poor old Ben Slater.
Yeah. Duckett's on strike. 28 years of age now. He did get his longed for return to England Test colours through the winter, and a maiden century in Rawalpindi. On strike now and just drops this in the gap, takes the single. The score is run so quickly, but he's not had a great time of it down here at the Ageas Bowl in the past. His best is only 33 on this ground. That was his only match here though in 2021. Played 7 tests now. That top score of 107 in Rawalpindi, and this is his 122nd first class match. Got one of his old mates now in the Notts team. He was playing with Ollie Stone as a very young lad, as this one from Abbas just shapes away from Hamid. Goes through to the former Sussex glove man, Ben Brown. And there's no run. Nottinghamshire 11 without loss. Hope you've managed to find us on the live stream. If you're only listening to us via the BBC Sport website, there are pictures available via the live stream. Go to the Hampshire County Cricket Club official club website and follow the links. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the routine now. As Abbas bowls, the right-hander again lunges forward. So you'd imagine it would be Slater dropping to 3. Joe Clark got another chance to just go out there and really put in a season that everybody sort of been hoping he would put in since signing from Worcestershire. Didn't make a first-class 100 last year, and of course with the youngster Matthew Montgomery waiting in the wings for a chance. He ended last season with a lot of runs, Montgomery. He's here, was in the 14, but Clark has got the chance. Bass bowls past the outside edge. Melissa thought there was a snick, but there wasn't. Lyndon James, who went away with the England Lions to Sri Lanka. That was a side that was skippered by Hasiba Mead. He'll bat at 5. Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, at 6. Tom Moore's the wicketkeeper. Liam Patterson-White was licking his lips at how brown the strip looks on the first day. And then the 3 quicks, Ollie Stone, the debutant, Luke Fletcher, the old warhorse, and Dane Patterson, who in each of his first 2 years with Notts has taken over 50 wickets. Abbas bowls one that Hamid leaves it alone. It's the end of the over. Patterson getting to 100 first-class wickets for Nottinghamshire last year in his 22nd game, and that's the quickest since your old mate Franklin Stevenson did it in 1988. So just shows how quickly he's got his wickets.
He's a good bowler, isn't he? I saw him last year, and he's a good English type bowler actually, isn't he? Really gets the idea of the ball to move around. You can also get in touch with us, suncricket@gmail.com. Angela Wodehouse has done exactly that. Good morning, Kevin and Melissa. You don't get a mention, Dave.
No.
Actually, you do a little bit later, actually. No, your time's coming. I've just had a quick look at message. You're in the second paragraph, Dave. So, but me and Melissa get billing. Me and Melissa get top billing. That's a straight delivery to Duckett. Start of a new over from Barker. Goes back to the bowler, no run. Have travelled over from the Isle of Wight this morning to make sure I'm here for the first day of the season. Great to be back and really looking forward to your commentaries throughout the season. Lovely having Dave Bracegirdle as your co-commentator today, as it was nice to meet him at New Close back in 2019. Good luck to everyone and Hampshire for the season.
Thank you very much. I remember it well.
You do?
It's nice there.
It was good fun. A very hot day last year for the one-day game against Northants. Probably the hottest day of the year. Here's Barker bowls. Duckett drive straight down the ground. Beautiful shot. That should be going for 4 up towards the pavilion. And it is. Not sure it was quite out the middle of the bat, but it was timed well enough. 15 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Duckett moves on to 8. Or is it? Yeah, 15, yeah.
Nice to hear from another regular. Wendy's been in touch. Welcome back to the season. And welcome to all of you watching on the TV live stream. I'll be at Trent Bridge next week. Enjoy the match, Wendy from Grimsby. Thank you, Wendy.
One of the famous people from Grimsby. A lot of famous people come out of Grimsby, isn't it?
Grimsby or Cleethorpes.
Or Cleethorpes.
Grimsby Road, Cleethorpes. Cleethorpes Road, Grimsby.
Barker to Duckett, length ball. Duckett plays forward, back to the bowl. Kevin Clifton, doesn't he? The Strictly guys from there. That's probably one of the more well-known.
I can't imagine you've been to Grimsby many times.
I've been to Cleethorpes. I played at Cleethorpes. Played a first-class game.
Against Notts?
Yeah, I played against Richard Hadley when he was at Northants. Cleethorpes.
Was that for Middlesex? Or Hampshire?
It was for Middlesex, actually. Yeah. Grimsby, I'm not so sure. If I'm honest, don't think I've been.
Well, they sort of bleed into each other. If you've been to Cleethorpes, you've been to Grimsby.
Is that right? Over the years, they've merged.
Yeah.
Barker. Drive straight down the ground again. That's going to be the same result. That's a mirror image of 2 balls before. Slightly overpitched from Barker. Duckett is well forward. He moves on to 12. 19 without loss. Are you a big sort of Grimsby? Are you pro Grimsby? I mean, if
I'm
people
a pro
talk about
Grimsby.
Well, when people mention Grimsby, I'm not so sure what image I have in my head. I think it's something to do with fish. I think Grimsby were here a few weeks ago playing Saints. And I think they'll turn up. Don't all the supporters turn up with some fish?
Yeah, Harry the Haddock.
That's right.
That's right, yeah. Very good.
Thank you. That's the limit of my knowledge of Grimsby, if I'm honest. Duckett's beaten that side the off stump. That's a beauty. Good response there from Barker. Stuart Stamples have been in touch, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, you have no idea how good it is to hear everybody back in my ears. I'm buzzing for the start of the season. Can't wait to be at the ground tomorrow. Interesting to see a couple of the more senior lads missing out from the 14-man squad. Fully expected toss winner to have a bowl on the first morning with the damp conditions. Stu in Chichester. Yeah, I saw 1 or 2 messages actually. He's beaten outside the off stump. Goes through to Bren Brown. 19 without loss, Nottinghamshire, after 5 overs of the morning. Yeah, were you surprised winning the toss bat?
The surface, speaking to our guys, they said how dry it is. And it certainly looks a lot paler, a lot browner than it would be if this game was at Trent Bridge. There would be more of a greeny sheen to it. The outfield is fairly juicy green, but it's obviously been well protected from the elements, and they say it's very dry out there, so now I think they're more than happy.
We've had a lot of rain in the last week or so.
Bass to Hamid from the hotel end. Bowls and another delivery that Hamid is one of these. You'll have played against a lot of guys, your Kim Barnetts and your Trescothics and the sort. You never really know which ones they're just having a little fiddle at and which ones they're leaving alone, and Hamid is a little bit like that.
Keeps the bat on the line that is coming down on.
Did he play against Kim Barnett, or was he before your time? I was just thinking about.
I played a lot of times against Kim Barnett, yeah. and also I was on the same England under-19 tour to Australia.
Oh right, oh no. As the words came out of my mouth, I thought you'd have been sort of similar vintage, and then this next one has again gone past bat and pad, and lots of histrionics and theatricals from Asiba Mead. Goes through to Ben Brown. The Hampshire side, Felix Organ, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, James Vince the captain, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson plays, Ian Holland, James Fuller, Keith Barker, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. And it's a side that finished third in Division 1 last year and expected to go even better this year. Next ball is just of a straighter line, and Hamid is able to block this one back to the bowler.
Mel's just passed me a great stat. Had Ian Holland held on to that catch at third slip off Hamid's second ball of the morning, it would have been the first wicket of 2023, but that honour has gone to Surrey batter Rory Burns, who is the first wicket to fall.
Oh dear, what a shame.
That means that Mark Church, the Surrey commentator, cannot say Rory Burns all day,
no.
A name that he loves to say.
He does indeed. Mohammed Abbas bowls to Hamid, forces it down into that slip cordon. In Division 1, then no play on Thursday at Taunton between Somerset and Warwickshire. And I see they haven't started yet at Canterbury between Kent and Northants. Notts, we know, are batting here. Surrey batting at Old Trafford 8-1 against Lancashire, and Essex are at Lords 15 without loss. Essex are batting. Division 2, no start rain. Derby, Derbyshire, Worcestershire. No start at Cardiff yet. Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, or at Hove, Sussex, Durham. They're only playing at Headingley, where Yorkshire are 12 without loss against Leicestershire. Next one is eased gently into the offside by Asiba Mead. He said he very, very much enjoyed the responsibility of leading the England Lions over the winter. If you contrast that back to the winter before, where he was on that Ashes tour to Australia, where England got well and truly hammered, and he couldn't score many runs, and the likes of him and Crawley and one or two more were getting vilified in every quarter going, and then to go out with the responsibility of one of the senior lads of skippering the side in Sri Lanka for the England Lions tour. So absolutely loved it. Terrific. So good for Hamid, who got over 1,000 runs last year. He's just guided this one down towards the third man area. Won't go all the way, he'll come back for a couple. And it's a decent bit of fielding down there by a couple of fielders almost in a different postcode to where we are, right down in front of the hover cover, the far end of the ground, end of the over. Ben Duckett has 12. Asiba Mead with the first ball of the day for 4 and was then dropped off the second, is on 7, and Nottinghamshire are 21 without loss here on BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio Nottingham, and via the BBC Sport website and through the live stream on the Hampshire County Cricket Club website and sundry other places that you can no doubt stumble across us.
So Barker to start a new over, the 7th of the morning, 21 without loss. Nottinghamshire, having won the toss and decided to bat first, left arm over, Bucket drive straight to extra cover. Thought he'd found the gap there for a moment.
Got here yesterday afternoon and watched the guys have a bit of a net and a bit of a practice and a bit of a jog around, and then I went down to a local hostelry just to get something to eat, and there must have been about 19 screens on in there, and they're all showing the non-cricket exhibition stuff from India.
Okay.
Nobody in there seemed to be watching it.
Duckett gets wrapped on the top of the pads, ball goes out on the offside.
I know it's got a fanatical following, but I just can't get into the IPL, the different teams. They obviously change every year, and all the players move about, and I don't know.
Yeah, I must admit I haven't watched a game now for about a few years, let's be honest. A couple on the tweets, must say hello this morning. First of all, Joe at Silent Sport, a little late tuning in, wish I could be there, lovely to have you keeping me company whilst I'm stuck at home. Here's Barker, that's cut away, he's found the gap this time, just to the right hand of Middleton at point, and that's going for 4. And Duckett moves on to 16, it's 25 without loss. Nottinghamshire. Matt Tozer, morning to you at Silent Sport. Good morning and welcome back to you and the team. Mike Martin, silentcricket@gmail.com says, morning Kevin Dave. Oh, Mel's missed out on this one. First day of a season, always exciting. Hampshire have been so close for the last 2 seasons. Have a feeling we might have missed our big chance. The batting has been the problem. The solution is clearly to give the kids a go. So happy to see Middleton get a game here, and hopefully Prest will play a big part this season. Do we know Middleton was born? Yes, he was born in Winchester. He's a Hampshire lad. And we need to take catches. Like that one from Holland, I know. It's disappointing, but it happens. Duckett turns that away square on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 17, 26 without loss. On a personal note, we lost my mum recently. She loved watching Hampshire and will be much missed. Sorry to hear that, Mike. Keep up the good work.
Just looking at Duckett from last year. Didn't play in the last couple of matches. Still got over 1,000 runs, 1,012 in the Championship, at an average of 72.3 in Division 2. Top score of 241, 3 centuries and 5 50s. Had I think it's fair to say, a fabulous year.
The sun's just disappeared for the moment as Hamid drives past the diving fielder at point. That's Middleton. That's going for 4 away to the west side of the ground, the right hand side as we look. Knots move on to 30 without loss. And that goes back to what I sort of touched on a little earlier, Dave, that when you look at the Nottinghamshire batting last year, a lot of players far exceeded their career averages in the 2022 season.
Yeah. You know, they played Derbyshire twice, hammered them twice, Leicestershire, hammered them twice, Durham, hammered them twice. You know, these sides are in the lower reaches of Division 2 for a reason, and you know, the Notts boys filled their boots.
That's the way to do it.
Next one's gone through to Ben Brown, but you know, you can only play, or you can only compete against who you put up against, and it'll be interesting to see how they go through this season. But this is you know, as I said at the start, a stiffer test for Nottinghamshire to begin the season with as any I could imagine, really.
So you've got us this week, and you did mention who you got
Somerset
next week.
at Trembridge next week, and then Middlesex at Lords, and then they've got the week off, so they've got 3 back-to-back and then a week off.
Yeah.
Just do a couple of balls here. We're getting towards the time I'll have to go and do an update for Radio Nottingham, and then it'll be Melissa time as Mohammed Abbas in past the umpire bowls to the left-handed Duckett, and there's no run. Decent enough opening 27-28 minutes for Notts, 30 without loss.
We've got cricketing royalty with us.
We have indeed.
Dave.
We have indeed.
Just arrived on the gantry here.
Hamid has 11. Duckett, the left-hander, has 17. Duckett opening. I think he's done it before for Notts, but would have to be a little bit of trawling through scorecards to find out when, where and why, as this one's chopped down into the slip cordon, and there's no run.
The cricketing royalty I refer to, I think that's the first time she's ever been called cricketing royalty. It's amazing what happens when you have a season where you score a few runs, how the plaudits coming your way change. Cricketing royalty in the shape of Emily Windsor.
Once you've played for the Trent Rockets, everything else is a little bit of a come down.
Is it really? I'll tell Charlotte Edwards that.
Abbas Bowls once more, and Duckett's had a real flail at that one. Real kitchen sinker, gave it everything, gets nothing on it, goes through to the keeper, and it remains 30 without loss. And I shall disappear and thoroughly rest the voice after the first half an hour of the season.
Very well done, Dave. Terrific. I don't quite know what that was from Ben Duckett. That might have looked slightly out of place in a T20. Charging down the wicket, trying to hit a good length ball over mid-wicket. He was nowhere near the pitch of it. That was a horrible mow. Had he got out with that, well, I'd like to have been sitting next to Peter Moores. But it's the way he plays his cricket. And had that gone over the boundary rope, we'd all be sitting here with mouths open going, wow. Here comes Abbas. And Duckett plays forward more conventionally, this time goes up to mid-on. Melissa Story, morning.
Good morning.
Great to hear you. Great to see you again after 6 months.
I know, it's felt like forever, and now as soon as I walked through those doors up to the commentary box, it just felt like a sense of relief.
Was it?
Normality has returned.
Did it feel like the 6 months had just melted away?
Yes, and I also have been sat inside quite a lot, so it was probably like only the third time I've seen the sky since last September as well.
Have you really been locked in a room?
Well, not actually locked. I don't want you to call Childline.
This is a Abbas. Duckett turns that away down towards a fine leg for a single. Moves on to 18, 31 without loss now, Nottinghamshire. Right, it hasn't quite been like that.
No,
not in a darkened cupboard.
Not yet. Still time for that to come. You never know. But things haven't quite gone to that level of crisis yet. It's just a tough bit of uni work and nice to have a bit of a change of scenery.
Yeah. You look, if I may say so, you look as though you haven't been let out for a while and you didn't realise it was cold.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because I was so pale. I literally fake tanned yesterday. I was like, this isn't good.
Did you really? Did you? Ageas Bowls, that's cut away by Hamid to backward point. There's no. You went for the fake tan yesterday, did you?
No, you know what? It's only taken one over and we're already... I mean, Emily Windsor is showing us almost a transparent leg in front of us. No, I put a bit of a fake tan on just to make sure that I didn't look like a corpse, but it clearly hasn't worked that well. No, I knew it would be cold up here. Obviously, county championship in April. Sometimes the weather can be a bit inconsistent, and we've seen around the country that there's been a few games which have been postponed. I've seen at Lords, I think they went out for about 2 deliveries, the covers came on, and now they're back playing again. So we're lucky here that although it is quite a cloudy day, there is blue skies hidden behind it. But I am sure the evening session will be absolutely unbearable.
Sure. No, I meant the fact that you've got a woolly hat on,
I've got gloves in my pocket just in case.
Yeah, you've come prepared.
I've got a second coat just on the sidelines as well. But it looks as if there's going to be a change of bowling. Kyle Abbott in from the pavilion end. And Hampshire just sensing here that they need to find that breakthrough, change things up. The two Nottinghamshire batters are looking quite comfortable here at the crease, and I think it was those 2 on drives from Ben Duckett for me were just the signs of the form he's been in, as Dave mentioned, last summer and across the winter. He looks comfortable in that England opening spot. So here comes Kyle Abbott bowling to Duckett. That's straighter, and he works in front of square to mid-wicket for no run, and he's choosing to come around the wicket to Ben Duckett's first up. 3 slips in place.
Does that a lot to left-handers. Yeah.
So already 1 slip's been taken out of the cordon for Hampshire. There was a few player misses early on, but there hasn't been that much sideways movement. And Kyle Abbott's more one to hit the pitch hard, get the seam to do the talking. In he comes again, around the wicket, bowls and beats the outside edge of Duckett's bat through to Brown behind the stumps.
I had a chat with Kyle Abbott a couple of days ago, the Hampshire Media Day. He was telling me how hadn't played any cricket in the winter, had an operation at the end of last season, and spent the winter building his fitness, something he said he hasn't done for quite a while. So he said he's probably feels in as good a shape as he's felt for quite a while.
That's good. I was going to say, I mean, at the end of the awards ceremony last year, good night, I got speaking to Kyle Abbott quite a lot, and then gave him a follow on Instagram afterwards, and he's been out holidaying everywhere. I've been so jealous. So no wonder he's feeling so rested.
He was in Oz, wasn't he, for a little while?
And he is again bowling to Duckett, who's playing an aggressive shot to mid-on. Just showing nice bit of intent here, and one of the key things we spoke about before this game was comparing not necessarily the Hampshire have gone for that new line-up in their batting, which I'm sure will be analysed by us more when they are into bat, but the Nottinghamshire batting line-up looks formidable, and mainly because of those strike rates. I mean, Ben Duckett strikes around 70 in the county championship, and when you're playing shots on the Ageas Bowl, you tend to get money for your shots. In comes Abbott again and just catches a thick edge, dribbles to point, and Duckett here, even though he does have that intent, he has that strike rate, after there's a few dots you do get the sense he gets a bit fidgety. He's one of those players who likes to keep the strike rotating.
You definitely have to bowl accurately, this man, and he will, you do feel he will give you. Here's a quick 30-second update coming up. Here we go. We are half an hour into the day's play. Nottinghamshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first. A 31 without loss. Hampshire haven't taken a wicket yet, but they should have done with just the second ball of the new season when Keith Barker had Hasib Hamid dropped at third slip by Ian Holland. It wasn't the most difficult of chances. Barker's already had a spell, 4 overs, none for 25, being quite expensive. So Nottinghamshire have started well here. They are 32 without loss. Kyle Abbott in the attack. Ageas has bowled 4 overs, yet to take a wicket. Nottinghamshire 32 without loss.
Now, that update was actually quite entertaining because they've added background music.
Yes.
Did you notice? It kind of was like the music you'd expect to hear when you're on like a tropical log ride. Yeah, it was. There was a few windpipes in there, a few drums.
And I felt my voice rise accordingly.
Abbott, final ball of the over, coming over the wicket to Hamid, and that one's almost, miscued. Hit to mid-on, who runs round, and that's Abbott's first over gone. Just the 1 run from it. 32 for none, Nottinghamshire off 9 overs.
It's only half an hour, but I think Notts have made a reasonable start here, haven't they? They'll be happy.
They have, and I mean, quite a lot. I'd never like to be a person who says the toss wins the game or anything like that, but we have access to stats on what the toss indicates at the Ageas Bowl, and I've got here, if I can find where the scroller is on my laptop, teams who have batted first at the Ageas Bowl have gone on to win the game in 39% of the matches. 45% have gone on for a draw, but it's a much higher chance of a draw if you win the toss and bowl first. I didn't explain that very well.
That's right. Well, you can have another go. Duckett turns Ageas to point. And there is no run. The sunshine is back out. It's a bit intermittent at the moment. There's quite a lot of cloud around, but for this time of the year, the temperature is reasonable.
Yeah, I've got these stats are from 2012, so they go back to 2012. And there is quite a satisfying one that at the Ageas Bowl, there is a result 50% of the time. Exactly 50. Okay. So it does lean towards the draws, but in recent years, there has been a few more results.
Okay. So...
But batting first when you win the toss tends to be more favourable.
Okay, so that's probably what they're going on, isn't it? He's playing a missing, driving outside the off stump. Ageas is switching to round the wicket here to Duckett. He's played a miss once or twice. So, okay, so that I mean, obviously the game is very stats-based these days. It would suggest, because I know 1 or 2 on the messages board were saying, really bat first this time of year, having won the toss, but explain it the way you have.
Well, and that was since 2012. If you limit it to just since 2019, when a team has won the toss and chosen to bat first, they've won 50% of the time. So, as I said, there's more results more recently on this wicket, and a lot of them are going to the team winning the toss and batting first.
It's turned away, just backward a point here by Duckett. Quite a deliberate shot. It's half stopped by the diving James Fuller. So just a single takes Duckett on to 20. Nottinghamshire 33 without loss.
In contrast, since 2019, teams who have won the toss elected to bowl first have only gone on to win the game 12% of the time. So if you're looking at it from a purely statistical basis, it's a win the toss, bat first kind of situation.
Right. Which makes sense, and why Nottinghamshire would have chosen to bat first. Which might suggest also that Hampshire might have done the same. Ageas runs away from us, bowls to Hamid. Hamid forward, plays that late into the ground, backward of point.
I should have asked really, because I actually went down with Dave to go witness the toss firsthand today. It was quite an exciting experience. I should have grabbed James Vince, got some of the inside scoop for us,
Should have done,
exclusives.
really. Instead of that, you grabbed somebody else.
I did. Not grab. I just want to confirm not a grab. I don't want any legal cases coming towards me. In fact, I would say Dave was almost like a cool / embarrassing uncle out there.
Was he really?
Yeah, I have
Like
to
a great,
explain a
was he
bit
like
more.
a great uncle? It comes about. I better move on quickly. Outside the off stump before I get myself into even more trouble.
Yeah, I did mention, when I saw Stuart Broad, was down there on the pitch, and I went, oh, I'd love a picture of Stuart Broad. I grew up with Stuart Broad and James Anderson, you know, absolute legend. Dave was like, well, I'm going down to the pitch. Come on then, let's go get a picture. And I didn't think he was being serious. I thought he was pulling my leg. But when we got down there, Stuart Broad was walking near us, and he ran over to him and was like, she'd like a photo with you. I think I went bright red. My hands were shaking. I was mortified, but also amazed.
It's a nice photo. It's on Melissa's Twitter feed. That's a foolish delivery which comes off the bottom of the bat as it makes its way up towards Kyle Abbott mid-off. End of the over from Abbas. 5 overs, none for 7. Nottinghamshire 33 without loss. Hamid 11. Ben Duckett 20. At Melissa G Story, I think your Twitter feed is, isn't it?
If you'd like to see just how tall Stuart Broad is, or as they've pointed out, just how small I am.
Yes, it's a nice photo.
It is. I'm slowly ticking off players, I think.
You
I've
are.
got Chris Wokes a couple of years ago, Joss Butler in the summer last year. England players beware.
Yeah.
I'm somewhere holding my phone out. Maybe I'll get a selfie stick. Have you heard of those?
I have, and I have one.
You have a selfie stick?
Yeah, but I thought they were all the rage about 10 years ago, weren't they? Are they coming back into fashion?
I don't think you could have fit a phone from 10 years ago into a selfie stick holder. Abbott continues pavilion end, and it's full, driven past Keith Barker at mid-on to the boundary for 4. And again, another powerful shot from Duckett, who moves on to 24. If I've got that correct, or maybe I don't have that correct. Just wait for the scoreboard to load. But either way, as we suspected, there's going to be a bit of Baz ball to the county championship this year, and it is a really interesting one, as the scoreboard does confirm Ben Duckett moves on to 24 off 33 balls.
You got a selfie stick?
Nah, not yet. Abbott over the wicket, down the leg side, and just clips the pads of Duckett, goes down to fine leg, and the fielder casually jogs in and collects the ball for a single.
I used to love going around with my camera on the end of the stick and just sort of holding it up and saying, here I am there, or with the family.
They're quite associated with tourists, though. So would you only do this when you go on holiday, or would you just be walking down Southampton High Street getting a picture
It's
by
not the
West
sort of
Quay?
Yeah, it's not the sort of thing I just have on me, you know, and I can think, do you know what, I wish I had my selfie stick. Oh, actually, I've
Do you
got
want
it
to bring
with me.
it to the game tomorrow for day 2?
If
We'll
I can
get a selfie up here in the
if I can
commentary
remember
box.
where it is, I will. Yes.
Abbott over the wicket to Hamid, and he drives straight to extra cover. Made good contact there, and will be disappointed because a metre to either side of the fielder, there's absolutely no protection for Hampshire, and it's just to the shorter boundary on Hamid's offside. We'll have to get away from the selfie stick chat.
Well,
We can't descend into chaos this early in the season.
You're the first person I've had a selfie stick chat to for about 10 years. Because
Making me feel. Abbott to Hamid in defence this time, just late on the ball, and you won't see probably much of a better defence around the county circuit. And it's a nice contrast between these two, because we were saying how Ben Duckett was striking around that 70 mark, whilst Hamid is more around the 50 strike rate. He's a bit more of a traditional cricketer. I'm not sure how that will potentially harm his future, you know, prospects getting back into that England squad. He had a second time round in the Ashes in Australia, which I thought was immensely harsh on him. Still a young player though, and lots of opportunity as that one's he drives down the ground, away for 4, and finally makes the contact he was looking for. Hamid moves on to 15, and the score 42 for none.
I remember when he started off at Lancashire, and there was, I remember watching him bat for quite a while, and he wasn't a big scorer of the ball. It was all about defence, and then if he got the odd run here and there, that was a bonus. I mean, obviously he has expanded his game since then, but yeah, he was almost a dull to watch in his early career.
Abbott in, clipped off the legs cautiously by Hamid, straight to mid-wicket, and no run. The over finishes 42 for none off 11. Well, he's 26 years old at the moment, and I understood why he was put back in that England squad for the Ashes. He'd been performing well at a county level, but if you look at his technique as a player, he's dominant on that front foot, and if you watch his hands, he plays the ball low down and really late on the ball. He's suited to English pitches, so whilst he had a good season in English conditions, to go send him over to Australia where the pitches are bouncier and suddenly a technique where you play with low hands is just going to cause you to edge it through to the keeper, which he did do, and something like that just shatters your confidence all over again. But as you said, 26, still got a lot of time.
Duckett to face Abbas, who's round the wicket. Duckett's forward, pushes that up to Abbott at mid-on. No, you're right. I mean, I think it just goes to show when people say, oh, you know, overseas, you know, it's different conditions where they are, especially Australia. And a technique in Australia is very different to a technique needed over here. And
it asks the question, even though he does play a more traditional game, strikes around 50, is there always going to be a place in an England side for a player who strikes like that? I guess you can use the parallel of a Dawid Malan in the T20 side, that he just is the anchor. Are we going to now need an anchor in the Test team, a player potentially like Hamid?
Well, that's what the original theory was, wasn't it? That's again pushed out on the onside by Duckett. That was the theory initially, wasn't it, really? Because he had such a good defensive technique. That's what got him into the England side. But maybe he wasn't ready, for whatever reason. There was lots written at the time. But I mean, he looks a much more all-round player. I mean, just his stats now.
And he looks like he knows his game a bit more. He's more comfortable at the crease, less pressure on his shoulders.
Exactly right. I think he was the sort of player that if you bowled at, you thought, well, as long as I bowl accurately, I ain't going to go for many runs here. Whereas somebody like a Duckett, you could still go for runs. There's Abbas bowls, and he's caught first slip. There's the first wicket of the morning. Duckett just waves air with the bat. He's disappointed with that. Played forward, and James Vince has taken a low catch, and Hampshire will be relieved at that, having dropped Hamid early on. So Duckett goes for 24, 42 for 1.
And as Duckett can be susceptible, is that edge behind dismissal. We saw it across the summer. And actually, really interestingly, when you look at his statistics for his dismissal, if he gets out in the first 20 balls of his innings, it's overall around a 70% chance it's going to be caught behind. So even though we've just got out of that passage and he faced a few more deliveries than that, it just goes to show that. But I guess it's similar to a James Vince kind of player. Lots of people always pointed out that when he got his shots at playing for England, he was also susceptible to edging it into the slip cordon, but your strength is also going to be your weakness, and by playing that cut shot, we've already seen him pick up a few more boundaries by playing those good drives on the offside, and he looked frustrated in that dismissal, and he is that kind of player where he'll let you know what his feelings are on not necessarily taking it out on any of the other players, but he'll be frustrated in himself because he was looking good out there.
Yes, he certainly was.
And of course, you can't really let your frustrations out much because of the umpire body cams.
That's right. You've got to be careful now.
You've got to be really careful.
Yeah. So Ben Slater, left-hander, has been replaced by another left-hander. 31 years of age, Ben Slater, another one that had a decent season, maybe not as good as some of the Nottinghamshire batsmen last year. Averaged 33, just over 700 runs in Division 2. He strides out to the crease, has a chat with Hamid. But Duckett is well known to have that problem outside off stump, and it has caused his downfall once more. So Hampshire's catching rate in the slip so far is 50%. I know it's something they work on. Well, it's not, if I'm honest.
It's not, but it means that there's always room for improvement.
Correct.
So we've started low, we'll work up. I mean, Hampshire's fielding was relatively good last year, I think, in terms of success rates for teams, that they were up there in that slip cordon, and they've got quite a cemented slip cordon, you can say, in a way. They know where they're going. They tend to have James Vince at that first slip position, and Liam Dawson, second.
Second, yeah. Ian Holland is still at third, even though he dropped that catch second ball of the morning. Abbas stays round the wicket to the left-hander. First ball, Ben Slater is facing. Runs away from us and bowls. Slater forward, plays that late. Behind square on the offside, he'll pick up runs here. He'll pick up 2 as the ball makes its way out towards the backward point boundary. That'll be Middleton, I guess, fielding there. It's a little bit far away for me to see. Be totally sure, but that's where he's been fielding for most of the morning. 44 for 1. Must mention this. Jamal Makhlouf has tweeted at Silent Sport. Great to hear Kevin Melissa back on the airwaves. Sorry, Dave. My favourite cricketing commentary team back together. Hard at work today before 10 days off and down to the Ageas tomorrow. No season ticket this year, unfortunately, but I'm finally going to the Ashes, or to see the Ashes, 3 days at Lord's.
4.
Lovely. Oh, we very nearly edged that one through to Ben Brown, who just goes to ground as he takes that one towards James Vince. Obviously just pitched and nipped away.
Yeah, that was some really good late movement there, and a good take from Brown in the end, because the ball lost a bit of pace and really swerved away to his left. And it's the kind of bowler Mohamed Abbas is. It's no surprise at all that he was the one to pick up that first wicket, because even though the pitch didn't look like it was doing much to help the bowlers, and arguably Keith Barker didn't probably make the most of that new ball he would have liked, Abbas just has that way of nibbling it about off the surface.
He's over the wicket this time to Slater. Slater's on the back foot, not totally convincing as he pushes that out towards mid-wicket. 44 for 1 then, Nottinghamshire. We've had 50 minutes play this morning. Abbas gets a warm round of applause from a half-decent crowd on this opening day of the domestic season. Abbas 6 overs, 1 for 9.
And I believe, of course, with Ben Duckett being elevated to that opening spot to accommodate for his England selection as well, that this is Ben Slater's 4th innings at number 3. So compared to 184 innings batting 1 and 2. So it's not much to go off, but he averages about 35 opening the batting, and then there's 3 times he's batted at 3 before he averages 13.
Wow. Where are you getting all these stats from?
I've got my sources.
You certainly have. That's immense.
I didn't make that. We just missed a ball. At least I missed a ball. And it was Kyle Abbott. And from the sounds of the field as it went through to the keeper.
If you watch on the live picture feed, you'll know. Wow, that's some impressive stats, though. I mean, I feel like I know Ben Slater better already.
I'm in my analyst era. But Kyle Abbott continuing from the pavilion end, and it's a pretty packed out pavilion, mentioning getting a Hampshire membership. You can tell that a lot of the Hampshire members have come in for the first day of action today. Abbott over the wicket and defending as Hamid goes behind square to... what position would we say that is? Is it a backward point or a short third?
Yes, it's almost in no man's land, isn't it, really? Just about saving one.
Just about, and almost you feel like for the hard drive, because if it did catch the edge, I mean, it would have to be hit a very hard drive for it to carry there.
Yeah.
A position you may think would be good for a player like Ben Duckett, but Hamid, as I mentioned, goes at the ball with a lot softer hands. He taps his bat down into the surface as Abbott in, and a late leave from Hamid. Hands on the heads of James Vince and Liam Dawson at second and first slip, as that decision was made quite late to abort from that shot from Hamid there. And again, some late away movement from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, there's a bit there. It's not extravagant, is it? Whether it's off the seam or in the air, it hasn't been extravagant at all this morning. Just enough.
Nottinghamshire 44 for 1. 3 slips in. Abbott trundles up to the crease and bowls one on the pads of Hamid. He works it down to fine leg, and this time it's kept just a single. 2 balls remaining in this 13th over. And of course Hampshire have the bowling options of James Fuller and Ian Holland. There was a bit of a kerfuffle at the start of the day when we were desperately trying to find out the team. In fact, us three, in fact myself, you and Emily Windsor, were all messaging trying to work out what 11 Hampshire would put forward, and I don't half feel sorry for A.D. Birrell on that selection. Must have given quite a headache, but in the end Hampshire electing for the 2 all-rounders, and of course the big move of Ian Holland going down the order. Abbott into Slater, who plays a ball outside the off stump through to Brown. We've got the 4 slips in for the new batter, Slater.
Yeah. I guess the most high-profile sort of batter that being left out, Joe Weatherly. And Aaron Donald we thought would play, but didn't. I'm not so sure that was decided that long ago. I don't know. I got the impression that Donald might have played this game, but he misses out. So too Tom Prest of the 14.
It's good to know as a Hampshire fan that there are those 3 batters waiting in the wings, 3 incredibly good batters. As Abbott in, and that's a peach of a delivery. Through to Brown. So close to just kissing the outside edge of the bat and almost the top of off stump there. Brilliant way to end the over. Nottinghamshire 45 for 1. And when you get, I always feel like Kyle Abbott's a bit of a Stuart Broad figure. Not that I've got Stuart Broad on the mind, but one of those players who comes in and just can, change a game. He can pick up now and again the few wickets, but on a certain day he'll come in and get 6 or 7, and you can just see something in the way he's conducting himself out there on the pitch, the way he's running into bowl. Hampshire fans will be hoping today is one of those days, but for now he's working nicely in tandem with Mohammed Abbas.
Comes in again, away from us. The sun disappears, and he's below his edge, and he's gone. Taken by Ben Brown, and Hamid this time does go, having survived second ball of the morning, dropped at third slip this time. Ben Brown makes no mistake, and Hamid goes for 16, 45 for 2.
A bit of a nothing shot there from Hamid, just hanging his bat outside the off stump, a little prod at the ball, and again, slight movement from Mohammed Abbas sends Hasib Hamid back to the pavilion. And suddenly you just feel with those 2 wickets, things have gone back into the balance here, as it so often does at the Ageas Bowl. The game goes in ebbs and flows of periods where it looks comfortable to bat and they're playing their shots, but now you sense everything's just shifted in favour of Hampshire a little bit more. And if they could pick up 1 or 2 in this first session after losing the toss, be quite comfortable.
Yeah, I agree. I always thought when Hamid was dropped early on that he's probably one player that you didn't really want to drop. He's somebody that works hard defensively. We talked about his defensive side of his game already this morning. And I always think, there are some players, even a Ben Duckett that you just know is going to give you another chance. Not that too far away. But with Hamid, it's something different. But that was a beauty from Abbas, and already we're seeing, typical Hampshire way they play already emerging this season. Abbas with 2 wickets, keeping the ball accurate there or thereabouts. The same Abbott as well. And even though Nottinghamshire did well to get to 42 without loss, they've now lost 2 wickets in the space of 3 runs. New batter is Joe Clark, the right-hander for Nottinghamshire. 26 years old. Averaged 35 last season with the bat in the championship. I must mention 1 or 2 messages because there's a few coming in and I'm neglecting them, apologies. Tim Sanders at Solent Sport. In 2019, the grandparents took my son to Hampshire against Nottinghamshire at Welbeck. I remember that well at Welbeck. Dave, we went to see Phil Tufnell, didn't we, speak in the sports complex there that night, because I think it was virtually 4 days of rain. It was the worst weather in the world. I think we played a bit day 1 and then the rest of it was washed out. It was horrible. So we treated ourselves, didn't we? Went to see Phil Tufnell, had a drink with him as well. That was good fun.
Just the one?
Yeah, just the one. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a beauty from Abbas. That pitches and leaves him. So Tim Sanders was there. The day was a complete washout, that's right. But apparently I spent time chatting to a little man and took him over to the Trent players. That might have been Dave. Sheltering in the pavilion, and they signed his badge. So thank you very much. So that was a good day in the end. No cricket, but you got a bat signed, so that's all right. Vincent Costa, great to have the cricket back. Looking forward to having you guys as the soundtrack of a fantastic summer of cricket and hopefully a championship title for Hampshire at the end of it. It's 50 years since Hampshire last won. I think it was 2010 when Nottinghamshire last won, but a lot longer for Hampshire. There's a nice drive through the covers from Clark, and that is... well, it has already gone all the way, just lent into that. A beautiful shot. It
was really nice, and Hampshire were just tempting him with that open gap in the covers. Mohammed Abbas is bowling a good length here, probably a bit fuller than Kyle Abbott. Tempting Clark into that drive, so he won't be too disappointed in that. It was a nice shot.
It was. And Glenn Dupfield, morning to you. Glenn, it's just about morning. At Solent Sport, good to have you back on the live stream. Melissa is the pinball of commentary.
What's a pinball?
A pinball of commentary. Well, pinball is, I guess, Dave might have to help me out here, as that's pushed by Clark up to mid-off and there is no run. Pinball is when you sort of used to...
Don't
yeah,
they
it goes
ricochet
ping,
about
it pings in those machines. Yeah.
Does that mean I give him a headache?
I don't know. Or you make a annoying ringing
An annoying
sound.
ringing sound.
I don't know.
They're also a kind of sweet. Maybe.
Are they?
Yeah, maybe. And speaking of, Dave's brought a massive bag of sweets
Yes.
left over from Halloween.
Oh, there we are.
So there might be some pinballs in there.
There's the photo with Phil Tufnell, Dave Bracegirdle and me that night. Well done, Dave. He's just retweeted it at Brace Cricket. That's pushed up towards mid-off by Clark. Temperature's just dropped a couple of degrees. It feels a little bit more like early spring in the last few minutes. But there you go. So that was a treat to see that photo again. Melissa's got the gloves out.
I noticed the temperature drop as well.
It did suddenly, didn't it? It just all of a sudden.
All of a sudden,
From
I couldn't
nowhere.
feel my fingers at all. We do get treated in this commentary box because in the height of summer, it's absolutely glorious up here. We do just have to get through April.
Yes. It's going to be tricky. Clark plays that late into the ground and fielded at full slip by James Fuller. End of the over. Abbas has kept going well here. 7 overs, 2 for 13. Abbott has 3 overs, none for 10. Barker has already bowled 1 spell this morning. Quite expensive, 4 overs, none for 25. Nottinghamshire 49 for 2. The 2 batters out. Duckett for 24. Hamid out for 16. Nottinghamshire 49 for 2. And we've had 14 overs of the new domestic season.
We were speaking earlier about, of course, for anyone joining us now, Fletcher Middleton is going to be opening the batting for Hampshire, 21-year-old, and it means Ian Holland is slotting down the order a bit more. It's going to be interesting to see how that one goes. As Abbott continues to Slater, who's pushing forwards, gets an inside edge, and it goes to mid-wicket for no run. That there's so many great options on the side. Joe Weatherly, he had quite a good start to the 2022 season, then broke his finger, I believe, and just after coming back from that injury, didn't quite manage to get the runs to solidify his spot in the team. And then you've got the likes of Donald and Prest, who are 2 extremely exciting young players who play quite a dynamic game. You'd imagine that they're 2 players who are going to be looking to slot into that Bazball mould. As in comes Abbott again, and this beats the outside edge of Slater's bat. A bit of a bigger gap there between bat and ball this time, and Slater just watches it through to the gloves of Ben Brown. But it's a luxury for Hampshire to be able to have those choices, and potentially on a pitch where Hampshire decide they don't need the 5-seam options, they may be able to bring in a Donald into the middle order just to make it a bit stronger, because you may say that arguably in Hampshire's history it has been their batting which has been on the weaker side. In comes Abbott again, hustling into the wickets, bowls to Slater and works that off the hip. Can't beat the fielder at a square leg. Well, a fielder kind of between a mid-wicket and a square leg. No run.
Well, they've
49
effectively,
for 2.
you're right, effectively they've gone for the extra seamer here, haven't they? Which is unusual. First game of the season, the weather's always a little bit iffy, and it's iffy at the moment. I think they're going to get some showers later on. You would normally play an extra batter, but Hampshire have gone against that.
Although saying that, they have strength in their lower order with the likes of Barker and Fuller now in the team.
Yeah.
2 very, I'm going to call them all-rounders. In comes Abbott, dropped down at the feet of Slater on the onside for no run. I think they'd like to be referred to as all-rounders. Well, especially James Fuller in the white ball stuff, but Keith Barker, King Keith.
That's the value of all-rounders, isn't it, really? It allows you to bring in a bowler, allows you to bring in a specialist bowler or specialist batter. Having good all-rounders, middle order, lower middle order,
And the
it helps.
2 spin options, Liam Dawson, Felix Organ.
Yeah.
Felix Organ was looking good out there at the toss, was getting a few to turn off the slightly brown surface next to the one they're playing on today, which is a positive sign. In comes Abbott, edge just short of 3rd slip. Ian Holland there, down on 1 knee, prevents the ball going past him for 4, and he took that bump ball a bit cleaner than he did on the 2nd ball of today's play when Hasib Hamid was dropped at 3rd slip. In the end, wasn't too costly for Hampshire, but it could have been a lot worse. 4 slips hustled together, hands in pockets. See, if we think we're cold up here, they're probably a little bit colder down there. In comes Abbott, and again beats the edge of Slater's bat. He's just playing in defence. And Abbott here bowling a good spell, maiden over, and the score 49 for 2 off 15.
Now it's going to come over to my side. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Nottingham will come in a moment. So 15 overs, Nottinghamshire having won the toss and elected to bat this morning. It felt like a different day this morning. Noticeably colder, noticeably more cloud. But brightening up the morning, or the afternoon now, is Dave.
Yes, just my update for BBC Radio Nottingham, and to say for the first 45 minutes or so of the morning it had gone pretty much as Notts would have hoped. Winning the toss, batting first, and a little bit of a platform being built between Asiba Mead and Ben Duckett, promoted to opener, but 2 wickets in the space of 5 Mohamed Abbas deliveries has set them back again, and with 2 fresh players at the crease there building again. Melissa's moved back in alongside me. We've had a little bit of a jig around, and Keith Barker's also changed ends, replacing Abbas. So he's in to Joe Clark. And the first one he tries to whip away on the leg side, but doesn't get too much on it, and it runs away behind square. So you've done a little bit of damage in the last 10 minutes while I've been away.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that things have probably just got a bit more balanced. But I like that. I'd like an interesting 4 days here at the Ageas Bowl. 2 strong sides up against each other.
Barker in again to Joe Clark, works this on the leg side. I have to say thank you to everybody that's got in touch. We'll try and answer some of them. Typically, a lot of people just saying hello or sending messages as I went off air last time, so we've now got dozens and dozens and dozens of them.
Fan club, you've got to reply to them all.
Mine's at Brace Cricket. At Solent Sport will find Kev, and you're on Twitter?
At Melissa G Story.
That's where you'll find all the good stuff. Down the leg side, tickled away by Clark. I think there was some bat involved here. In fact, the umpire's already letting me know that I'm wrong, because he's going to tap his knee, I'm sure, and it's going to be 2 leg byes to take Notts up to and beyond the 50 there. 51 for 2. So Joe Clark trying to work it to leg, didn't get any bat involved. Let's just quickly have a little look where we got to last time.
It's hard being this popular, isn't it, Dave? He's scrolling through all these lovely messages, welcoming him back.
Here's Keith Barker, former Warwickshire man, bowls to Joe Clark. Former Worcestershire man, Bear versus Pair. Where are we going? Right, John Pinson, morning Dave. You've been unintentionally live for the last 5 minutes on the radio coverage. Hope the day goes well. Neil McLaren, have a fun few days on the south coast, Dave. Lucy Ford says you're living the dream down there. Millsy, the sky looks brighter down there than it does at home. Barker bowls again to Clark, gets some bat involved on this one. Simon, another of our regulars, great to have you back. A Norfolk boy in the Notts team is a dream come true. Ollie Stone attended the high school my daughter goes to. Have a great day. Thank you, Simon. Ken says, so nice to once again watch proper cricket here in the US. Go on, Notts.
And of course the US have their T20 league coming to them soon in July.
Barker to Clark. This one's pushed out onto the offside.
Well, I'm not sure whether that will fit into his definition of proper cricket. Probably a bit unlikely.
Well, cricket's just expanding everywhere. That's a maiden over from Keith Barker, by the way, coming to an end. He went for a few runs early on. 5 overs, his first maiden, none for 25. Paul Barnes, welcome to the sunny south, Dave. Enjoy the company of Kevin and Melissa. Looking forward to listening to you all. Simon Trafford says, morning Dave, a bit concerned about this Moors ball they're playing. Mike Brown, as usual, sitting in the garden on a warm sunny Guernsey day, not a cloud in the sky, listening to the commentary. Thanks Mike, thanks for getting in touch. There's Kyle Abbott, here's Melissa's story.
Kyle Abbott over the wicket to Slater, who shields arms and lets us go through to Brown. A bit of late movement to Brown's right this time. Thought I'd let you continue with the
Well, there's lots and lots.
messages.
Ian Carrott, do we assume the ECB has asked for Duckett to open, Dave? We can assume that, Ian. That's what I'm assuming. Dave Terrell, great to have you back. Dave Revel, welcome back, Dave. Good to hear your dulcet tones again on what hopefully will be another successful season to Notts. We'll be listening over the weekend in St Albans. Trev Smith, great to have you back commentating again. I'm watching the pictures on YouTube. Holidaying in Kendal.
Abbott driven to extra cover for no run by Slater.
Rach says there's a subtle glow from the sun at the Ageas Bowl on one of the camera angles at one end behind the wicket. It makes them all look as if they've just had a little bit of ready break, a glow around the players.
It's just the natural
Yeah.
aura of players from Hampshire, I'm afraid.
Nige, hi Dave, have a great season. Good to have you, dulcet. Everybody's. It's always the word, isn't it? The dulcet tones.
I'm a pinball. And you're in comes Abbott again in defence. Slater to backward point for no run. Score remains 51 for 2.
Nice says, please remember to give the Notts Premier League a mention. It's the place where future Notts players will learn their trade. Always happy to give it a mention, so anything you want pushing through, Nige. Jim's been in touch, watching the stream here in the commentary on our holidays at the other end of the country. We're on the island of Hoy in the Orkneys at a lighthouse that guards Scapa Flow. Come on, Notts. And he sent a picture of the lighthouse there at Scapa Flow.
A lot of the Nottinghamshire fans seem to be on holiday. As in comes Abbott. And that's edged just short of third slip. There was a slight collision between third and fourth slip. Fourth going low down to their right. Ian Holland at third slip. Looked as if it was going towards him, but it fell about a foot short of both the fielders, and a slight pat on the back between them.
Who's at 4? Is that Dawson?
Dawson's at second.
Oh, yeah.
So at fourth slip we have...
We'll sort it out.
James Fuller, I believe. With a towel poking out from the back of his trousers. Abbott in and beats the edge of Slater's bat through to Brown. A good contest between these two out there in the middle.
Steve Rowe, good to hear you again. Going to be a big season for Joe Clark. Looking forward to seeing Notts at Lords in a fortnight. Thanks, Steve. Chris Doughty, lovely to hear you back this year. To Dave and the team. Can't wait to be at Trent Bridge next week. All the best, everybody, for the new season. Thanks, Chris. Duncan Cobbett, again. Hi, Dave. Good to hear your dulcet tones once more. Dulcet, Dave, dulcet.
We'll put a challenge out for any listeners to find some synonyms for dulcet. Abbott in, defending as Slater in front of square this time. No run taken and another over completed. 17 overs gone. Another maiden for Hampshire, who are building them up nicely now, and the score 51 for 2.
Duncan just continuing his. This Notts team oozes quality. I'm 100% confident they could go on and go on to win the county championship.
Well, I was going to ask you, Dave, overall, what are your chances, do you think, for Nottinghamshire this year? I'd like to hear your opinion.
They need a good start, and I'm worried about the start being down here at the Ageas Bowl. I've done a fair bit on BBC Radio Nottingham over the last few days as Barker comes in to bowl to Joe Clark, who drives confidently up to mid-off, and there's no run. And I keep referring to what the bookmakers up and down the country and one or two cricket magazines have put together as pre-season predictions. They all seem to have Notts round about 5th or 6th, and I would say before a ball's bowled, that's probably about right out of the 10 in First Division. I think they'll finish above Northants and Kent and Warwickshire and Middlesex. I think they need to go well to finish ahead of what I still think is a really strong Hampshire side, as this is again pushed up to mid-off and there's no run, but also Lancashire and Surrey are in the mix. So you've got Essex there, you've got Somerset there, and you've got Notts there. I think before a ball's bowled mid-table, but I'd love to see them go on a successful run. It is a step up from what they did last year, but they did get used to winning last year. They found a way to play their cricket. If they can replicate it in Division 1, I think it'll take a lot by surprise. But right now, I think 5th or 6th is probably a fairly accurate prediction of where they're destined to finish. But come end of September, it might be very different, as the next one's played into the offside and it remains 51 for 2.
I mean, potentially that might be something they're comfortable with. As you say, they won a lot of games in Div 2. They had the joy and elation of winning this Division 2, and it may just be a case now of, yes, of course we'd like to finish as high as possible, but really we'd just like to stay up here, continue to operate in Div 1. And when you look at their lineup,
yeah, I'd be staggered
so
if
many
they,
stars.
It may happen, but I'd be staggered if they get sucked into the bottom 2 or 3 as Clark works this down to long leg for his 5th run. Scored a boundary early on, but he's been kept fairly quiet since then. 52 for 2. Who else has been in touch? Sophie's been in touch. Nice to hear from you. Simon again. I think we've given him a mention. Play up Pompey, driven past the Ageas Bowl hundreds of times, Dave, en route to Fratton Park, but never been to a match there.
Say that just as our resident Pompey fans left the commentary box.
There's Keith Barker, and there's Melissa.
Barker in, and that's inside edge down to deep third, fielded charging in. Single taken.
The Sheffield Outlaw, he's got the live stream up on his big telly. He says, me and Joe are excited for the new season. We're heading to Trent Bridge next Thursday, all being well. That's for the first home game. Notts will be playing against Somerset. Dan's been in touch. Watcher Dave, Melissa and Kevin, great to hear your voices again.
It's all started very positive, hasn't it? Barker over the wicket, bowls a fuller delivery, driven firmly to Kyle Abbott at mid-off and no run taken. I'm not sure whether I usurped you halfway through that over. Although you did invite me, so maybe it was I'm
not sure who's doing which end, to be perfectly honest. As long as we're
free spirits, we'll do whatever ball appeals to our energies the most. But the score 53 for 2. A couple messages at Solent Sport from Tom, listening to at Solent Sport as my first season as a Hampshire Cricket member. Not there today though. Hopefully you'll be able to come down and enjoy this nice weather. And then also a message from Dan Pickford. Lovely to have county cricket back, putting off A-level revision to be able to watch the first day. A solid first session from the Hampshire boys. Not sure it's so solid from me though. Procrastinating central. You can bring your A-level work along to the ground.
It's this year, well maybe. It's Kyle Abbott bowling.
I think I'm pavilion, you're
Go
this
on
end.
then, you do the pavilion.
I'll keep stealing Kyle Abbott. And he's bowling still to Ben Slater, who's 3 off 19 balls now, and he hasn't looked comfortable at the crease. But as I say to anyone I'm a coach, you're still there out in the middle. It's better to be there and be 3 off 19 than be sat back in the changing room with a nice cup of tea.
Of course, he's always an opener, Ben Slater, so this is slightly different. He's coming out there into the middle against bowlers that are loose. They've been buoyed by a couple of wickets.
Abbott in and straighter, tucked to mid-wicket for no run. Organ Fields. We mentioned as well those 2 wickets making things seem quite level, and I've been doing a little bit of digging, and Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire is the joint most even rivalry in county championship history. The 2 teams have played 144 times and they've both won 40 times. So it's very much in the balance today. The other team, of course, where it's head-to-head, I'll go on to say after this ball, it's defended into the offside. Just jumped up in the crease there a bit, Slater, to get on top of the bounce and controlled it down. The only other head-to-head where both teams have equal number of wins is Durham versus Essex. 34 games, 12 wins each.
Yes, much larger sample size, of course. Notts and Hampshire, 2 traditional counties that have been slugging it out for a long, long time. I think, though, if you go back over maybe just a shorter period of time, the last 10 or 12 years, and it would be heavily in favour of Hampshire, particularly down here. Notts haven't had an awful lot of joy on this ground.
Abbott in, over-pitched and dismissed to the boundary for 4. by Slater. Finally gets one up on Abbott. And it was wider. Half volley and a big open gap on the offside. He just held the shot for a second there just to give himself that affirmation that he's finally found the middle of the bat. And the score moves on to 57 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Well, if we look at the recent games, in 2018, the game at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire won by 203 runs. In 2018, at the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire won by 270. The Isle of Wight the next year, a Hampshire win by 244 runs. In 2019, it was a draw. And in 2021, again, Hampshire were victorious here at the Ageas Bowl. As Abbott in, and it's edged just that short of third slip again. Ian Holland, the ball is following him round today. He slapped his leg, potentially in frustration, maybe because the ball's hit it. We're just getting a look at the replay. And again, it just fell short quite comfortably of Holland, and actually...
Not quite on the half volley, was it? He's a busy boy, and...
Actually, he's now indicating to the sub-fielder. He's taken a few steps forward and has indicated that he'd maybe like a helmet to be brought on. He's posing the question. He certainly edged a little bit closer as Abbott in, and solid in defence as Slater for no run. Completes the 19th over. Nottinghamshire 57 for 2. It will be interesting now to see if a helmet is brought on, or whether Ian Holland's so annoyed with going down on one knee and letting the ball hit him at this point that he'd just like to be a bit closer to the bat.
Not the most significant milestone to bring up, but this is Ben Slater's 50th first-class match for Notts. Averages around about 35 and a half with 6 centuries. His highest score came last year. The only time he reached 3 figures last year, actually, and he got greedy. He went on and on and on at Riverside against Durham, made 225 not out. Came from Derbyshire, of course, the back end of 2018. Has opened for much of that period, but batting at 3 in this one. Clark on strike now. And, the right-hander works it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Had a really good Royal London campaign last year, Ben Slater, and racked up 3 or 4 centuries. He was averaging something ridiculous throughout that competition, up towards 80 or so. Batting with Joe Clark, 26 years of age, Shrewsbury born. Made his Notts debut just 4 years ago, beginning of the 2019 seasons. Clark clips this down to long leg. 18 first-class hundreds for Joe Clark, but only 5 of them for Notts. I think it's fair to say when they signed him, they were really hoping that what they'd seen in his early years as a county cricketer with Worcestershire were just going to go on and on and on. And for a long time, he was sort of seen as the next cab off the rank for England. But for a variety of reasons, it's not panned out like that. Last year didn't make 100. He's only scored 1 century for Notts since the 2020 Bob Willis campaign. Little push and run here from Slater. They've got to just get quickly up to 5th gear to get home, and they do. And another single taken, and Clark on to strike on 6. Slater has 8. What's that, Mel? 59 for 2?
Yes, you're correct. And the only thing I would say for Joe Clark is that potentially well, at least since the start of the 100, he could blame the Welsh fire curse for his potential poor form. That team seems to have the worst luck going round.
Next ball worked away onto the leg side. There'll be a couple of runs here to Joe Clark. Yeah, I think Clark signed for Welsh Fire this year, but he's played I think for Manchester Originals the first couple of 100 campaigns, I think. 61 for 2. Duckett's played for Welsh Fire. Jake Ball has. Luke Fletcher did in the first season, played for Trent Rockets last year.
You've got quite a big contingent at Fire Gardens.
Yes, let's not concern ourselves too much with
won't be making
what
any county
may or may not
championship
happen in
trips
August. 61 for 2. Here's Barker. Clark again works this one away behind square on the leg side, just starting to expand his array of strokes. Had a little look at the bowling, but it's now just looking to push on a little bit. He's into double figures on 10. 63 for 2 knots. Won the toss at 10:30. Skipper Stephen Mullaney calling heads. James Vince flicked it high up in the air and it came down ahead. They all had to have 2 or 3 looks at it before they agreed it was a head. And Stephen Mullaney didn't waste any time in saying we'll have a bat as the over ends with a push into the covers, and it remains 63 for 2.
It was a bit of a strange one, as you say. They had to check just a few times that it was a head. Not sure I've really seen that before, unless it was maybe a celebration coin where there's no clear mark what it was. And my favourite moment from the toss, when Mullaney was handed the scorecard, not the scorecard, sorry, the team sheet of Hampshire, and he just went, "Who's Fletcher Middleton?" at the top of the order. Didn't have a clue. James Vince had to point to the quite young-looking player on the team, who I think him and Felix Organ, both the younger players in this team, have been sent to the boundary quite a few times. They've been doing a bit more of the running, going down to collect the ball from the boundary, saving the legs of the more senior bowlers in this squad. Abbott continues, bowling to Slater. It's short and pulled, but not timed, out to a deep square leg, who was hovering about 5 metres off the boundary.
A few more messages coming in. Chris Holdrick, say good morning. We're beyond the yard arm. Good afternoon. It's nice and sunny in Nottinghamshire. Looking very much forward to next week's match against Somerset. We all need to hear you sing, Dave, before we can say dulcet tones. Well, that won't be happening. Chris, Rob Collins watching the cricket whilst working from home. Like many, I suspect, quite hard for Notts to challenge at the top of the table without a second overseas. Well, yeah, they've only got Dane Patterson for the time being, but that slot is always open, I guess, to bring somebody else in.
Abbott to the right-handed Clark, who's defending back to the bowler.
John Simpson, good afternoon, Dave. I'm watching the live stream. Decent start from Notts. Bit surprised we won the toss and battered, but I've got faith in this side to give us a good season. Can't wait until next Thursday at Trent Bridge. Thank you very much, John. Nice to hear from you. Lovely to hear so many people just enthusing and being so happy about the return of county cricket at Brace Cricket, at Solent Sport, and at
Melissa G. Story. That sounded very rehearsed. In comes Abbott again to Clark, who finds the gap at extra cover, drives the ball through there elegantly, and it just beats Keith Barker, who's in pursuit for 4. And another really nice shot from Clark, who's taken his time, but when he has found the boundary, they've been in sublime shots. He moves on to 14 off 23 balls. Slater at the other end, 9 off 26. Just going back to one of those messages, Dave, I do believe that the only way to confirm if your voice is in fact dulcet is to have a bit of a sing-song, maybe at the lunch break.
Oh, maybe.
You can treat us to a ballad. Abbott in to Clark, who guides this one squarer this time, but it'll be the same result. Another 4 runs to the shorter boundary towards Kevin James's treasured fish and chips bus.
Yes, that's a new addition to the ground since the last time I was here. I don't think I've seen that before. We've got a double-decker bus over there with fish and chips on the side.
See, I'm really confused now because people seem to think it's new, but I swear I've seen it before, and now I'm slightly worried that I've been hallucinating a fish and chips bus for the last 2 years.
I've not didn't come here last year. We're here in 2021. Pretty sure it wasn't here then.
Abbott in again as the sun beams down on the pitch, and this one's pushed to mid-on. Won't get to the boundary this time, but it will give Clark a single to get off the strike. He moves on to 19. Nottinghamshire 73 for 2.
Doesn't seem to be an awful lot of activity over there, does it? I know it's a little early, but can't see anybody moving about, nor the range of stalls and what have you alongside it. They're all seem to be boarded up. We don't seem to have too many options.
They do tend to stay closed for the Red Bull stuff. We tend to see them open up for the start of the T20 Blast campaign, as Abbott into Slater. 4 slips in play. He pushes to extra cover for no run. So most of the people here today, I'm sure, will tuck into a bit of food over in the pavilion, which I'm sure we'll be doing at lunchtime as well.
In fact, last time we were here, we swore blind there was nobody anywhere selling ice cream on the ground, and it transpired that behind the scoreboard away to our left was where the ice cream sales were taking place. Little hold up here at just the change of over. It's that run on and off. I think we've got a 12th man on, but we're through 21 overs, 73 for 2 as Melissa makes way for Kevin. Just do this first ball and then I'm going to speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood counties. Barker round the wicket to Joe Clark, who drives this up to mid-off, and there's no run. 73 for 2. Welcome back to Mr. K. James Esquire.
So an hour and a half gone this morning. Ben Duckett went after 45 minutes. Bright and breezy 24, 42 for 1. Called it first slip by James Vince off a bass. Hamid, having survived from just the second ball of the morning, dropped at third slip by Ian Holland, simple catch, which went in the hands and out. It's pushed up to mid-off by Clark, no run. Hamid went, caught Ben Brown, the keeper, off a bass for 16. The score then was 45 for 2. Nottinghamshire losing 2 wickets in the space of 3 runs. They are building again through Joe Clark, who's 19 off 27. Ben Slater 9 off 27. A bass with both wickets this morning. Here comes Barker around the wicket, running away from us, and Clark pushes forward, goes out square on the offside to debutant Fletcher Middleton. Not first team debut because he's been playing in the 50 over competition, but a championship debutant will open the batting. 21 years of age, son of Tony Middleton. Many of you will remember him, the Hampshire batter of yesteryear, from 84 to 95. Played lots with him in the Hampshire side. There's Barker again, just the 2 slips now, having started with 4. That's played late and played into the gap behind square on the offside by Slater. Will pick up 2 as the ball runs down towards the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, just to the left of the pavilion as we look. Clark moves on to 21 now, and it's 75 for 2 Nottinghamshire. It's slightly warmer than it has been over the last half an hour or so. It's started in decent temperatures, suddenly plummeted, but might just have climbed a degree or 2 since in the last 10 minutes or so, as Clark pushes that out behind square on the offside once more. I think that's been a feature of certainly of Hamid and Clark this morning. Played the ball very late. Not a bad crowd, actually. We were estimating before the day's play if we got 1,000 in with well, I'm not sure there is 1,000 if I'm honest, but there might be a few below me I can't quite see at the hotel end. But when I look towards the pavilion, there'll be a lot inside, that's for sure. They'll be staying in the warm, as again that's played late out square on the offside. That's a good ball from Barker. It just sort of came in with the angle. Clark well over the pitch of the ball there. He's 21. 9 to Slater, 75 for 2. Simon Jones, more afternoon to you, Simon. Day off for me, he says, after visiting 12 clubs. He's Simon is the manager at the Hampshire Cricket Board. It was the Hampshire Get Set weekend last week. Yeah, visited 12 clubs in 2 days. I did see 1 or 2 of the tweets there, Simon. Certainly got around the county. I noticed actually you left the last club till the end, your club, Portsmouth. Dave Bracegirdle's back.
Well, I've just been told it's International Have Fun at Work Day. So we're having fun at work, aren't we?
We certainly are.
There's also some other, was it Siamese Cat Day? National Siamese Cat Day. I've not seen any of those. What's a Siamese cat then?
A Siamese cat? They are, have you seen the Disney film Lady and the Tramp?
about 50 years ago.
Yeah, well, they're Siamese cats in those, aren't they?
Me a Siamese, if you please.
That's the ones.
Can't remember those. 75 for 2. Mohammed Abbas with both the wickets to fall this morning. Not given much away. 7 overs, 2 for 13. No maidens in that, strangely enough. He's hardly given a run away. Yet hasn't bowled a maiden. 7 overs, 2 for 13. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Slater. 3 slips. Vince at first, where he caught Ben Duckett earlier on. Slater, the Chesterfield churner, they call him. Former Derbyshire man from Chesterfield, the town with the crooked spire. Works this to mid-wicket, gets a couple of runs and moves on to 77 for 2. You'd have played at Queen's Park, I would imagine, at some stage.
Got
Give him that sort of look.
Got 100 there.
You got 100 there.
Yeah. That's how I remember it.
Yeah.
There's not many grounds I remember. That's one for that reason. Yeah.
How many did you hit?
If I'm honest, I can't remember. It's about 11, something like that, but I can't really remember.
Next ball. This goes through to the keeper. Did a pre-season lunch with Luke Fletcher. It's his testimonial year, and he's never really bothered about figures or stats or averages or whatever, and I sort of threw it out there. I know you're not somebody who worries about your stats, and clearly been doing a little bit of homework. You mean something like I've played 131 first-class games and I've got 438 first-class wickets at 26.9, and it absolutely buried me. And he's obviously been done a bit of homework. This has eased into the offside, and there's no run. Oh, do we have listeners within the ground here?
We will do shortly.
Okay.
Not for this game, but
right.
I think for the next game onwards. It's on top.
I was going to say, you may be or may not be aware, but we did his autobiography 18 months or so ago, and I've got a number of copies here if there is anybody on the ground that wants one and can get Luke to sign it. You just had to get in touch or whatever, and we'll sort it out. But
if you listen,
got to get rid of him somehow.
Yes.
Next ball, past the outside edge. If I take half an hour off at any point, I'll go and have a wander around the ground selling him. 77 for 2, but it is his testimonial year. I think he's got 1 or 2 other events lined up, including a day at Southall Races and a golf course day, and something that he's describing as a magical mystery bus tour, which sounds like fun.
That's good. He deserves it. He's been a good servant for you guys over the years. Got to do a quick 30-second update in a minute. It's cloudy. Here we go. Oh, it's edged. Oh, and you join us just as the 3rd wicket has fallen. It's Ben Slater who's out, caught behind, thinnest of outside edges, and Mo Abbas has taken his 3rd wicket of the morning. 3 for 15. Nottinghamshire 77 for 3. Slater has gone for 11. Joe Clark is still out there on 21 not out. The other 2 wickets that fell this morning. Ben Duckett, the England opener, after 45 minutes, was caught at first slip for 24. Haseeb Hameed followed shortly after for 16. He was caught behind as well. And Nottinghamshire then have suffered the 3rd wicket of the morning. They're 77 for 3.
Yeah, second catch for James Vince. And
was it Vince? Oh, sorry, apologies.
The scoreboard. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, the scoreboard
you're right.
was Vince.
You're right. That's my fault.
But that's a point for Hampshire. They lead. I'm not sure anybody else has got a point yet. They lead the county championship 1 point to 0. 77 for 3. In fact, Mohammed Abbas is leading the county championship on his own. He's got all 3 wickets. Ben Slater out for 11. Here comes Lyndon James. So terrific couple of years for Lyndon James. Really was, and he's been away with England Lions over the winter period. Makes his way out to the middle to join Joe Clark. Works up born, 24 years of age, 28 first-class matches, 3 centuries now, averaging well over 41. Had a good year last year, 890 runs at 52.3, and tall, stylish right-hander. Really does. If he sticks around for any length of time, always aware that when you sort of really building somebody up or giving them the words of acclaim that they probably deserve, you're almost condemning them to an early nick-off. But if you see him out there for any length of time, terrific young player to watch.
Well, again, going back to the points we've made earlier, Dave, that he's another Nottinghamshire player that considerably improved on his career average last season. There's Ageas Bowls to James, the right-hander. He gets a thick inside edge. I'm not sure that was aimed square on the leg side, but he's off the mark straight away. And Nottinghamshire are 78 for 3.
The other thing with Lyndon James, didn't bowl last year, or hardly bowled after the first game when he got through 50 overs. Bit of a side issue. He's able to play, able to obviously to bat, as we've just heard with all the runs he scored, but he couldn't bowl after the first couple of weeks of last season. But they've got him all sorted out. Long time not bowling, but he's had a good winter, a good pre-season, as I say, away with the Lions, and he is now back bowling. So it's an extra seamer in the Nottinghamshire ranks, and hopefully he will stay fit and well. But he'll get through the overs as well. He's very much a batting all-rounder, but he does have that extra bow to his fiddle, if you like, as a very decent medium pacer as well.
Always handy.
Yep. Barker in to bowl to him, and this is eased into the offside. I'm well aware that at various points, Kevin, I might just holler out your surname whilst he's batting. No relative?
No, not that I know of.
The Nottinghamshire branch of the James family.
There is nobody, as far as I know, in Nottinghamshire that is even remotely related to me. Nice county, though.
It's Barker. Where's 13? Certainly not superstitious. Deep into his crease. Lyndon James happy to defend. There was talk about taking 3 wickets before lunch if you insert a side. I guess Hampshire will be doubly pleased in that Notts won the toss and chose what they wanted to do, and Hampshire have still managed to pick up 3 wickets.
It was an interesting stat from Melissa earlier, wasn't it? Why Nottinghamshire would have chosen to bat first, having won the toss. Is it 50% of games won by sides here since 2012, I think.
Next ball has struck the pad, runs away on the leg side.
Can I quickly mention this tweet from
Yes.
Joe at Silent Sport? I think it's come to you as well, actually. Lancashire actually beat Hampshire to the first point of the season. That can't have been much in it. And I just want to add to that, Woodsy has texted me. He's best known as Plumber to the Stars, is Woodsy. He said, could you please give a shout out to Joe, Woodsy and Dawson, that's Liam Dawson, or it might be his dad actually, send their love and hope she gets better soon.
Barker bowls, Lyndon James just opens the face, runs it away on an angle of 45 degrees or so, all the way down to third man for 4. Plumber to the Stars, is there a story to that?
Well, he does a lot of the Hampshire players' plumbing.
Do they have plumbing issues?
Yes.
Our scorer, Roger Marshall, actually was saying he'd got plumbing issues. His sink wouldn't empty this morning. He was saying the old plunger in the hotel sink, it wouldn't work, so he couldn't get the plug out. So you've got to get somebody in there to attend to it. Here's Barker round the wicket again to Lyndon James. Just had a little fiddle outside the off stump there as it goes through to the keeper. So we're down to number 5 in the Nottinghamshire batting order. Stephen Mullaney's due in next. He started last season, first game of last season, Notts down at Hove against Sussex with 170 odd, so he'll be looking to replicate that. Also ended last season with a century. 82 for 3. Then Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White, Ollie Stone, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. Barker to Lyndon James, pushes it back to Barker, end of the over, and there's no run, so Notts have lost Ben Duckett for 24, Asiba Mead for 16, and more recently they've lost Ben Slater out for 11, all 3 wickets to Mohamed Abbas.
There is a footnote actually to Woods' message earlier. Joe, who I know, is recovering, and he's, as I say, it must be actually Liam Dawson's dad, because apparently Woodsy and Dawes are going to sit in Joe's seat this afternoon. Joe normally sits on the east side of the ground. There is a particular area that he sits on, and they are going to go there. So there you go. Now, Abbas to continue from the pavilion end. 3 for 16.
We sat here together, you and I, from about 9 o'clock till 11 o'clock, just couldn't wait. And, you know, we're nearly through this first session.
Incredible, isn't it?
We're almost at lunch.
Yeah, we were both here very well. You're staying here, but that's bounced and gone past. I mean, it might have just cut him in two a little bit. Clark nipped back. Yeah, we were so eager at the start of the season, so keen. Mind you, I think we're known for being early birds anyway, but I think we were extra early this morning.
Well, it was 7:15 I opened the curtains and the ground staff were out there pulling the big sheets off, pulling the tarpaulins off, and there was certainly water on them, which obviously the super sopper soon sorted out, but there was rain in the night, but we've had none since. I think they said about 2 o'clock you might be susceptible to a little bit of rain passing over.
The sun's come out as Abbas bowls, and it hits high on the bat of Clark as it works its way out the ball to the covers. Alan Davis has texted me. Afternoon to you, Alan. He says, great that the season has started, and to hear the radio commentary again. Hope you've wintered well. I got to New Zealand for some England cricket. Anyway, in response to your conversation on the radio, according to Wikipedia, Kev, you scored 10 first-class centuries. Thank you. And no List A centuries. I don't think I got even close to a List A century. Top score of 162. Hope to see you soon. I'm planning on going to day 3 at the Oval next week. There you go. I was almost right on that. I added a century from nowhere, didn't I? Here comes Abbas again. Clark leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Good leave. Matt Bino Hunt says, great to have Championship cricket back. This is on the tweets at Solent Sport. Here's to another season of great Hampshire cricket and great commentary.
We've certainly been blessed by the weather so far this morning, just looking up and down the cards elsewhere. At the moment, Surrey 73 for 3 in Division 1 against Lancashire, Yorkshire 110 for 2 against Leicestershire in Division 2. They're the only other 2 games where play is going on. They did briefly start for 4 balls at Cardiff, Glamorgan, Gloucestershire. 4 balls, that's all they've had there.
We have been lucky, haven't we? Clark's forward, that's a slight hint of an inside edge there. The ball makes its way out to deep backward square leg, all along the ground. Clark's 23 now, 84 for 3.
Where does your rain come from? It doesn't come from Cardiff, does it, along the bottom?
I can tell you that normally here it comes from straight in front of us over the hill, just about 1 o'clock as we look over the Shane Warne stand. That's where it normally.
So which way's the sea then? Behind us or in front of us as we look from the hotel in front of us?
Literally over the pavilion.
So your weather's coming across the Solent.
Yeah.
See, if they go off at Birmingham, at Edgbaston for rain, Worcester or Edgbaston, we know at Trent Bridge we're going to get it in about an hour. We know it's on its way, but you've not really got a marker here with other grounds, have you? Abbas
bowls. He's on the back foot there. Clark forces that away off a thick outside edge. In the end, it's gone down towards third man for a boundary. It's all along the ground, but he was trying to force that away into the covers. The extra bounce probably just got him in a little bit of a dodgy position, but he got away with it. 27 he's on now, 88 for 3.
This is, up to this point, typical Joe Clark. He'll get you 20, he'll get you 30, and then he's been getting out. Young player, youngish player, 24 or so, Matthew Montgomery, very much waiting in the wings, was able to get in towards the back end of last year when Duckett was away with England. He made some squads, Duckett, without getting in the test side, but he got some white ball cricket with England back end of last year. Over the wicket again. Abbas is beaten outside the off stump again. There's a bit of extra bounce there. He had tried to have a little go at that one, just replays that one, leaving it alone, but good couple of balls there from Abbas to finish off his 9th. It's 3 for 22, and it's 88 for 3. So the end of last year, it was Montgomery and Joe Clark were playing, but obviously while he's around, Duckett's going to play, and Clark has got the nod over Matthew Montgomery, but I think he could really do with getting some runs in the first 2 or 3 matches. Otherwise, they might have a little look at that. But he's done okay so far. Clark 27 from 37. Kyle Abbott going to come on for just maybe a couple of overs before lunch, 12 or 13 minutes before the break. Very often get one over a spin before the break. I'm not entirely sure we're going to get Liam Dawson turning his arm over before the interval this morning. It may happen. 25 overs, probably time for 3 more. Here's Abbott to bowl to Lyndon James. Stands tall and just pushes it back past the bowler up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, familiar 3 bowlers used by Hampshire this morning. Nobody else getting a look in thus far. Apologies, when I read out Simon Jones's tweet earlier, actually, from the Hampshire Cricket Board, he did mention about Mo Abbas. I know Mo was at the, I think the wickets programme thing last night, you know, the inner city. Apologies, I didn't mention that.
There's Abbott, the South African, bowling. Lyndon James bat and pad together, pushes it into the offside. When Dane Patterson was knocking over opposition attacks last year, week in, week out, there was a lot of speculation in South Africa, and obviously people were sort of forwarding them to me that Dane Patterson might be. There's Abbott in again. Lyndon James just a little late on that one, chops it to backward point. There's a lot of speculation in South Africa that Dane Patterson might be included in the South Africa party that toured England last year, and I asked Dane about it, and he just laughed and said, "That's not going to happen, Dave. If they're going to pick anybody before me, it'll be Kyle Abbott." And he went on to say how much he is impressed by Abbott. I think they know each other pretty well, but he sort of said, you know, however well I go, I'll always be behind Abbott in the pecking order. So this is pushed into the offside. I mean, he's another one that sort of turned his lot in with South Africa for county cricket, and Dane Patterson's done the same, and he's had a terrific couple of years with Notts.
And he's done well for you, hasn't he? Been a great. I think I saw him bowl for the first time against us last year, and you could just see. I thought, yeah, there's something about this guy. He's going to be a handful in the right. He's a handful anyway, but I think in the right conditions.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Skiddy bowler and reverses it. You know, they get a couple that'll go away, and the batter will shoulder arms, and the next one will come back and demolish the off stump as Lyndon James works this to mid wicket. No run. Another new Hampshire kit. I mentioned it earlier. Brilliant white, and close up, it looks very nice indeed. New sponsors logo. You had, like all counties, a number of different sponsors over the years. For many years, it was all about going to Barbados, wasn't it? The the sponsorship on the front of the.
Those were the days.
Hampshire, yeah. Got away though, didn't they? Hampshire, didn't they go to La Manga or somewhere?
Desert Springs. They were due to play Derbyshire. It got called off after a few
Where's that?
overs.
Is that in Spain?
In Spain, yeah.
Next one is edged, gone. Lyndon James has gone for the shoulder of the bat. Kyle Abbott gets the 4th wicket just before lunch, and Lyndon James squared up one that just got a little big on him and has edged through to the slip cordon where Liam Dawson has pouched. A very good catch, went quickly, it's at a nice height, and Lyndon James has gone for 5, and Notts lose their 4th wicket just before lunch. It's got a bit of bowling, but it just bounced a little more than many of the deliveries we've seen so far today. Lyndon James caught Dawson, bowled Abbott for 5, and that was a wicket made. Abbott's now through 8 overs, 1 for 24.
We've seen 1 or 2 bounce, haven't we, in the last 10 minutes or so? Mo Abbas got a couple to bounce on the pavilion end, all of a sudden to Joe Clark, and now we've just seen another one. I have to say, I thought prior to that things were just getting a little bit more benign, but it just goes to show, doesn't it? It might look like that for a little while, but there's always another ball somewhere along the line that'll just bounce a bit more. So you know, as a batter, you know, you might have a little period where the ball seems as though it's bouncing at a normal height, and you think, okay, well maybe I can expand my shot range for a little bit. But you always have to be a little careful, because every now and then that extra bounce will catch you out, and that's exactly what's happened there to young Lyndon James. That's why batting in England is always that little bit more precarious, because the wickets can be a little bit more unpredictable. The Nottinghamshire captain making his way out.
Yes, he'll always, I'm sure, have a little bit of fondness in his heart for the Ageas Bowl. Made his Nottinghamshire first-class debut here in 2010. A match where he was literally not expecting to play, came down. It was one in the days where they had a white ball game the day before, and Notts picked up a couple of injuries. So Stephen Mullaney, who just joined from Lancashire that winter, came down. He played in the white ball game, wasn't expecting to feature in the championship match, but as I say, there are a couple of injuries, one of them to Andre Adams, and Mullaney got his debut and got a century. Next ball at the start of a new over is worked away down to long leg by Joe Clark. Gets a single. Sorry, this is your over, isn't it?
That's all right.
89 for 4. If you carry on, I'll finish my my tweet on the wicket. I'm halfway through that.
Brings Mullaney on strike as the sunshine comes out just before the lunch break. 6 minutes according to the scoreboard. And Mullaney, another one of the Hampshire batters that enjoyed a good 2022, but Nottinghamshire batters, of course. 993 runs, 7 runs short of 1,000. That's a bit frustrating, isn't it? But averaged 52 as opposed to a career average of 34. I mean, again, another Nottinghamshire batter that significantly increased their average. Yeah, it's outside the off stump, left alone by Mullaney.
And he did actually declare a wicket went down in that last match of the season against Durham. Yeah. And he did actually declare he knew he needed 7 for 1,000, but obviously just couldn't do it. Just couldn't wander out to the middle trying to get anyway. Not set Durham something like 800 or something ridiculous to win, so he thought it was about the right time to declare. So he fell just short of the 1,000 in the season.
Selfless captain. Wide of the crease this time from Abbas, but again left alone outside the off stump. We're rapidly coming towards the end of the session, as I mentioned. I've missed a couple of messages. Apologies. Yeah. Patrick, sonatcricket@gmail.com says, hi Kev, Melissa and Dave. Enjoying the commentary and live stream from Wellington, your old stomping ground, Kev. That's right. Yeah, looking forward to the new season. That's right. It was my second home for a little while, Wellington.
Wellington, New Zealand.
Yeah, played first class cricket there. Basin Reserve, where England were in the winter. Yeah, it's my home ground.
Luke Fletcher had.
He played there, didn't he?
Yeah, in the old. Was it the Georgie Porgy Super Smash or something? Was it the Thunderbirds or the Firebirds?
Yeah, fire something or other there. Yeah. Abbas again wide of the crease. This time Mullaney is forced into a full defensive up to mid-off.
Rob Collins, thanks for getting in touch and drawing my attention to this. Dave, the most notable bowling figures anywhere in this morning's play at Headingley, where Yorkshire playing Leicestershire. Rian Ahmed, 1 over, no maidens, none for 22. The young England leg spinner, 1 over, no maidens, none for 22. Let's have a little look, see if it's nope, that's what it is. 1 over, no maidens, none for 22. Thanks very much, Rob, for drawing my attention to that one.
Abbas again is wide of the crease. Mullaney drives, it gets a thick outside edge, it's into the gap, it's safe, down towards third man, and that's going to go for another boundary. We've seen 3 or 4 of those like that this morning, I think, off memory, probably all off Abbas as well. 93 for 4, Mullaney off the mark.
I've seen Rian Ahmed against Notts in white ball cricket, and sort of expressed a little bit of a surprise at his inclusion in the Test side. I mean, having only played 2 first-class matches, and of course you get all the pile-on from the Leicestershire supporters, this and this. But if he's that good, why weren't Leicestershire playing him last year? But anyway, all turned out well. He had a pretty decent introduction to Test cricket, didn't he? And wish the young man well. Like him very much.
So the off stump has come back a little bit, but a good lead from Mullaney, and Ben Brown's taking that to his left.
He's actually got a younger brother who's in the Notts youth ranks that they're enthusing over. Okay. Still, obviously, very young, a young teenager, but the Ahmed production line is obviously only just beginning. 93 for 4. I think it'll be time for just one more. Yeah. 2.5 minutes or so towards the lunch break.
I'm sure the players will be very skilled at making sure it's the only over as well, Dave.
Joe Clark on strike, on 28. Gets behind his first delivery from Kyle Abbott, who's picked up 1 wicket, the other 3 to Mohamed Abbas. This morning, Ben Duckett opened the batting for Notts. That was a little bit of a surprise, and I have to admit to not noticing for the first 2 overs, just naturally assumed it was Hamid and Slater out there. Hamid actually took most of the strike in the first 2 overs. It was only, I think, around about over 3 when just suddenly realised number 17 was facing a ball. He was out there. Next one forced a point by Clark, no run. Duckett made 24, Hamid 16. They very quickly went from 42 for none, 42 for 1, 45 for 2. Ben Slater made 11, coming in at number 3, all 3 falling to Mohammed Abbas. Hamid nicked behind, the other 2 edge to James Vince at first slip, and Lyndon James was the other one dismissed. He made 5, he edged to second slip. Liam Dawson off the bowling of Kyle Abbott. Clark on strike, Abbott bowls. This one's eased up to mid-off. There's no run, and could also have been a catch for third slip. Ian Holland's second ball of the day, spilling a Seba Mead. It looked costly for the first 45 minutes or so, and then things have turned round over the last hour, very much from 42 for none to 93 for 4.
This has been pretty much how Hampshire played last season, really. Just the 3 main bowlers, just keeping it tight, and even when partnerships were starting, they never really got away from Hampshire.
Abbott again to Clark, drives crisply, and the bowler preserves his figures. That probably would have been, unless it had clattered into the stumps, would have gone all the way down to this end for a straight driven for 4. But nicely stopped by Kyle Abbott. Just do one more ball with you, Kevin, then just have to sign off the session with an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Clark has 28, 3 balls left in the session. This is the 28th over. Tall right arm South African bowler into Joe Clark. Steers this into the covers. And there's no run. The clock says 1300 on the scoreboard, so I think we can safely say it is going to be lunch. I'll leave you with Kev for the last couple of deliveries of the session.
I'll try and get through another message actually, because I've missed 1 or 2. Apologies. Michael Dodd, soncricket@gmail.com. It says, good afternoon, commentary team. Glad to hear you all back on the radio as the soundtrack to my working day. And good to hear Hampshire finally picking up some wickets. That was the first 45 minutes where they were wicketless. That's driven slightly aerial up to mid-on, fielded by Barker, and there is no run. That should be lunch, with the scoreboard clock showing that 1 minute past 1, and indeed it is. 93 for 4, a maiden over for Kyle Abbott, 1 for 24 from 9. Abbas this morning, the chief wicket taker, with 3 for 27. And the 2 not out batters are Joe Clark on 28, Stephen Mullaney on 4. And we will be back with you at 20 to 2 for the start of the afternoon session. And a very warm welcome to the Ageas Bowl for what will be, very shortly, the afternoon session on day one of this opening county championship match of the season between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. To bring you up to date very quickly, at the break, Nottinghamshire batting first after winning the toss even. 93 for 4. Joe Clark is 28 not out. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, is 4 not out. 3 wickets from Mo Abbas this morning, 3 for 27. The other one falling to Kyle Abbott, your commentary team this afternoon. A little later you'll hear from former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator Melissa Story, but to take you through this next period of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Nottingham, he's still our very best friend, even after a morning's worth of cricket, Dave Brace-Girdle.
Thank you, Kevin. We are moments away from the resumption. Bowling will be from the far end, the Bransgrove Pavilion end. Crikey, we've had a workout during the luncheon interval. We have to go round the far side into the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand for a little bit of lunch, which was very nice indeed. Nice to catch up with one or two members of the media. Nice to speak to any number of spectators on our journey there and back. But we're here just in time for Mohamed Abbas to get us going at the start of the afternoon session. Stephen Mullaney's on strike, the not skipper is on 4, and we're underway with a ball that Mullaney works to leg, and there's no run. The nice lady on the telly this morning said around about 2 o'clock should be showers crossing this part of the world. Well, let's hope she was wrong. It's perfectly good light, playable, plenty of blue sky. You wouldn't imagine that showers are just around the corner, so let's hope they've missed this part of the world and we get a full afternoon in. It was a very enjoyable morning, which saw Notts go from 42 without loss to 93 for 4, with Abbas who's bowling now with 3 of the wickets, and ball there with good carry through to Ben Brown. Mullaney leaves it alone. All the wickets went down to edges, a catch for wicket-keeper Brown, a couple for James Vince at first slip and one for Liam Dawson at second slip. There was an opportunity for Ian Holland to take the first catch of the day at third slip, but he spilt Asiba Mead, just the second ball of the morning. Mullaney has 4. Abbas is in, bowls to him, strikes him on the pad and given. 4th wicket for Abbas, and Mullaney's out in the first over of the afternoon, given out LBW by umpire Lloyd. Tentative prod forward, didn't get too far down the track, and up went the finger straight away, and that's the worst possible start of the afternoon for Nottinghamshire, and conversely just what Hampshire were looking for, with Stephen Mullaney giving out LBW for 4 and Mo Abbas striking with the 3rd ball of the session. Notts 93 for 5.
Yeah, just a little nip backer, wasn't it, really? As you say, Dave, didn't really get very far forward. It didn't bounce very much either, which also is a bit of a worry when you get a nip backer as a batter. I think what you always want the ball to bounce a little bit. Might just get you out of trouble, but that didn't. That was certainly not going over the top. And Mo Abbas has been the star of the show for Hampshire's bowlers this morning. 4 of the 5 wickets to fall, so picking up from his 50 wickets from last season. Is that another one you've missed, Mel? Mel's missed most of the wickets actually this morning. Perhaps you should disappear.
Perhaps we should keep her here.
Yeah, Dave wants you here. I'm thinking perhaps you should go. But yeah, it's turned around, Dave, hasn't it? Because at 42 without loss, Ben Duckett going well.
Yeah.
Hamid looked okay after that, surviving that second ball of the morning, and you thought, okay,
yeah,
get through this new ball, and then it's.
They were scoring quickly. They were running quickly. They weren't in any grave danger or so, it seemed. Keith Barker bowled 1 or 2 that he overpitched that were put away for 4, and As you say now, suddenly we're into the lower half of the order. In comes number 7, Tom Moores, the first of back-to-back lefties, because Liam Patterson-White will follow him. And then the 3 quicks, Ollie Stone, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. So Nottinghamshire a long way away from the batting bonus points, 93 for 5. Here is Ageas into Tom Moores. That's a really good line, isn't it? He's just switched there effortlessly from right-hander to left-hander and sends a delivery which Tom Moores is grateful to leave alone. Tom Moores, another one who he feels should probably have a better batting average than he actually has. 23.3, couple of centuries. Last year he appeared to be on course for another one at Leicester. He was on 81, had to retire hurt, got a nasty one which deflected off the bat handle up into his throat. Oof. He pushes this into the offside and there's no run. It was
who at Leicester gets the ball up that high?
I can't remember who it was that was bowling, but as he lunged forward, it just popped a little bit, and as I say, it struck the bat handle and got him right under the chin, right in the old windpipe there, and he had to go off, but thankfully he was okay. It's 26 now. Tom Moores, obviously son of the Notts head coach. This is his 65th first-class match. Made his Notts debut back in 2016. Ageas comes round the wicket and Tom Moores guides it through the offside, and there's enough on that. That'll go away for 4. Nice looking shot from the Notts wicket keeper, and that will conclude the opening over. 4 runs from that first over of the afternoon, but crucially, and a really important wicket, Stephen Mullaney out, given LBW for 4 runs. And Notts are now 97 for 5.
That's 4 for 31. Kyle Abbott will bowl the second over after lunch. It was noticeable, Dave, as well. You're right. I feel like I've done a half marathon going over to lunch and coming back again. It is worth it. The food is lovely, but it was noticeably colder, wasn't it, at ground level?
Yeah.
Even though it's
blustery,
cold up in the gantry, it was noticeably nippier.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
Around. So, yeah, not easy to watch over a long period. When you look around the ground at the moment and you see people there in huge coats. Here's Abbott, runs away from us, forward is Clark. Bat and pad close together, it plays that out towards extra cover. You can understand why people are in winter attire, even though the sun has just made its way out again. But
any number of messages have come in, Kev, through the luncheon break. I'm not sure if you've read this one. Brian Barish sent to us all. Hello, Dave and Melissa and Kev from sunny Philadelphia. Excited to have county cricket back to get me through the next few days. Here's to a great season for you all.
Here's Abbott, bowls. Clark works that up to mid-on.
Thank you, Brian.
USA have just played, haven't they, in the World Cup qualifiers? I think they failed to qualify, if I remember rightly. I spoke to Ian Holland very briefly a couple of days ago, and they were playing Jersey at the time. I don't think they've made it.
Craig saying, can I have one of those Luke Fletcher books? We'll get that sorted out for you, Craig. Got a number of Luke Fletcher's autobiographies down here. I'll get him to sign them. Anybody who wants to buy one.
2 slips on the gully weight as Abbott comes in again to Clark. Forward, prods that out into the covers.
Just wading through all the various bits and pieces. Max says, I think we can just about sneak to 250 here. 2 experienced heads at the crease. This was obviously during lunch. Stephen Mullaney's now gone. If they can both get 50s, that would get us to 200. Says Max. Well, Mullaney's gone.
It might yet be a decent total as Abbott comes in and bowls, and Clark again is forward to a length ball, pushes that up to mid-off this time. Morgan, the fielder.
Helen Adams has been in touch, one of our regulars. Lovely to hear from you, Helen. Winter now over, the live stream is on. The sun was out in Newark for a few minutes, Dave. Zach has finally got his wish. We've got a Highland Bull calf that we've called Fletcher to celebrate Luke's testimonial year. So that's very nice indeed. Farmers from Newark got a Highland Bull calf and they're calling it Fletcher.
Is that Newark summer over then?
Sun always shines on the righteous.
Clark gets an inside edge. The ball squirts out square on the leg side into a gap. Picks up a single. Moves on to 29. 98 for 5.
Watching the live stream, says Cam, must definitively be the best way that anyone has spent their Thursday morning. Enjoy the season, Cam. Pat says looks like it's one of those tossers to lose. I bet Hampshire would have batted first too. We'll never know, I guess, Pat. Unless Kevin asks. 98 for 5.
I've just been put right on the USA's situation. Brian Barish, thank you very much, at Solent Sports says, I'll come to that after this delivery as Abbott switches to round the wicket. And probably Moores has played inside the line there as the ball goes through to Ben Brown. End of the over, 98 for 5. Brian says, I can confirm that the USA did qualify for the World Cup qualifiers thanks to a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Thanks for happy to be put right there. Nick at Solent Sports says, just been raining down here in Bournemouth. Ooh. A 10-minute shower. So hopefully it stays away. I'm just looking to my right. That's where Bournemouth is in the distance over the New Forest and what have you. It does look as though there's a lot more cloud down that way. So we do know showers are coming. Sounds like it's just a matter of when.
Oh, that's a definite from Mr.
Well,
James.
I thought the weather forecast I saw this morning suggested.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah.
The nice lady on the telly. 2 overs of the afternoon have come and gone, so we're through 30 overs. 98 for 5 knots. Here's Abbas from the pavilion end. Joe Clark advances towards him and then clips it through mid-wicket to take knots up to and beyond 3 figures. And that was textbook Joe Clark, wasn't it? Just get forward and work it away through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot.
Certainly was.
Not yet gone on the scoreboard, but when it does, it'll move Clark from 29 to 33. The scoreboard frozen. There we go. It's not yet. Still not yet. Moved him on. It will in a second. It will. They just. There we go. The Notts 100 has come up. Start of the 31st over. 133 minutes. Abbas, who's just had his figures irreparably damaged by that shot from Clark. Bowls a ball of a goodish line and length, which Clark is happy to defend. It's gone on now, Clark. 33 from 51 deliveries. Tom Moore's 4 from 4. Notts 102 for 5.
He's played well, Clark, hasn't he? Really, he's been very. He's been very disciplined, actually.
Yep, very watchful. Where's number 33? Got number 33 on the scoreboard. Liam Patterson-White is due in next at 8. And then the 3 bowlers. Abbas bowls. Clark is going to get a boundary here. Almost the kiss of death from Kevin James there, because it was edgy. He did flinch at it a little bit, but it went straight to ground and found its way past the slip cordon and away for a welcome boundary. 106 for 5, and Clark on to 37. Comfortably the top scorer in the innings. Duckett made 24, Hamid 16, Slater 11, James 5 and Mullaney 4. As they've got out, Kev, the scores have got fewer and fewer. 24, 16, 11, 5, 4. Well, that's going to be broken by the next wicket whenever it goes down, because Clark has 37 and Tom Moores already has 4. Do need the tail to wag Notts here, I think, when we get to the tail, as Clark pushes this back to the bowler. Unless, of course, this pair put 250 on.
I think the scores have reflected that it just seems to have got a little harder. Maybe Hampshire have tightened up a fraction more. I know Barker's initial spell this morning, 4 overs, none for 25, opening up from the pavilion end. There was a couple of lovely straight drives from Ben Duckett, wasn't there, which put him under pressure a little bit. But I think ever since then, scoring and batting has looked a little harder.
Yes, Duckett does look to get on with it, score from every ball. Joe Clark, much the same. Although he gets nothing from this one as he plays it up to mid-on. We still just had the 3 bowlers, this pair, Abbott and Keith Barker. James Fuller, who saw in the week had just signed a new contract, hasn't he? He's in the side, and Ian Holland, Liam Dawson to provide a bit of spin. I think last time Notts played here, Felix Organ had a lengthy bowl as well.
Into Barker's rough.
106 for 5. Abbas bowls. This has worked to mid-on. Abbas, Pakistan international, of course. Notts have announced this week that they're going to have a Pakistan international available for the T20 Blast. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Very much looking forward to seeing him in the green and gold.
He's great value. He played some T20s here during COVID year. Awesome. Got 4 in 4 actually. The last game against Middlesex.
Oh yes, of course he played here, didn't he? Before
awesome
Middlesex.
And he was really unlucky as well. Actually, I mean, he's a top bowler, that bloke. Top bowler.
Decent pickup for Notts for the T20.
He's going to be a goodie for you.
Got the New Zealander as well, Colin Munro.
He played here a bit, T20s as well. Here's Abbott round the wickets, left alone outside the off stump by Moores. Bit of good carry through. So yeah, you've picked up a couple of good ones there. I know you've had Christian, who's been superb, but certainly in Afridi, I think you've done particularly well there. Colin Price, who's emailed southerncricket@gmail.com, he says, good to see cricket back. Coming down tomorrow for the next 3 days and staying here at the hotel. Fancy that beer tomorrow evening, he says. Well, if you're buying, I suppose I could consider it. Abbott again, just the 1 wicket to his name. He's in his 11th over. Comes in again. 2 slips and a galley wait. And Moores again is probably playing just about inside the line, although it's very dangerously close to the outside edge. Mike Vokes, southerncricket@gmail.com, says, great to be able to listen and view again. Hope to be at the ground tomorrow as well. It sounds like there's an awful lot of people coming tomorrow. There are some tiny blobs on the radar along the coast. Nothing more than about 5 minutes worth of rain, I would suggest. Mike's in Chandler's Ford, just outside Southampton.
Of course, you'll be bringing in the hot cross buns and the chocolate Easter eggs tomorrow, will you, Kev, for the team?
Will I? Is that an ask, or is that a big hint? Here comes Abbott. Will there be any left by tomorrow? Let's push that. Normally in the shops there's hardly any by now. I should have picked some up last week or the week before. When
we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Are we? We're still finishing off your sweets.
Well, the big reveal with my bag of sweets is that I'm told literally to get rid of them. They were bought for all the kids that come knocking and doing at Halloween, and we've ended up with, well, all sorts of things there. I mean, all sorts of chews and love hearts and Parma violets and all the stuff. All the sweets are available. Help yourself.
This time it's pushed up to mid-on by Moores. Morgan does the fielding.
I think we've actually still got some Danish pastries left from this morning. We actually charmed the food and beverages manager into bringing us a plate full of Danish pastries with the morning coffee, and I don't think either of us have got stuck into them, have they?
Well, I might have had one.
Oh. But then again, come the tea interval, we're usually ready for a bit of cake, aren't we? So that'll do nicely.
106 for 5 here as Abbott comes in again, past the left-handed Moores. Moores gets one that bounces, just takes the bottom hand off the bat as he works it down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 5, and it's 107 for 5.
Stuart Broad was out there again during the luncheon interval. If you were with us this morning, you'll have heard us saying that was on the ground and was bowling pre-match this morning. Now, whether that's with a view to playing next week or indeed the week after, I'm not sure, but it's a nice. I think it was actually a nice surprise for a lot of the Notts team to welcoming. They were having breakfast when he walked in this morning. Said hello to him.
Forward is Clark. Pushes that up towards extra cover. End of the over, 107 for 5. Useful
to have somebody like that to call upon before the international season gets in full swing. unless I suppose you're one of the seamers that might just have to stand down, but not. Generally, they've gone with this top 8 over the last 2 or 3 years, and then rotated the seamers amongst themselves. Brett Hutt and Jake Ball, Stuart Broad, I'm sure will all feature, and the 3 that are playing in this game will each in turn take a match out.
So Jake Ball was in the 14, wasn't he? So
yes, yeah, he's another one that's back fit and well and raring to go. Played one first-class match last year and one the year before, another one dogged by injuries, so he'll be hoping to play a full summer. There's Abbas as we close in on 2 o'clock down the leg side, tickled away by Moores down to long leg. Single taken, that'll take nuts up to 107 for 5, and I'll be back with you a little later on.
Thank you very much, Dave. Tim Rogers on the tweets at Solent Sports says, Happy New Season, just back from a couple of weeks in India, where my son played in an international tournament, and it even rained there almost every day. Hope we get some decent weather soon, says Tim. Not a bad place to go and watch a bit, watch your family member playing a bit of cricket out there. 108 for 5, Melissa Story is back in alongside me here. On the Canberra gantry at the Ageas Bowl as Mo Abbas comes in and bowls to Clark. Clark forward, plays that up to mid-off. And again, there's no run. Welcome back, Melissa.
Thank you. Had a bit of trouble there getting my headset on over my hat, which I was told at the lunch break from over on the other side of the ground where the written press sit. They asked, who's the small bold man up there on the balcony with you?
Yeah.
That's me. I'm wearing a beige hat. I'm the small bold man.
I know. I thought that was particularly hurtful, actually.
I know, it's hit my ego quite.
Yeah. That's not the sort of thing you want to hear from people you haven't seen for 6 months.
Won't be seeing him for another 6 at this rate.
Here comes Abbas. Down the wicket comes Clark and whips that away on the leg side. And that is going to be 4 runs. Real intent there from Clark. Haven't seen too much of that. It hasn't really been the situation to do that, but coming down the wicket to Abbas. Moves on to 41 now, Clark. 112 for 5. I have to say, when I was sitting there and I heard that comment, I wasn't sure how you were going to react.
I mean, in hindsight, it probably was a mistake to wear a hat the same colour as my skin tone. Because I do think, like, I probably do look like a little bald man on the balcony.
What, from a distance or close up?
Watch yourself. Might be seeing a few people.
No, what I was going to say was, obviously from a long way away, that's different. Whereas, obviously, there's no doubt close up. That's pushed away square on the leg side. No run there.
Maybe we're all small, bold men at heart. You know.
I might very well be in a couple of years. I must admit, I thought by now I would be, but kind of lucky. But
yeah, you've got a good set of hair.
I'm lucky at the moment.
It is the passage for certain cricketers to go get hair transplants. I saw it's quite a popular thing with cricketers from the early noughties.
Graham Gooch, I think, used to advertise it, didn't they?
Get a toupee.
Warne, yeah. Shane Warne, late Shane Warne did, didn't he? I think Slater, not Slater, it's pushed back by Clark up to mid-off and there's no run. Not Ben Slater here, the other guy. Aussie. Michael Slater, was he another one that advertised it? I think he did.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah.
There we go. So even once the commentary career's over and the hair's all gone, you can still pick up a little bit of pocket money by advertising hair transplants.
You might be the first woman to advertise it. No, I thought that was particularly harsh. But then the other side of the ground here is an awful long way away, and everybody looks like a dot on the Canberra gantry, don't they? In fact, when we look back now towards the pavilion, people just look like dots. Now, Abbas has a deep square leg. Is he going to be bouncing Clark, or does he think that Clark's just looking to be a bit more aggressive? He's wrapped on the pad as that nips back on him, bounces a bit though. End of the over. Abbas has 4 for 44 now from 13 overs, 112 for 5.
I must say, it's not a common tactic you see from Mohamed Abbas, having 2 fielders out deep on the leg side, and did just be a bit of a bluff there in the end. But interestingly enough, we're seeing Hampshire pursue the same bowling tactic they've pursued for a good few years now with their core set of bowlers. We've only seen the 3 this morning with Barker, Abbas and Abbott, and I did a bit of snooping into Hampshire's reliance on these 3, or to meet the stats more, it was their top 4 bowlers. So on some games that might be Liam Dawson, other games might be Brad Wheel. But Hampshire have, or used, the smallest number of bowlers in the county championship last year, only 10 bowlers across the whole competition. As in comes Abbott, and that's outside the off stump, full, and has a reach for it, does Moores, misses, and through to the keeper. And that includes, those 10 bowlers includes 1 over from Nick Gubbins and 23 overs from Mason Crane in just the 1 game he played. And that's the lowest out of any of the Div 1 teams, including Notts and Middlesex, who are the 2 teams to move up to Div 1 this year. So you need to remember, relying on a very small pool of bowlers. I'm going to try and disperse this between the deliveries. I feel like a pro. Here comes Abbott again, running away from us. Bowls straighter, still a good full length, and defended back to him by Moores. And Hampshire have the best strike rate in terms of their bowlers. This allows them to bowl teams out quickly and force wins. And to put them into context, that means that Hampshire, on average, would bowl out a team in 490 balls. Compare that to Surrey, it takes them 610 balls to bowl out a team. So Hampshire are really, really attacking with their lineup. They have a fantastic strike rate. So on average, they bowl a team out in 81 overs. 81.4, let's be exact.
Okay.
Abbott in again, around the wicket to Moores, who's in defence, solid, back to the bowler. But this obviously shows that Hampshire is very reliant on their top 4 bowlers, who they bowl most of the overs. They're actually only one of 2 teams where their 4 bowlers bowled more than 70% of all of the overs last season. The only other team is Essex, where they have the likes of Cook and Harmer took up quite a few of the overs there. So over 70% of Hampshire's overs are bowled by just their 4 core bowlers.
Wow.
We'll keep going, there's more to come. In comes Abbott again, and defending this behind square this time is Moores. He took a few steps down the pitch just to counter any swing Abbott may have. So Hampshire had 3 bowlers with more than 50 wickets. Those were Barker, Abbas and Abbott. Essex had 2, which was Cook and Harmer. Lancashire had the 1, which was Bailey, and Warwickshire, Hannon Dolby also had 1. The other teams had no bowler with more than 50 wickets at all, and Hampshire had 3. Really goes to show how much Hampshire was relying on their bowling attack last year and their ability to bowl out teams, even on the flattest pitches like the ones at Canterbury. In comes Abbott again, full defending as Moores into the covers. So if they stay fit, in theory, Hampshire have such a formidable bowling lineup, but that is the question. If they stay fit, they stayed fit last year, but they're 1 year older since last year. No offence to those 3, incredibly good athletes, but obviously it may just be weighing on the mind of Hampshire early on in the season, and maybe why in this game they've gone, okay, we need Ian Holland in the team and James Fuller, 2 seam options. However, we're 36 overs in and we still haven't seen a 4th bowler yet. As Abbott around the wicket, bowls full, driven into the gap for 4 by Moores. He was waiting for that one, bit over pitched from Abbott, and finishes the over with a boundary. That's 34 overs gone. Nottinghamshire 112 for 5. So the big issue here is, even though they have their options today, Hampshire is still just going for those 3 main bowlers. At one point they may decide to bring Liam Dawson in. Was it justified to have Holland and Fuller? We will see, but a lot of Hampshire's issues last year came from their batting lineup, and the decision to leave out potentially an Aneirin Donald or a Tom Prest may just come back to bite Hampshire here, as their bowling is historically very strong and their batting just a bit on the weaker side.
Yeah, that's a really good argument. And what's interesting, you mentioned earlier about the number of balls it takes Hampshire to bowl a side out, the number of balls Surrey. I suppose, you know, when you really dig a little deeper, obviously they're playing half their games at the Oval, so there's a little bit of reason for that and that sort of thing. So, but yeah, really interesting stuff. James Fuller, just talked about the 3 bowlers. We're going to have a bit of James Fuller. Now, quite interesting, signed a new 2-year deal a couple of days ago, or it was announced that he'd signed a new 2-year deal, and that was fully justified, because all round Fuller was kind of the icing on the cake really to a decent season for Hampshire. And can he do the same again? Who traditionally a guy that's been fairly inconsistent. It starts off with a fairly straight delivery, which Clark works down the leg side, down to fine leg, 117 for 5.
And we were saying earlier how Kyle Abbott's taken a bit of time off over the winter. He had a minor surgery and he's been travelling a bit. I think I've seen James Fuller play in every single T20 league which has been going on. I'm not sure he's stopped since last September. He maybe had 2 weeks off, picked up a few awards at the awards night, then went off to South Africa to play in the new SA20 league over there under the coaching of A.D. Birrell.
Yeah, and apparently he was a little bit more inconsistent apparently during the winter, as I hear. Forward is Moores, plays that back to Fuller. So maybe it's Graham Welsh, the Hampshire's bowling coach, that he needs with him by his side. A bit like, you know, travelling tennis player, you need your coach with you all the time. Maybe he needs Graham Welsh. Perhaps when you buy in James Fuller to a tournament, you also buy the coach.
I'd like that.
Yeah, so you're buying 2 people. And just have James...
Buy one, get one free.
Yeah, just have Graham Welsh by his side the whole time. From the pavilion end, that's a good delivery. Well, forward is Moores, plays that neatly up towards mid-off.
I like to imagine that he's always stood within the eyesight of James Fuller, just out the corner of his eye, giving him a little clap. Yeah. And you know, like when you're training a puppy and you always have to just move away a couple steps and put down the treat and see if they follow. It's just been a slow process. Bring him along on, I was about to say bring him on along on a leash, but I don't think
no.
That's a good idea.
You never know. I'm just wondering if they have little signals between them that trigger sort of movements. Here's Fullish again, and Moores pushes that up towards mid-off. I'm just wondering if maybe at the end of the over he looks up at Graham Welsh, and Graham Welsh probably just sort of just touches his right ear, which means
and James Fuller rolls over.
Yeah, which means just bowl it a little bit further up, or if he touches his left ear, it's sticking the odd bouncer, you know, one and over. I just wonder if they have little trigger signals.
How difficult it is to see people on the other side of the ground. So do you think you'd be able to distinguish? Because it'd have to be a subtle enough movement that the other team didn't pick up on it, but also a big enough movement that James Fuller sees it.
But he is halfway there already. That's whipped away on the leg side, not timed by Moores. That's not going to quite reach the rope. They'll pick up 2. That's a good piece of fielding. Away to our right there. 2 runs it is, because it could so easily have been 4. I think that's Gubbins out there, isn't it? Yes, it is. And gets a warm round of applause from the crowd on that side of the field. 120 for 5.
It's a really good crowd in today as well. Had a couple laps round at the lunch break and bumped into a few people I knew, which was nice. Plenty of Hampshire members out and about. No ice cream spotted yet. But
no,
I'm sure me and Alex will get on.
No, you'll have spotted it. Always being outside the off stump. That's a serious delivery there from Fuller. It's pitched, it's left Clark. It's not too many got past the outside edge of Clark in the second part of his innings, but Fuller did so. That's why he's in the side. It just adds a little bit of pace. Now, interesting, we were talking about hair loss earlier. 125. Not that Melissa has any hair loss, but just generally. And Phil Webber said, so those that have advertised replacement hair or transplants, Warren we mentioned, Ganguly, I didn't realise that, Jack Callis, Guten Gambier, Gooch we mentioned, Vaughan, Goff, Darren Goff, has he been involved in that as well? Greg Matthews, the off-spinner, New South Wales off-spinner, was he? They've all advertised, I didn't realise. 1 or 2 in there, the new names to me.
Keith Barker back into the attack from our commentary position end, and talking about James Fuller after that first over and his consistency in this format. If you look at how he's performed in different phases of the game, he actually has a much higher average in the first 60 overs of the game, but then his average goes down into the 20s as Barker is in full and pushed into the onside. James Fuller's average goes down into the 20s from overs 60 onwards. So he is actually operating and picking up a lot more wickets with that much older ball, and you just wonder whether he's a bowler who hits the pitch hard. He doesn't necessarily rely on swing as much. Whether at this stage of Hampshire are going to introduce a 4th bowler, whether it's worth giving it to Ian Holland, who may just get a bit more sideways movement from the ball, and then bringing in Fuller at a later stage as Barker gets a bit high on Moores there as he looks to cut the ball and in the end has to just play it down to 3rd slip.
Well, of course, traditionally, that's the hardest time to bowl, isn't it? When you don't expect to see too many wickets. So having somebody like a Fuller in your side for those later overs before a new ball is due, that's mighty handy. That's why he plays. And
he's always going to be a bit more expensive than the other bowlers. He goes at around well, at some points of the game around 4 runs and over. Compare that to Mohamed Abbas, who almost consistently goes at 2 runs per over, whatever stage of the game it is, as Barker beats the edge of Moore's bat, who just withdraws the bat in closer to his body and has a wander down the pitch, just tapping a few of the areas where Barker's just generating that little bit of bounce. Score 120 for 5. Joe Clark 42 not out off 63 deliveries at the non-strikers end. Moore's on strike 13 off 23. Nottinghamshire need a big partnership here between these two. As Barker in, and that's a nasty delivery. Hits the glove, the arm. You can see Moore's there just shaking his arm, and actually I think that's hit the top of the bat, but in a way almost that sends shivers up your arm. He did really well to play that ball, which again burst off the surface, dropped his hands on the ball and prevented it from taking an edge off the top of the bat. But it certainly gave him a bit of discomfort. Just takes the time to compose himself, and he's ready for the next delivery from Barker. Over the wicket and straighter, worked around the corner, but the fielder gets round to square leg and fields, and it's a dot ball.
Just got an email here under the heading of Melissa's bowling stat. Ralph Brooker, who's in France, sonandcricket@gmail.com, says, new season at last. I felt last season was Hampshire's best chance of winning the championship, and that this season would be a struggle, i.e. ageing bowlers batting fragility. Hope I'm wrong, but just to be glad to be following first class domestic cricket. I think a lot of people feel that that was Hampshire's best opportunity.
Barker in, a bit slower, and that was a drop at point. Moore's there, saw the ball was a bit fuller. It almost looked a bit slower from Barker there. I'm not sure whether it was an attempted slower ball. Moore's whipped the ball into point. There was a fantastic bit of fielding there from the fielder, who went flying. But then there was a few groans, there was a few claps, and we haven't quite got the replay.
I think it was Fuller out there. I think it was Fuller.
And it had a proper MS Dhoni-esque flick to the end of the shot there. I thought Moore's definitely thought he'd got a bit more height on that shot, maybe thought he'd just flailed the ball away over the head of point, but in the end that may have been another costly opportunity. It went like a bullet though.
Certainly did. Great effort. I think we would have seen the catch of the season right there. I think all entries would have been closed for the rest of the season had that been taken. 121 for 5. Fuller switches to round the wicket to the left-handed Moores. From the pavilion end, comes in. Moores leaves that one alone. It's a no ball, which will add to the Nottinghamshire total.
Just the 2 slips in place now for Fuller. As usual, we'll see them slowly decline over the course of the day, and there's a few more patches of blue sky where the sun's managed to break through, which may just make things a bit easier for the Nottinghamshire batters.
Yeah, there was a mention earlier, it's a bit windy, there was a mention earlier of the rain, a little bit of rain at Bournemouth. We were looking to our right earlier as Morse pushes forward, goes out into the covers. When I look over there now, it doesn't look quite so dark, so maybe we might have missed some.
Well, I've been told that there might be a shower around 4 o'clock.
Ah.
So, trust my sources.
Yeah.
I won't tell you my sources, but you should trust them.
One of the BBC weather people. Is that one of your sources?
Potentially.
Yeah. Right.
Only yes/no answers, and potentially, apparently.
Oh, Moores leaves that one alone. That was dangerously close to the off stump. We heard 1 or 2 oohs and ahs behind the stumps. Both Dawson and Vince had their hands on their head as that ball made its way through to Ben Brown. That did look quite close.
Moore's had a bit of a tussle with injuries over the last year, but if you look back to the 2021 County Championship, he was the best wicketkeeper by a far in terms of dismissals, sat at the top of the table. And in terms of his batting, probably below what he would have hoped for.
Oh, gets one that nips back on him. That's a painful blow just above the pad, maybe just a missed of 5 pad.
I mean, he is more of a specialist keeper, you will say, and of course he's played some fantastic innings across the years, but around a career average of around 23, he'd be hoping just to keep that on the up.
Can I say your use of stats in this game already is just... Are you going to keep this all up all season? Because I think it's just been awesome, I have to say. And it's been it's quite interesting stuff as that's pushed out on the offside. And there is no run. I mean, the analogy about the bowlers, I think is very, very telling. You mentioned earlier.
And I mean, it's interesting as well to see the various places Moores has actually batted across his career. He's had a few innings at number 3, a few more around that 6, 7, 8 slots, and his best success so far at 7, but still that average in the 20s.
Comes Fuller outside the off stump, bit of bounce, but it's quite wide, so Moores leaves alone.
And although there's almost quite a big debate, I guess, about wicket keepers in the modern game, where the England team have so many selections issues at the moment. Of the main one, how do you fit Johnny Bairstow back in this England Test squad? And a lot of people are saying to drop Folkes, who's a dedicated keeper, and I personally am not keen with that suggestion. I think it's so important, especially in the longer format, to have, even if it is someone like Moores who is exceptional with the gloves, but maybe averages a bit less than you'd hope, that's absolutely fine.
Oh, that's nipped back as well, and he's not sure whether to play at that, leave it. Fuller is just starting to look as though he might make something happen. If you watch on the live picture feed, replay's coming up. Now it's just, I think Moores is sort of playing at that without really knowing where the ball is. But a good over, 2 good overs there from James Fuller.
And of course there's the argument in T20s to maybe have a less regular wicket keeper in your team, but on average there's some amazing stat where it says something like in a T20 the wicket keeper will only receive about 7 or 8 balls across the whole game on average, because a lot more batters are just obviously going after the ball. But in this kind of format and test matches in the county championship, one drop or mistake by the keeper can change the course of the game. And you'd say for someone like Moores, he can change the game with the gloves, let alone with the bat. So if he's chipping in just down the order, helping to support Clark here, then you'd say he's done his job, because Clark's looking like the real danger man for Nottinghamshire. He's gone through phases of just getting a couple. He started off well with a few boundaries through the covers, just got quieter again, and things are just starting to pick up, and so does the wind around us as our commentary box becomes a wind tunnel. You can see, well, I'm expecting to see a few hats flying, although I think there's only 2 floppy hats on the field, and those are the umpires. They might have chin straps to keep them up. But it's sunny and windy as Barker continues, this time around the wicket and defended by Clark to mid-off for no run.
Interesting, Ben Brown's come up to the stumps.
Is that a sign already, do you think, a bit of pace going from this surface? Or
I'm just wondering if against a Bass, Clark ventured down the wicket a couple of times, maybe thinking about doing the same to Barker. That will obviously, of course, stop that. Maybe they're just trying to give Joe Clark something else to think about.
Barker in, bowls a back of the length ball down the leg side, and Ben Brown gets a bit of glove on it. The ball trickles down into the inner ring, and they pick up a single. And Brown shakes his hands and retreats back to his normal position. So it's clearly just a tactic here being employed by Joe Clark. For Joe Clark even, not by Joe Clark.
Oh, you can hear the wind around now, can't you? Did Dave say there might be the odd spot of rain? Was that what you were doing a little earlier? Suggesting there was a bit of rain, or were you doing something else? Yeah. That
last one down the leg side, and a diving take from Brown, who would not have been able to get to that ball if he was still stood up. That's another dot ball. Nottinghamshire 124 for 5. Are you getting chilly again?
I am, yeah. Yeah, it's. I knew I should have bought the thermal.
Rookie error. How long have you been doing this and commentating in April and you didn't bring the thermal?
I know, it's quite embarrassing.
We're not even in the evening session yet.
I know.
I'm still on coat number 1. I've got the backup coat to go. In comes Barker again, and a wild slash at that one from Moores through to Brown. And again, trying to replicate that shot before where we saw that potential drop catch at point. Very Indian Premier League flail. It's clearly a shot he he's comfortable playing. He hasn't quite made the contact he's wanted so far, but by almost swinging the bat around you after playing the shot like a lightsaber, you just build up that momentum, get a bit more speed on the ball, and it's quite a short boundary there from Moore's left-hander towards the point boundary, so it's sure to race away if he does make contact, but he leaves that one alone. Doesn't fancy Keith Barker on that occasion.
So what have they added? 31 runs for 1 wicket since lunch. We've had about 45 minutes or so. Stephen Mullaney out in the first over after lunch. LBW to Abbas for 4. Hasn't been a lot to hit though, has there? You can understand why Moores is waiting for that bit of wit.
Especially as there's been a bit more bounce off the surface from Barker. That one just dropped into the covers by Moores for no run and completes the over. 38 overs gone, 124 for 5. Nottinghamshire, another maiden over by the Hampshire bowlers, and Barker, who had quite an expensive first spell, has come back. Still going at perhaps a few more runs than he would have hoped. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 40 runs, but he's just making the ball talk a little bit off this surface. We can already see some brown patches on the pitch, which may just be where it's a bit more damp, where there's some footmarks already coming up.
Not as many brown patches as there are at Taunton. If you look at Anthony Gibson's Twitter feed, the BBC commentator there.
Bring me great joy.
The outfield looks barren as Fuller comes in. Clark plays that length ball out into the covers. Yeah, it looks horrendous. For an early season outfield, it looked horrendous. Mike Martin is emailed, silentcricket@gmail.com. This will probably be of more interest for Hampshire fans going to Surrey next week. He says, hi to you, Dave and Melissa. Didn't mean to miss Melissa out earlier. Obviously, messaged earlier and missed you out in the middle. Oh. Just to update you on a story you might not be aware of. Last season, we played Surrey in April at the Oval, but Surrey decided to change their ticketing policy during the match. So you had to buy a ticket for each day rather than one ticket for any or all of the days attended, as that's turned away on the leg side. Good diving stop at mid-wicket. We protested and argued and tweeted about it. I'm delighted to report that Surrey have reversed this policy. So if you buy a ticket for next week, you can go for all 4 days for 15 quid. That's good value, which is great value. That's right. That's what I just said. I'll be there Friday, my birthday, says Mike. Saturday and Sunday, hoping Hampshire show a lot more fight than last season. That defeat cost us. In fact, the last 2 seasons, Hampshire have gone to the Oval. Early season, they've not particularly distinguished themselves. Here comes Fuller in the sunshine. The sun's out for a little while. Driving is Clark up to mid-off. Can't find the gap. Barker fields. So that's good news. That sounds very good value to me. I thought it was at least 10, 15 quid to go to a day's. I thought it was certainly more than 10 quid. I would have thought to go to a day's championship cricket.
A lot of teams doing deals this year as well, where, as you say, membership for one club works at another ground, and it's not just for the county championship. Some are doing it for the T20 Blast as well. I'm sure it'll be implemented during the One Day Cup.
Fuller again then bowls. Clark gets a Fuller delivery which he digs out, goes out on the offside. It's a good start from James Fuller here. Just over halfway through his third, none for 6. Looks like the James Fuller of last year. I would say there were reports that didn't quite reach the same heights during the winter in a couple of the franchise tournaments that he played in, but he's looked pretty well here. Pretty good here so far.
As a bowler, I'm not sure how many different formats you used to play, but how was it having to adjust between the longer matches and the shorter ones if he's spent his whole winter playing T20? Well,
there's no franchise cricket around when I played, no T20. That's how old I am. That's played out square on the offside. I bet you can't remember days before T20, can you? You wouldn't know, would you?
When was T20 invented?
2003.
Yeah, so I probably only started remembering
You were 1
cricket
or something, were you?
I was 3, yeah.
Yeah. So,
I remember cricket from about 2000. Well, I remember the 2005 Ashes, but only because I watched the box set.
Right.
But I think I started remembering cricket around 2007.
Okay. So we'd already had 4 years. Hampshire was still rubbish at T20 in 2007, by the way. They were, I think them and Middlesex were the 2 worst teams for about the first 3 or 4 years. And then it all changed from 2010 onwards, of course, as Fuller comes around the wicket. Bowls, Moores drives strongly and Fuller stops it with his boot. And that's the end of the over, just the 1 run off it, 125 for 5.
But let's say then, changing between a 50 over, a 40 over game and a 4-day, 5-day game, did you ever?
No, I didn't. I don't know. I think in those days, I mean, there wasn't the stats around, and there's not, like there is now. You just didn't think anything of it. You just, the white balls. Obviously, the white balls came in while I was playing, and I mean, all you knew was that unless you bowled with it early on and it swung a bit like it does now, it didn't do anything. So you just accepted it, really. I mean, I didn't find all the fuss changing. It's different now, I do believe it's generally different now. There's a lot more pressure around. We didn't have 2 divisions and all that, so I get it a bit this year, but over the last few years as Barker
bowls and pushed into the covers, fielded by a player coming round from mid-off for no run.
So believe me, I'm not saying I adapted brilliantly, but I didn't think anything of it.
I mean, it's crazy, of course, how many formats there are. But I still remember last summer I played for the cricket writers. I played a 100 match against the ECB, where of course you can bowl 10 ball overs.
They're not called overs.
Barker in and inside edge, and Clark didn't quite know where that one had gone. In the end, keeps to a dot ball. Yeah, the sets.
I was going to say, you of anybody that does all your commentaries of the 100.
Well, as has been pointed out to me, overs in cricketing history have not always been 6 balls, but they were still referred to as overs back in the 19th century. So I think there's a justification for calling the 5 ball overs in the 100 overs. But to continue where I was going after this delivery from Barker down the leg side, a good take from Brown, quick hands on the hip of Clark. So we did this fake 100 game. I bowled 5 good balls in a row, and I was like, okay, feeling good. They were like, do you want to bowl another 5? I was like, surely, okay, what can go wrong? No one should ever be forced to bowl more than 6 balls in a row. And that is when I just thought in my head, cricket's gone too far. All these changes, and I couldn't breathe on that 10th ball. I don't think I was going to make it to the crease.
Really?
And I'd consider myself quite healthy. As in comes Barker, straighter. Pushed to mid-on again, calmly by Clark, building a good innings here.
I kind of get that. I mean, I think back, sometimes some overs feel, like it's a lot more effort than others. I remember thinking, oh, this is the last ball of the over. I was quite glad it was the 6th ball. But you're right, to go on to the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, I can understand that.
Yeah. Would you ever bowl a 10 ball over?
Bowled an 8 ball over.
Oh. Barker in, and a bit of late away movement again. Ben Brown, exemplary work behind the stumps. Taking one which popped off the surface. James Vince's hands are still on his head. And I think Hampshire just sensing here they'd like another wicket before this partnership just escapes them. It doesn't feel that way at the moment because these two aren't scoring particularly quickly. There seems to be bursts of very defensive shots, and then suddenly this attacking shot out of nowhere just to release the pressure on the Nottinghamshire batters. As in comes Barker, short and wide, cut away for 4 by Clark. That's the one he was looking for, and suddenly that pressure which Hampshire builds up just is relinquished, and the score moves on to 129 for 5 at the end of the 40th over.
So this partnership now worth 36 between these two. Clark has comfortably, well, has looked the most comfortable out there from start to finish. Looks as though he's got quite a good technique, actually. Joe Clark. I'll be off in a moment. I've just got to do a quick 30-second update at some point. So start of a new over from James Fuller. 3 overs, none for 7. It's looked very consistent so far. Dave Bracegirdle is back. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you. I'm wondering up until that last shot if Joe Clark had been claiming a nick behind here, start of a new over as this goes through to Ben Brown. They're getting feedback in her ears. Oh yeah, Kev's onto it. Just wondering if Joe Clark deliberately had sort of set route and was just desperate to see himself through this passage of the play, or whether Hampshire had sort of worked him out, because he only scored 1 run in around about half an hour, but got that boundary away. To move on to 47, here comes Fuller in again to the left-handed Moores, who is solidly behind this one, and a push single, they're quickly home. Just for a moment it looked as if it might be a risky run. Fletcher Middleton doing the fielding. 130 for 5. You always know it's a risky run when the two batters get together in the middle there and touch gloves and have a chat.
Make sure you call loudly and crisply and clearly and quickly.
They both went, so there was no danger in the end, but it did look for a second as if it might be a risky one. Here comes Fuller in his 4th over. Bowls to Clark, who's nicked that one. He's got the wicket. Fuller strikes and Joe Clark won't get 50. Fallen for 47. It's been a bit of a struggle for Joe Clark, but up until that point he's dodged all the bullets.
Just going to do a quick 30-second update. It's coming up just now. What a great time to come to me, because Hampshire have just picked up the 6th Nottinghamshire wicket, and Joe Clark, who's batted very well for 47, is the man to have gone, caught behind off the bowling of James Fuller. So 130 for 6, as I say. The other wicket has fallen since lunch. Stephen Mullaney in the first over after the break, actually. OBW to Mo Abbas for 4. Abbas has picked up 4 wickets. He has 4 for 44. That's Fuller's first wicket, also a wicket for Carl Abbott as well. So Nottinghamshire 130 for 6.
So Notts really have got to look towards the lower order now if they're going to put a score of some note on the board. Certainly they're a long way from the first batting bonus point this year, of course, 250 rather than 200, as Liam Patterson-White makes his way out to the middle to join Tom Moores. Patterson-White, another member of the England Lions over the winter, had a very decent season last year, very much on the England radar, as not only evidenced by that Lions trip. There were 1 or 2 phone calls at various times during last season, I understand. He was on standby for 1 or 2 squads. 24 years of age now. He was born in the northeast, but very much a man of the East Midlands. This is only his 36th first-class match, 93 first-class wickets. Does have a century a couple of years ago down at Taunton against Somerset, and has only played here once before in that match in 2021 when he did get a half century. So Notts will be hoping he can do something similar here. He's taken guard from umpire Lloyd. P-White on the scoreboards as James Fuller round the wicket to the left-hander, edged and put down, I think, by Dawson. Yes, from Dawson's reaction, that's a drop low down at second slip, and Patterson-White has had a live first ball, and James Fuller, understandably unhappy about that. He gave a bit of a look and then turned and walked back to his mark, but Liam Dawson beating the ground as the chance went missing.
And again, a catch which Hampshire will be expecting to take. You know, it was probably knee height that time for Dawson, a little bit lower. He got into a good position. It's just cold, unprepared hands at the start of the season.
Yeah, he'll have had a good sight of it as well. There comes Fuller again, round the wicket. Patterson-White this time gets a bouncer, which he won't mind. He can duck underneath that, and it just gives him another second or two just to clear the mind and reboot. Last thing that Notts would have wanted there was Patterson-White to follow Joe Clark back. Just the 3 quicks to come. So the visitors in a little bit of strife here, you'd say, at 130 for 6 as Fuller comes in once more, bowls, and away goes Liam Patterson-White through the covers for 4. Slightly over pitch, but it was quickly onto that nice looking drive, gets it away, gets off the mark, and will feel a little better as he goes down and chats to Tom Moores. A wicket in that over for James Fuller. There's now 4 overs, 1 for 12, and since lunch Notts have lost Stephen Mullaney, LBW, to Mohamed Abbas for 4, and Joe Clark now caught by Ben Brown. Bowled Fuller for 47, I beg your pardon.
And of course there's a few other games going on around the country which haven't been affected by rain, and run you through some of those scores. With first up, Surrey Lancashire, quite a lot of eyes on that game with the 2022 title champions batting first, 128 for 4, with Ben Folkes and Jamie Smith out in the middle for them. And the Essex Middlesex game, Essex 90 for 2. And then the other game in Div 1, which is going ahead, Northamptonshire, Kent, and Northamptonshire 26 for 1. So a late start for that game. Run you through the Div 2 scores in a second, as Ian Holland into the attack, and around the wicket straight up is full and tickled round the corner, which chased down by an eager fielder for just the single. I think that's probably one of the young guns out there. Maybe Fletcher Middleton there on the boundary. The score 135. The 6 in the game between Durham and Sussex. Durham a 73 without loss, after Sussex chose to field. And Gloucestershire Glamorgan just got underway as well, as Gloucestershire are 10 for 1 already. 2 slips in place as Holland in, back of a length and pushed back to the bowler by Patterson White. And those final 2 games for you, Derbyshire, Worcestershire. Derbyshire are 59 for 1. And the game between Yorkshire and Leicestershire. Well, Yorkshire are playing a little bit of baseball here. 186 for 2. Quite a different story to the other games going on around the country. Holland bowls and catches the edge of the bat from Patterson White. We're going to have a look at the scorecard,
well,
aren't we, Dave?
I was going to say Finlay Bean, a young man that they've been enthusing about. He got was it a 400 he got for Yorkshire seconds against Notts seconds last year at Lady Bay. They really are saying he's going to be the next big thing. He was 75 not out at lunch. I saw that.
So he's 82 not out now off just 94 balls, and he's at the crease with Dawid Milan, who's just reached 50. So a dynamic morning for Yorkshire in Div 2, as that one's pushed to mid-on by Patterson White. As you notice, P White on the scorecard. I thought it would have been a Patterson W kind of situation rather than a P White kind of situation. But who knows? We'll never know. The joy of the double-barreled surname in cricket. Some players just accept it being shortened, like Alice Davidson-Richards. ADR. In comes Holland, beats the edge of Patterson's White's bat as he just leant forward there, left his bat out hanging, and goes down to inspect the pitch.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the scorers that put in the official club scorers that put in the names, or is somebody on the ground here. I do like the boards here. I mean, there's no fuss. Tells you the score, tells you what the batter's scores are, who the bowlers are.
Holland running away from us is bowling full, and it's driven to mid-off, where it's fielded for no run and completes the 42nd over. 135 for 6. Nottinghamshire.
Do like the one at Trent Bridge, where there's pretty much everything you could you could be looking for on a scoreboard, but sometimes just a nice no frills one. You look at it, you can see what the score is, and you see who's got the runs. See, you've no idea what the partnership is, or when the last wicket went down, or anything like that. But hey ho.
Yeah, I do. The one at Nottinghamshire, Trent Bridge, is in a good position for the commentary box. I seem to remember as well. I've done 2 games there. I think the quarterfinals in the 21.
No, we're not mentioning that. We're not mentioning that.
Also, the One Day Cup final last year, which was a great occasion.
There's Fuller. In and bowls left alone by Tom Moores. Got 2 lefties out there, Melissa. And one's wearing number 22 and one's wearing number 23.
It's good to know we're both going to be getting confused then, because I think I've already made that mistake once.
What was the One Day Cup final last year?
That was the Kent Lancashire.
Oh right. Oh yeah. Oh, I was.
It was a great crowd.
You threw me for a second because I was thinking that you were doing it with a Hampshire leaning, as this is worked away, but of course there would have been a Kent leaning involved. Yeah, you were doing it neutrally, as a single is taken by Tom Moores, bringing LPW back onto strike. Moores onto 17 from 43 balls. Notts really do need these two lefties now. There might just be a little bit of throwing of the bat from Stone, Fletcher and Patterson, but any partnership of any substance really has got to come from this pair now. Opening stand was worth 42. Not been a lot else since then, and that's a pretty loose looking drive from Liam Patterson-White.
And already with that delivery, Fuller is a bit quicker than the other Hampshire seamers, but a big puff of dust came up. Just get the sense Fuller hit one of those footholes here at the hotel end, and with various bowlers having swapped up their angles a bit today, Nottinghamshire have quite a few left-handers in their team, so there's plenty of patches of the wicket for these Hampshire bowlers to aim at.
Here comes James Fuller, bowls, and he's had a nibble at that one, and this time he has feathered it through to Ben Brown, and Notts a 7 down. It's 136 for 7, and Liam Patterson-White, who gave a life the first ball he faced, edging it to second slip. Liam Dawson spilled that one. Well, the fellow with the gloves on had the opportunity this time, and he's taken it nice and comfortably. And Notts now really are in that hole I was suggesting they didn't want to get sucked into at 136 for 7. And James Fuller, who's come on over the last 20 minutes or so, now is 2 for 13 in his 5th over. Very impressive.
Really making a difference to this game is James Fuller as that impact bowler, hitting the deck that little bit harder. And the Hampshire team know that he's going to be a bit more expensive, but he will pick you up these wickets. And now with Nottinghamshire 7 down, we were saying how on average Hampshire bowl teams out in around 80 overs. They could be looking to bowl Nottinghamshire out in the next 10-15 overs if they really go on a rampage here. The key is going to be Tom Moores, who's really the last batter standing. 17 of 43 balls he's played. A really patient inning so far, but has been playing predominantly in support of Joe Clark, and then when Joe Clark departed, he's had to step up. And now with Ollie Stone coming to the crease, you feel, will his style of play change here, Dave? Do you think he'll be going for the bigger shots?
No, not yet. I wouldn't have thought. I'm sure if it's there to throw the bat at, he'll oblige, but no, I don't think he'll alter what he's doing at the moment. It's working for him. So Ollie Stone out for his first innings as a Notts player. 29 years of age now, just his 45th first-class match. He's not played an awful lot of cricket over the last few years. 3 tests for England, 1 in 2019, 1 in 2021, and or a couple in 2021. Ireland, India and New Zealand. 8 ODIs, including against South Africa in January of this year. So despite being out of first-class cricket for a long time, England took no time in getting him back in their one-day side, and he's away first ball in Nottinghamshire colours, wearing squad number 9. He's run it down to third man, and Ollie Stone is away. He played here once before for Warwickshire in 2019 when he got a 5 for 93. Asked him about that, said well, all I remember is going round the park, and it was 21 overs, 5 for 95 at 3 wickets at the top of the order and 2 at the end. He's a quick bowler, and we saw him against Loughborough University last week or week before, and did look back to something resembling his best. Bowled very quickly there as Fuller ends the over with a wide-ish delivery, but another successful one for James Fuller. Notts 137 for 7.
I must say I am really looking forward to seeing Ollie Stone with the ball in hand. I'm sure from a Hampshire perspective we're hoping that soon, but as you say, he's been hit with a few injuries, but when you look at the genuine quicks available for England at the moment, with Mark Wood, who is also prone to injury, Jofra Archer coming back from injury, Ollie Stone has a fantastic opportunity here, particularly in the red ball stuff. I think even though he's found his way back into those white ball teams, in every kind of Test match team, you're going to want that player who can hit those higher speeds, that 90 miles per hour, and make something happen on a pitch which isn't doing much, and complement the likes of a Broad or an Anderson. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Stone performs in these first few weeks of County Championship.
With all due respect to Ian Holland, who's only had the one over, I just wonder if James Vince might be considering just bringing Abbas back. And he's not been out of the attack for that long, but just try and knock over the tail, bang, 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 and get it done.
Holland over the wicket to Stone, who's driving, missing through to Brown. And I guess for Holland here, maybe they'll just be giving him one or two more, maybe give their three main quicks a chance at recovery. But I'm the same as you. I would like to see in this position one of the likes of Abbas coming back into the attack.
Yeah, you don't want to bowl them into the dirt first day of the season, but you know, they're all fairly lightly used and not so 7 down.
Holland in, back of a length, and punched off the back foot by Stone with ease to a fielder at cover. Three very cold, or two slip fielders and a gully with their hands in their pockets. You always see them with hand warmers tucked away in their pockets this early in the season, which I'm sure they'll be having on today, which has been a bit crisp. Blue skies all day. Fortunately, no rain so far. As Holland in, straighter, and worked off the top of leg stump there by Stone for no run.
You know, I've never thought of getting any hand warmers. The amount of football grounds I've been at this winter and every other winter where I've sat there absolutely freezing doing my work, and never think of getting hand warmers just for the for the occasions where you can thrust your hands in your pockets for a few minutes.
Holland running away from us, bowls, and that's defended again by Stone, solidly into the covers. See, I've always opted for a hot water bottle on the lap. I don't know whether that makes me sound like my grandma.
Yeah,
but it's really, and you can also now get hoodies and clothing where the hot water bottle slots in. Or an oodie. Have you heard of an oodie?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
no.
They are blankets in the shape of hoodies. So you're wearing a blanket, and my mum and my sister both have one now, and I'm immensely jealous. As Holland's in and beats the edge of Stone's bat. Peach of a delivery there. As Holland may not be as express as some of the other Hampshire bowlers, but he's certainly just making the ball move a little. Of course, I was also thinking that Hampshire have elected for that fifth seam option with Holland and Fuller in the same team, and do you almost think now that they're continuing to bowl him, not only to give the main quicks a break, but also just to justify his selection in the team, as that one's defended back to mid-off. Of course, he can speak with the bat as well. He's going to be batting a bit lower down the order as usual, but he's also got a role to play with the ball here as he registers a maiden. 2 overs, just the 1 run off them so far.
James Fuller wastes no time in peeling off his sweater, handing it to the umpire. He'll be itching to get bowling again. 5 overs, a couple of wickets already. Chat between the two batters. Moore's the left-hander, who's been out there for quite some time now, faced 44 deliveries, and Ollie Stone has just got the single. Moore's on strike, 2 slips, Vincent Dawson. Here comes Fuller from the pavilion end. Bowls edged past the slips down towards third man. It'll go quickly towards the fence, and it will in fact beat the diving fielder down here. That's Felix Organ, and it's run away for 4 welcome runs to Notts. We'll move on to 141 for 7. My word, that went quickly.
He's quite a scary bowler, James Fuller, and he's one of those players who, as you say, was quick to whip his hat off. He wants to get going, and once he gets in the groove, he also can have quite the celebration, which has become a bit of more of a trademark over these last 2 seasons, as he's become a regular fixture in this Hampshire side, where he gets quite close to the batter and punches a fist in the air, and he's just got to be a bit careful sometimes.
Here comes Fuller in again, and Moore's a little late on that one. Playing regulations are, as it has been for the last few years, 96 overs in the day, so we're not yet at the halfway stage. We're only in the 45th over. Tea will be taken at either 20-4 or when 32 overs remain in the day, which is always the way. So we've got, what have we got? Crikey, another 19 overs to go for tea, but this one's gone through to the keeper, but it may well be that a change of innings comes before Nottinghamshire could naturally get to the tea break, with them being 7 down. They were 93 for 4 at lunch. They've lost Mullaney for 4, Clark for 47 and Patterson-White for 4 since restarting.
They'll be disappointed now as well with the fact they won the toss, chose to bat. Just want to try and get towards that first batting point, but even that's going to be an uphill struggle for Nottinghamshire now.
Well, since the opening partnership, they're 99 for 7, aren't they? As another one just past the outside edge, left alone by Moores. He got into a good position there and knew it was wide enough. He didn't have to play it. That's for 42 without loss. They're now 141 for 7.
And Hampshire have elected to push back a cover fielder now. You assume for that shot we've described so often of Moores playing an expansive, almost cut in front of square on the offside. Nick Gubbins has gone out onto the boundary now. It looks as if Fuller's just looking to tempt him here.
Yeah, got 2 out on either side, haven't they? As Tom Moores drives up to mid-off. He's got a reputation of being a punchy, hard-hitting middle-order stroke player, but he can play this game. He can soak up deliveries and time. In fact, Gubbins now being brought back in off the rope. What have we got? 1 ball left in the over, yes. I think quite rightly Hampshire will be hoping they can have a bit of a prolonged spell at Ollie Stone. Can Moores keep the strike here? Won't with that one, no. It balloons away on the offside. Moores was interested. Stone, quite rightly, sent him back end of the over. And Nottinghamshire are 141 for 7 here on BBC Solent Sport, BBC Radio Nottingham, and via the Hampshire live stream with Kevin James, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and Melissa Story.
And of course you can get in touch on Twitter or via the emails at solentsport, at Dave Bracegirdle, at Melissa G Story. I almost forgot my own.
At Brace Cricket, mine.
At Brace Cricket. Someone's tagged the wrong Bracegirdle in this. I don't know which poor stranger's been now sent Hampshire Cricket tweets, but as you said, at Brace Cricket or solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. Please feel free to get in touch. Tell us where you're listening. Holland in and plays that one off the pads to Stone, and it's a bit of an inside edge, trickles down to fine leg, and they pick up a single.
Hampshire will be disappointed about that. They brought everybody on the 1 to try and keep Tom Moores there so they could bowl at Stone for a full over, and he's taken a single first ball.
With the very technical, hard to play shot of a inside edge, which is always the best way to get off. Mark, you should see the inside edge of my bat. It's practically red.
Just got 1 half century to his name in first-class cricket, Ollie Stone.
In comes Holland again around the wicket and playing a strong drive as Moores straight to the fielder at mid-off, Mohammed Abbas.
Yes, expansive looking drive, wasn't it? He sensed that was an opportunity to pierce the ring and to get the board moving, but missed out.
Just again, another example of Moores playing on the up. On occasion can get you into a bit of trouble, but he's making good contact here. Just failing to find the gaps as Holland in, and that one he had to fend away as it was fuller and straighter. You hear the groans of the Hampshire fielders as you almost get greedy at this point, where things have probably gone better than they expected with 7 wickets down at this point, but as soon as you get to 7 you just go, come on, get a bit impatient almost, and then you go searching for it, and you don't necessarily want to be doing that. Let the wickets come naturally. As Holland in an expansive drive through the extra cover region for 4. Tom Moores finds that gap he was looking for, makes that contact, and it's a glorious shot. Moves Nottinghamshire's score onto 146 for 7. Moores onto 25.
Yeah, with that shot he's become second highest scorer in the innings. That tells you an awful lot about how the day has gone. Joe Clark 47, the top scorer. Moores has now gone with his 25 past Ben Duckett's 24. Not a lot else really.
Holland in, cut away behind point for another 4. And this again showing the danger, as Dave said, of Stone getting that single on the first ball of the over, bringing Moores back on strike, and that boundary brings up Nottinghamshire's 150 runs off 45.5 overs.
Yeah, just saying in the last over how long they'd keep Ian Holland going for, and he sent down a fairly accurate, tidy maiden. Just wonder if James Vince will reassess.
Holland, that was a fuller delivery, I think a slower ball there actually. It came out the side of his hand, it's driven to mid-off nonetheless, and completes the 46th over. As I said, Nottinghamshire 150 for 7.
Yes, of the, if you have not been with us, of the 2 14-man squads named yesterday, Hampshire left out Tom Prest and Aaron Donald and Joe Weatherly. Not submitted Brett Hutton, Jake Ball and Matthew Montgomery from their starting 11. Debutant for Notts in Ollie Stone, who's out there batting, and Fletcher Middleton on his championship debut for Hampshire.
It's always nice to see some debutants, Dave, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
There's James Fuller bowling to Ollie Stone, who had a little flinch at that one as it goes through to Ben Brown. It's white fluffy clouds overhead, but nothing to get concerned about. A little bit of sunshine. Very, as Kevin was saying earlier, very blustery when we walked round to get a little bit of something at lunchtime, walking around the concourse.
I was thinking, how on earth can you watch this for any length of time?
Yeah.
We were freezing.
Yeah.
The minute or two that we were walking over, I wasn't.
Just see this delivery with you, and then time to go and do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Fuller in again to Ollie Stone, and digs it on the bounce back to Fuller, who aims as if to throw at the stumps. I think that's one of the things umpires and, well, I think captains have been urged to get across to teams, and umpires have been urged to stamp out bowlers shying at the stumps when the batters haven't gone anywhere. That's something they want to stamp out of the game, isn't it? 150 for 7. I'll be back with you shortly.
Sunshine out. Fuller in. To Ollie Stone on 2. Stone plays a misses outside the off stump. This has been a very, very good spell from James Fuller, backing up the 3 main bowlers who bowled something like 34 overs. The first 34 overs of the Warwickshire innings. Here we are into the 47th, and Fuller from that pavilion end with 2 for 18 in his 7th over has backed them up impeccably. Has caused all the batters problems from Joe Clark onwards. Stone is forward, pushes that into the gap in the covers, will pick up a single, moves on to 3, and it's 151 for 7. Would have been another 49 runs for a bonus point in previous years, but unfortunately this year they still need another 99. At this stage of the season, batting bonus points will be very difficult to come by, although I think, and I might have mentioned it earlier off the top of my head, I think there were some big scores last year early on, which reflected the wonderful summer that we had. It's okay at the moment weather-wise, but it does has a tendency to drop in temperature very quickly on a regular basis. It's pushed back to Fuller by Tom Moores, who's on 29 not out, has played really well out there. A couple of attempted flashing drives outside the off stump where he's played and missed, sometimes by quite a distance, but he's defended well. There's been a lot of good balls out there today. The ball hasn't moved around extravagantly, not by any stretch of the imagination. There's been a little bit of nip, yes, been a little bit of bounce, yes, been the odd bit of swing, yes, but nothing there you look and think, wow, that's going a lot. Not been like that at all. Fuller bowls, Moores pulls that away on the leg side. Has he found the gap? It is, it's 4 runs. There are 2 men out there on the leg side. Wideish fine leg and just in front of square, and Moores has pierced the field there. Picks up 4 runs for his trouble. Moves on to 33, 155 for 7. Then Nottinghamshire, the wickets that have fallen since lunch. Mullaney in the first over. He was LBW to Abbas. Joe Clark went for 47, caught behind off Fuller. Patterson White for 4, also caught behind off the same bowler. Dave Bracegirdle is back.
Yes, Ian Holland is going to continue. Went for 9 in the last over. If you were Mohamed Abbas on 4 wickets, I think you'd be itching to get on, wouldn't you? With 7 down.
Yeah.
Holland into his 4th over then. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Ollie Stone. Just have a little look at the field. There's a slight hold-up. What's that in the gully? It must be James Fuller, who's just bowled. Just waiting for him to pop his sweater on. So 2 slips of gully, 3 more on the offside, and fairly regulation 3 out on the leg side as Holland into Ollie Stone, who just felt for that. Shouldn't have been playing at it, and just gives himself a little bit of a mental ticking off there because he was just fiddling outside the off stump towards that ball. Pleasant conditions down here on the south coast. Blustery, but looks nice enough from up on high, from our lofty perch on the roof. There's Ian Holland in once more. Umpire at this end is Martin Saggers. This one's just guided down into the gully and there's no run. I hope you're enjoying the live stream and the coverage. Great work by the Hampshire Club and the media guys and gals to give you the live stream pictures. Gives you everything you need to know, doesn't it? Just the job.
We've got no excuses, Dave, have we really?
155 for 7. Oh, we always find some as Stone, the Norfolk lad, guides this to a squarish point, and there's no run. Again, we always say you never really know how good a score is till both sides have battered, but I think we can't speak for everybody, but it looks as if this is some way under par at the moment. 155 for 7. As Ian Holland in again to the right-handed Stone, who stands with bat held aloft and then drives through the offside, and that's his first boundary in Nottinghamshire colours. Just got it to the right of the man at point, and the ball raced over the boundary and away for 4. Nice looking shot for Ollie Stone to move on to 7, and knots 159 for 7. 91 away from a batting point.
First class average of 15, Ollie Stone, which suggests that as a lower order batter he can bat.
He got 40 or so at Trent Bridge 2 or 3 years ago, supporting Tim Bresnan. It was a terrific last day. Warwickshire, you shouldn't say it got over the line, chased something like 350 on the last day. This one's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Really was a thrilling run chase, and if a side chases 350 on the last day and gets over the line, then you sometimes have to take it on the chin. But he batted superbly well there. Sam Hain got a lot of runs. Stuart Broad was bowling at his quickest. When Hain got out, Bresnan and Stone got Warwickshire over the line, and he batted well then. And I was a little surprised to see he's only got 1 first-class 50. Hits this one pretty hard, but the bowler takes the sting out of it. End of the over, 159 for 7. Just those 4 runs from the over. It says something about him, Kev, that he hardly played any cricket at all last year. Played a little bit in the South African T20 competition in the winter, and then straight away he was selected by England for their one-day sides this winter. Played in South Africa, so I don't know, you don't have to be playing cricket in England anymore to seemingly to attract the attention of the selectors.
I think if you're on their radar, isn't it, like he is, then yeah, you're right. As long as you're fit, you're
saying earlier about Rian Ahmed, I mean, what did he have? 1 first-class match, 2 first-class matches before a test appearance. I mean, in a sense it's unheard of, but things are very different from the way they used to be. So we have got a bowling change at the pavilion end right now, and it's Kyle Abbott coming back to replace James Fuller, who did a very good job
Terrific.
in the post-lunch period.
Exactly what he did. The sort of job that he did last year, backing up the 3 main bowlers, and it made a huge difference. And he's right on the money again.
For the first time today, as you can see, but the listeners can't, I've sat down, but you can't see all of the pitch, can you? That's all of the ground.
We'll forgive you, Dave. Here comes Abbott round the wicket from the pavilion end, bowls to the left-hander Moores, who's prodding forward, pushes that out square on the offside. It's fielded by Gubbins. And there is no run. 159 for 7, having been 93 for 4 at lunch knots, and were 42 without loss earlier in the morning. It's scoring rate is just above 3 and a bit.
That opening partnership of 42 is the highest stand of the innings still.
Yeah, it was a good one as well. Here comes Abbott again, bowls, trying to add to his 1 wicket so far, turned away by Moores down to fine leg, fielded by Abbas, 160 for 7. At Solent Sport, on the tweets, Martin in Holland says, greetings from the Netherlands, it's nice to see the new season got underway. Really looking forward to it. This one from Brian Barris. This is I'm still trying to work this out in my head. Brian says, I'm doing an experiment this year. Keeping track of the matches under the Sheffield Shield scoring system. Okay. Where wins are 6 points, draws are 1. It gets more complicated than that, believe me. Here comes whether they do. Always playing a missing outside the off stump there, Stone. That's a good ball. And bonus points are awarded per run, 0.01 after 200, and wicket 0.1, and not on a threshold like the county system. So Brian, I'm looking forward to you calculating all of that, and at the end of the season, please let me know your county table, county championship table. It might not have bear any relation to the way the table will finish. But then again, just to remind everybody, Hampshire did win the most games last year and yet finished 3rd. So maybe the draw points deduction might work in their favour. That bounces a little bit as Stone pushes that up to mid-on with a bottom hand off the bat. Yes, one wonders that had that scoring system that's been brought in this year was in last year, whether the county championship table would have looked slightly different. I haven't added it up, I haven't looked, I haven't had that much time on my hands during the winter, but I'm sure somebody will come up with the equation, and who knows, Hampshire might have won it. Stone on 7 to face Abbott in his 13th over. Comes in, right arm over, 2 slips. Stone drives. Has he got enough power to beat mid-off? He hasn't. Barker just dives, keeps his body behind the ball, and it will be a single. Gets an applause from 1 or 2 members in the crowd away to our right. Abbas is limbering up. Does that mean we might see a little bit of him soon? Dave Bracegirdle was saying that he's on 4 wickets. Surely he'll come back soon. Well, maybe we'll see him shortly. 161 for 7. Still 2 slips for the left-hander Moores.
You know, you've got a side 7 down. You can't let the 8th wicket partnership sort of get knots back in the game.
Moores pushes forward, thinks about a single, says no as it goes out in the covers. It's all about workload, though, Dave.
Well, I know it is, but hey ho. I hope they let Nuts back in the game, says he, looking with the Nottinghamshire blinkers on. But you know, you got them 7 down, and you know your 5th and 6th seamers were bowling at, your 4th and 5th seamers were bowling at that stage. Holland and Fuller. I just thought, you know, there's a reason that Barker, Abbott, and Abbas did most of the work during the lunch and knocked over the top order. And that's because they're very, very good bowlers. And maybe if you just want them to get through the likes of, with all due respect to Ollie Stone, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, gets everybody back in the pavilion quicker.
True.
But Holland's going to get another one, his 5th over. 4 overs, none for 14. Bowls to Stone, who drives it into the gap on the offside and will pick up a couple of runs, visibly growing by confidence. In fact, they're going to come back for 3. That's good running between Ollie Stone and Tom Moore. So a good start to this over. Where are we in terms of overs? Well, we're now just beginning the 50th, so we're just past the halfway stage of the day's allocation, if we get it all in, which hopefully we will.
I'll tell you what, Dave, I was mentioning the run rate earlier. nearly 3.5, between 3 and 3.5. I've just seen a message on the BBC text feed.
There's Holland bowling to the left-handed Moores, and James Vince at first slip liked it. He thought he'd heard a nick or a snick, but keeper, bowler and crucially umpire didn't. What have you seen?
Well, I've just seen that Gloucestershire fully embracing the Bazball approaching Cardiff, rattling along at just over 1 and over. Thank goodness we're not watching that one, David.
Well, I don't know. There's often some gripping passages of play that don't produce a lot of runs.
Name me one. Actually, no, there is.
164 for 7. Worked away onto the leg side. They usually involve a tail end, a rear guard action on the final day rather than the opening day of the season. But yeah, I think we've been lucky here. They're off for rain at Leeds, at Headingley, so this, I think, and Old Trafford, the only two that have had continuous play all day so far.
Yeah, they've only played just over 18 overs in Cardiff. Gloucestershire 25 for 1.
Ian Holland to Ollie Stone, clips it to mid-wicket, no run. So Luke Fletcher, the man in his testimonial year, due in next. Hampshire listeners might not have heard this, but and you might not be aware, but last year at Lords in Division 2, Kev, Luke Fletcher became a he says it's a world record breaker. Not entirely sure it fits that description as Holland bowls and it's eased out into the offside, but it's something that, you know, a lot of esteemed people looked up and confirmed, something that had never been done before in the history of first-class cricket. In Nottinghamshire's first innings at Middlesex, he scored 50 going in at number 11 at Lords, number 11. Middlesex were then bowled out on the second day, just before the close. There is Holland into Stone, had a nibble at that. And when they were bowled out just before the close of the second day, there was enough time for Nottinghamshire to go out for 1 over. And Luke Fletcher said, well, I'll do it. I'm number 11 on the card, you know, all the business. I'll go out and face. He went out and faced and survived. And the next morning, he got another 50, batting at number 1 in the order. Okay. And apparently, it is the first time, you know, we've had all the esteemed cricket statisticians looking at it, it is the first and only time in the history of first-class cricket that in the same match, a number 11 and a number 1 has made 50.
The same batter?
The same batter, yeah.
Wow.
You know, in that order, number 11, number 1, I don't know if it's happened the other way round. Say maybe somebody's got, you know, a top order player has got injured maybe and then just gone in at number 11 with a runner maybe in the second innings. But so that's his claim to fame at Lords. He's a record breaker, the only one to get 50 in each innings, batting at 1 and 11.
Abbott round the wicket. Moores drives into the ground, picked up by Abbott on his follow through.
That's not to say he will get anywhere near 50 runs in either innings in this match, because it doesn't happen very often.
No, but
it's a nice thing to have.
I like little quirky stats like that.
Yeah, you know, you'd think it would have happened somewhere along the line, but apparently it hadn't. And I'm pleased it wasn't me that did all the trawling to find and prove it had never happened before.
Well, talking about trawling through stats, I mentioned earlier about maybe that point system that Brian Barish had mentioned on the Sheffield Shield. He's going to do the county championship that way. They're steered down to third man quite deliberately by Moores. 166 for 7. Adam Lanigan has worked out that if that point system that's been brought in this year for the county championship, i.e. 5 points were drawn, not 8 as it was last year. Adam says at solentcricket@gmail.com, he says, just listening in, with the new point system, Hants would have finished 2nd last year above Lancashire, and Somerset would have finished 6th above North Hants. All the other positions would have been the same. So it sounds like, even with this year's point system, maybe not a lot will notice a lot. Abbott, Stone pushes forward out into the covers.
Certainly a couple of years ago, you know, Notts had more points and more wins than anybody else, and it was just the fact that you know, the way they set it up, that the sides would, was it take the points or take half the points into the end of season matches, however it was configured. I can't remember now, but despite winning more matches than anybody else, more points than anybody else, didn't win the title, which seems a little strange as Stone drives this one handsomely through the offside for another boundary. Nice looking shot from Ollie Stone. I think this is your over.
That's
Kev,
right,
actually.
that's right.
Mark Langer was working this morning, says, hi guys, afternoon all from sunny Stamford. He's back home now. Nice to hear you again after a long winter away. What do we think of the pitch? Difficult to judge until both teams bat, etc. Come on, Notts. And Steve Crawley making our way down for tomorrow's player. I want a dog in a pushchair moment. Yeah. Don't know if you've been to the Riverside Durham and you've seen the chap that takes his dog in a pushchair there.
Abbott in, Stone drives, finds exactly the same gap through extra cover. Just a push drive this time. It'll be 2, 172 for 7. I haven't.
Should you have the good fortune to go again, just in front of the commentary position, there's a chap who always brings his dog. He comes in pushing a pushchair, and the dog's always fast asleep, and he'll pop up from time to time if there's a burst of applause or whatever. I've got a photo of it somewhere. But, yeah, the dog in a pushchair at Durham. 172 for 7. What did Mark say? What did we think of the pitch?
Well, I did say earlier, I thought it was all right. There's a bit of bounce there from sometimes. That's outside the off stump left alone. End of the over, 172 for 7. I'll give you my very quick pleasure, and then yours, Dave. You might think differently from an opposition point of view. I think, considering it's early April, I think, yes, the odd ball has bounced. Yes, the odd ball has seamed a bit, and it's the very odd one has swung. But I think on the whole, has it done anything that you wouldn't expect a pitch to have done in this? I think, if anything, it's probably done slightly less.
Spot on. This is just quietly and quickly there. This pair have now added 36, Kevin, and Ollie Stone's moved on to 17. He's scored half the runs since he's been out there with Tom Moores, and just quietly, just over 200. Again, you'd probably say, or I'd say, it was under par, but looking as if they're going to get more than it seemed at 136 for 7. Here comes Mohammed Abbas.
No, I agree with you. 200 could be an interesting score, what we've seen so far. Of course, we don't quite know how the pitches are going to play this year, but generally, over the last few years, the pitches have never got worse. Never, ever got worse. And in fact, if anything, they slightly improve as the game goes on. So it's always the first innings that's very tricky. It's proved tricky, but it's just been an early season pitch, no more, no less. There's certainly been nothing extravagant.
Judith Earle's been in touch, but she's clearly a Hampshire supporter. She's missed the morning's play, got home, and she's enjoying the commentary, but even more she's enjoying seeing what the score is. Abbas bowls to Moores, just helps it into the leg side, takes a single. Everybody will swap over now for the right-hander, and you have to say it's almost sunglasses weather. It's very bright and shiny all of a sudden.
Getting everything at the moment.
Yeah.
Apart from the rain.
Apart from the rain, and
yeah, fortunately.
We don't want any.
Brian Barish is back on the tweets, saying about asking about if the point system this year had been last year. He also says that Hampshire would have finished second. He sent me a picture of a table as well. I think one or two people have too much time on their hands, Dave, really, to be working that out so quickly. But thank you anyway. It's much appreciated.
Yes. Mo Abbas bowls, edge caught. Stone perhaps just believing that he could go from second or third gear straight to fifth, just starting to get on with it and going for his shots. He had a bit of a loose waft there at that one and has nicked it behind, and as it says on the scoreboard here, 5-wicket bag Abbas. 5 for 45, 13.2 overs. No maidens, funnily enough. God, he's bowling terrible. No maidens. But he gets Ollie Stone caught behind by Ben Brown for 17. And that's a pretty decent 5-wicket haul, Mo Abbas. And remind Nottinghamshire supporters he signed for Notts. We're going to play for Notts in 2020, the COVID year. And of course it never happened. And instead was picked up from 2021 onwards by Hampshire. And now Notts are Wishing he was in their side at the moment. 173 for 8 as here he comes. Here comes the big lad. Luke Fletcher's on his way out of the middle.
Well, 50 now would be handy.
It would indeed, yeah. 4 catches for Ben Brown. There's been 6 nicks, 4 taken by Brown, a couple for James Vince. Stephen Mullaney, the odd one out, is the only one not to have fallen to an edge behind the wicket. He fell LBW.
Yeah, Abbas signed a 2-year contract during the winter. He was not sure what the negotiations were going on, but I think 50 wickets for him last year, and he got a stack of wickets the year before as well. I think it was difficult to not give him a 2-year contract. So he's around for 2 years, another 2 years for Abbott, another 2 years for Barker. So we'll be seeing more of these two, and Abbas has responded in an absolute perfect way. He's in top form.
Does he? You know, I'm not going to go knocking on his room if he is. Does he stay in the hotel here, or is he, you know, as it's a long-term contract, has he settled into the local area?
As far as I know, certainly last year he was in the hotel.
He's in the hotel, yeah. Well, there he is. He's got 5 wickets. There's still 2 more potentially he could get. Luke Fletcher faces his first ball of the season and pushes it back to the bowler. 173 for 8. So Tom Moore's on with 37. Time or two in his Nottinghamshire career, he's been left high and dry on a pretty decent score. He's battled his way through, what, 65 deliveries, Tom Moore, so far. For his 37, he'll want to dominate the strike now, you'd imagine. Abbas in again to Luke Fletcher, and again solidly behind it and happy to just defend and try and see out the over.
I'm just thinking about the over rate here, Dave. I mean, we've still got, what, 51 overs left in the day, 51 plus. Oh, sorry, 44 left in the day. Why am I looking at the wrong column? So we've still got 12 and a bit overs to do until tea. 15 minutes technically until the scheduled tea time.
Dockham points.
We're over, aren't we? We must be.
Dockham points. Yeah. Abbas into Fletcher. It all sorts itself out over the course of a match. You know it does.
Yes, let's hope so. I know Hampshire, I think on at least one occasion, if not 2, were deducted points for a slow over rate last season.
Yes, Notts were down at Lord's when unexpectedly it rained all of the last day.
Oh, so he didn't get a chance.
No. Here's Mohammed Abbas in bowls, and Fletcher digs it out. Nick Cook was one of the umpires. That's, you know, that's by the by. I'm not accusing Nick Cook or anything. No, I was just going to say Nick Cook umpire. That's the last time he umpired. Nottinghamshire, Nick Cook. I only looked at that the other day because I did a lunch at Trent Bridge, and he was one of the guests, but sadly he couldn't make it. I was looking forward to catching up with him because I didn't see much of him, and it's a sad loss, isn't it? You know, we're used to these figures being very much part and parcel of the county game year in, year out, and then suddenly they retire and they're gone. I mean, Ian Gould was another one. You know, he was always there, and then they reach retirement age and finish. Well, you know, Nick Cook's not unavailability, but the fact we won't see Nick Cook around this year is, you know, it's disappointing because he's a nice fella to catch in the hotels here and there.
There's a drive by Moore, strong drive up to mid-off, but no run. Start of a new over from Abbott.
You know, we're used to players retiring and whatever, and you know, umpires are, you know, purely by the fact they can go on into the 60s, you know, there's sort of more of a permanent presence, so it's felt more harshly when suddenly they're not around. And as I say, I was looking forward to catching up with Nick, but he couldn't make it to that lunch.
Yeah, I miss Gunner. Gunner was good value.
Yeah.
Ian Gould. Well, so was Nick Cook. They both.
Yeah.
You're right. Here's Abbott round the wicket again. 2 Moores. Moores gets a length ball, which he prods up towards mid-on. I'm just looking at the scoreboard. Abbas, 14 overs. You mentioned no maidens. Talking about people that have too much time on their hands, if there are anybody that has got too much time on their hands, I'd love them to work out the last time Mohammed Abbas bowled 14 overs and there wasn't one maiden in that column, because that is very, very unusual for a guy that hardly goes for any runs. I can't remember off the top of my head because it's not always the sort of thing I look at, but For me, if he'd bowled 14 overs in a Hampshire shirt in the past, there would have been at least one. Usually by now there's been about 6 or 7 or even 8. Here comes Abbott, bowls, more slightly aerial, one bounce up to mid-on. Fielded by Barker. The field's pretty spread for Moores, actually. There are plenty of gaps if he wants to single, but not at mid-on.
Yes, they're almost offering him one, aren't they? Having a cracking time has been in touch. How's that for a Twitter handle? Tough start, Dave. If conditions stay overcast and damp, this could turn out to be a decent score. One can only hope so anyway. Thanks very much. Having a cracking time.
Yeah, I think Notts will enjoy bowling. As I say, it's not doing loads. It's just doing enough if you keep it in the right areas. That's driven to point where it's fielded by Gubbins. I think both sides are good bowling sides. So, you know, Hampshire won't find it particularly easy. But there are runs to be had. It's by no means unplayable. It's nowhere near not unplayable. It's doing a little bit, but that's all. It's a little bit. But there are some good bowlers on show that keep the ball in the right areas for long periods. And that's why, as a batting side, you can very easily find yourself 1 minute finding the going okay, and the next minute you've lost 2 or 3 wickets very quickly. Turned away down to fine leg. That's gone quickly. Too fast from Mohammed Abbas. The ball goes over the rope. Moores picks up 4 more, moves on to 41. 177 for 8. Melissa Story is back.
Yeah, I am.
You are, sorry. I couldn't think anything to go with that.
No,
really.
I couldn't think of anything to respond to that. But no, I've had a nice time actually on the sidelines watching.
Have you?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how Moores has gone about his innings. I think he's accelerating nicely. When Stone came in, as I asked Dave, I was like, is he going to go for it now, start trying to hit the big shots? But I think he's timed his innings really well.
Yes. Sun is out again as Abbott bowls, and there's another punch front foot drive from Moores. He's timed that really well, and that's only just stopped from going over the rope at deep extra cover. Moores will pick up 3. He's timed that to death. And
Hampshire have, spread out the field. They've put people on the boundary, tried to lure him into the ones, and he's just really, found the parts of the ground where he's been able to run those twos, get those boundaries, and it's looked pretty effortless as well. And he started incredibly slowly when he was batting with Joe Clark, but now moved on to 37. And, apologies, he's on 44. It's not on.
That's how quick he's batting.
That's how quick he's batting. I can't even keep up. But he's on to 44. I'm going to touch wood, but he would be really deserving of a half century here in terms of the position he's got Nottinghamshire into.
Yeah, I agree.
Is this me? Should I take a Bass?
You take a Bass.
Bass with the ball in hand, with the sun beaming down onto the Ageas Bowl. He runs in around the wicket to Moores, who's playing at that one, misses, and the ball goes between the bat and his body through to Brown. And in fact, when Abbas went and got that 5th wicket, I could almost hear the glee from Dave. Not that another wicket had fallen, but that he is so right, because about 20 to 25 minutes ago he was saying, why are they bowling Holland again? They need to bring Abbas back on, and pretty soon after being brought back into the attack, Abbas struck gold, and I do think Hampshire probably kept Holland going a bit longer just to almost justify him being that bowling option there. Abbas in again, full, and a big slash at that one. It's an inside edge down to fine leg for a single, and Moores gets off strike. He moves on to 45, the score 180 for 8.
I'm going to do a quick 30-second update, Mel. I might just have to interrupt you just for a moment. As the field changes for Fletcher. And Nottinghamshire in their first innings, 181 for 8 now. And Mo Abbas, the Pakistan seam bowler, has picked up 5 wickets. He's 5 for 46 into his 15th over. Peter Moores, the Nottinghamshire wicketkeeper, is keeping Hampshire at bay in the field. In fact, there's another wicket that's just fallen. It's Fletcher who's just tapped Abbas to mid-wicket, and that's Abbas's 6th wicket. 6 for 46 for him now. Nottinghamshire 181 for 8. 9.
You tried.
Oh well.
And actually, quite comically, we can still hear the actual stream for Hampshire, but almost like carnival music started playing there as you got that wrong, and I think that was lovely timing.
Oh dear, I can't believe I said that. Never
But
mind.
6 wickets now for Mohammed Abbas. And you stole that wicket from me. I think I'm wicketless today.
You are. You've missed a few.
Every time I've gone to the toilet, a wicket's
you've gone.
fallen.
Yeah, I know. But the fact that they're from a Hampshire point of view, the fact they're falling, it doesn't matter, does it? They're going.
And they'll be happy with Abbas in the wickets early on in the season. If anyone's put him in their fantasy teams on the county cricket draft, then they'll be happy as well. It brings Dane Patterson to the middle for Nottinghamshire, who, of course, we were saying would need to have got to 250 to pick up a first batting point.
Yes,
and
50
they're
more. Yeah.
going to be lucky to get to 200 at this rate. It's all going to be down to how Moores plays now. And at this point, you would think that Moores may just begin to play the shots now. Of course, on a personal level, he'll want that half century. He's only 5 runs away. But on a team's level, he'll be just wanting to face as many of these remaining deliveries. Try and keep Patterson off strike. Not to condemn Patterson's batting, but I did see him get clean bowled in 2021 at the quarterfinals in the T20 Blast to win Hampshire the game.
Ooh.
Here comes Abbas in full, driven by Patterson to mid-off for no run. I believe that was Patterson anyway. It was that nervy game where I think there was 4 or 3 to defend off the final over, and I note that Dave has walked to the other side of the gantry. That's why I've had the nerve and the guts to bring up the quarter-final. I'm at a safe distance away from him.
I think you're right, though. I'm just going to check.
Might have been Brad Wheel bowling the final over. Rings a bell.
2021, wasn't it?
Yeah. Abbas in again, back of a length and cut on the up by Patterson there, and he actually hit the sweeper, point who's back on the boundary, and Moores has said, no, you stay on strike, there's only 1 ball left in this over and you can face it, and denied him getting off the mark. It really has got quite warm now. I may have to ask Alex to pass me my sunglasses as the sun beams into the commentary box. We've already had to check if our kit's becoming overheated. There's Abbas in, and that one's missed the stumps by a few inches. Was quite an ugly shot from Patterson. It was a bit of a free hit, you could say. Final ball of the over, and he missed out. But it means 181 for 9 is the score. Moores will be on strike for this next over, and it looks like Kyle Abbott will be coming back into the attack as he bravely takes off his jumper.
It's funny enough, I was just about to look up what was Abbas's best figures for Hampshire, and Alex has done for me here next to us. 6 for 11 against Middlesex 2 years ago, so 6 for 46. If he picks up another wicket, they will be his best figures. Thank you very much, Alex. Gets another round of applause. There is a section of fans just to our right where Abbas is fielding on the boundary that I've always given him a warm round of applause every time he's walked back and there's been a wicket. So you can imagine they've kept their hands warm pretty much throughout the day. The field is completely scattered here for Kyle Abbott, who's round the wicket to Tom Moores. That's his dad, Peter Moores. He's trying to drive that one on the up, but well inside the line as the ball goes through to Ben Brown. I've just called that game up, that quarter-final there, Mel.
Go on,
and
let's
you're right, the last
remind
wicket was Dane
Nottinghamshire
Patterson.
listeners.
The last wicket was Brad Wheel, caught behind for no score with Nottinghamshire 123.
It was a low-scoring
out.
thriller.
Hampshire won by 2.
And yeah, as I said earlier today, it was one of the 2 times I've been to Trent Bridge, and I just remember the atmosphere was insane. I don't know how the Hampshire players managed to survive being on the pitch. It was a very partisan crowd, as you'd expect.
Cut away by Moores. There could be a single. It's gone out deep on the offside, but they're not looking for a run at this stage. I think the way Patterson is batting at the other end is he's either going to get a quick 20 or not going to last very long. But what does Moores do? It's always difficult for a batter in this stage when you've got to into a good rhythm, playing well for 45. Now all of a sudden you've got to think differently, haven't you?
I always forget that there's no fielding limits on fielders outside the non-existent ring in this format, and you suddenly look down and go, hang on a second, why are there 8 people stood on the boundary and 1 slip?
Look at that field, it's incredible. Moores gets a length ball, pushes it into the covers. They could almost run 2, I think, there if they'd gone straight away. Fielders jogging in from the offside. In fact, Liam Dawson's jogging in from slip and gets to the ball first.
Might have to get a picture of this, it's quite remarkable.
There is, I think that's James Vince at mid-off. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I thought he was the closest fielder, but he's not. Dawson's the closest fielder at slip. Everybody else is on or very close to the rope. A ring of fielders, scouts right on the boundary. 181 for 9 then as Abbott comes in again and bowls to Moores. Moores goes for the little scoop shot, misses. That hasn't missed the stumps by very much either as it goes through to Ben Brown.
That is a brilliant option though, because despite there being 8 fielders on the boundary, Mohamed Abbas, who's having a word with a few fans on the boundary, he's been running in quite hard today. He's picked up 6 wickets, so if Moores does just get it a bit finer than where he is, I don't suspect we'll see Mohamed Abbas put in the dive or risk injuring himself the first game back. So I would be completely happy if Moores tries that again and again this over.
You're right, if you get hold of it and it goes very fine, there's never anybody there, is there? Abbott? He combined Abbott and Abbas together there. He's playing a missing outside the off stump there, Moores. Goes through to, that's quite a good effort to combine those 2 surnames. Almost a good effort anyway.
Now final ball of the over, so Moores will just be looking to get a single, and I'm not sure whether more Hampshire fielders are planning to come up. We've seen that mid-wickets just creeping in, pointers now crept into the circle, but despite that the other fielders remain out on the boundary, so if Moores finds the right gap it'll be quite an easy single.
Here's Abbott then round the wicket, and Moores gets a bouncer which he pulls away nicely along the ground. That'll be a single, so there is the single. Gap out to deep square leg. Moores will keep the strike, moves on to 46, and it's 182 for 9. Nottinghamshire were at lunch 93 for 4. So we've had 5 wickets since the break. 2 of those to Fuller.
I do think that's
Couple
really
to Abbas.
strange fielding placement, because even if they'd brought everyone in and Moores had hit a boundary, you still would have had, 6 deliveries at Patterson with Mohamed Abbas with a ball in hand, who wants his best bowling figures ever. It's felt all too easy there just to let Moores have that single, and even if he just picks up 1 or 2 runs, he can really stretch this out for Hampshire and just make them work a bit harder, and suddenly the openers who may have suddenly gone, oh, I could be batting in 15 minutes, may suddenly be batting in 30, yes. 45. Again, the field spreads as Abbas prepares to bowl at Moores. Everyone on the boundary but a first slip. In comes Abbas and charging down the wicket, slicing that one down to long off, and Kyle Abbott there does a great dive. Great diving bit of fielding, keeps it down to 2, and I think that's probably the most dynamic fielding you'll see all of today, and perhaps in the whole first round of the county championship. Tom Moores now has the top score in the innings for Nottinghamshire, 48 not out, and showed a lot of intent with that shot. He charged down the wicket, flat slapped it past Abbas, and Kyle Abbott, who was about 10 metres off the boundary, had to make quite a lot of ground to cut it off. He's in again, Abbas, and looking to ramp this time as Moores misses out again, and that time it was quite close to making contact with the stumps. I love when this happens and there's a batter with a bowl, because it feels like commentating on a T20.
Yes.
And then suddenly the other batters, the bowler's on strike, and it all changes, and you see wacky fields like this and so many tactics coming into play, and both teams just one completely on the back foot, the other one desperate for that final wicket. I just find it absolutely fascinating.
It's totally
and
different.
Fun.
Yeah, well, it's totally different, isn't it, from what we've been watching for the last few hours. I've got a great stat for you, Mel. I know you've come out with some great stats today.
Oh, here we go. Abbas in and working this into the onside. Running hard is Moores. He's found deep mid-wicket, and they're coming back for the second one. Chance of a run out of the bowler's end. A dive from Patterson doesn't get him back, and that's the innings done for Nottinghamshire. It was quite silly running. Moores timed it well enough. It reached the fielder, who had a clear aim and target at the stumps, and Mohammed Abbas, stationed in front of the stumps, easily whips the bails off. And it's a disappointing end to the innings for Nottinghamshire. They finish on 184. Is that correct?
They get a 1 run for that, don't they?
They get 1 run, 185.
Yeah. Moore's 49 not out. That always looked risky. That looked risky. Just as they took it, I thought, no, he's not going to get home, surely.
I mean, the tactic in itself of dabbing the ball into the onside, trying to push for 2 is completely acceptable, apart from the fact Moores timed it quite nicely, and rather than dissecting 2 fielders in the deep and positioning it, he hit it straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Patterson was never getting back to that one, even though he had a head start. And there just felt like there was a few more runs out there, and also disappointing for Moores to be left on 49 not out. Here is most of the crowd are on their feet clapping off the Hampshire players, who, after losing the toss, having to bowl first, have bowled Nottinghamshire out for 185.
Mo Abbas finishing with 6 for 49 from 15.3 overs, not quite his best for Hampshire. That ran out, unfortunately, denied him the chance of taking his first 7-wicket bag for the county. Tom Moore's finishing 49 now, as Melissa said. I think we'll take a quick break. Shall I leave my stat until the new...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's tea now, apparently. Thank you, Dave.
Oh, do you want to do it now, or should we save it for the next session?
We'll save it for the next session, because it's that good.
Oh, can't wait.
We'll see you in 20 minutes. And a warm welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway. The Hampshire reply to the Nottinghamshire first innings total of 185 all out. Yes, we've already had one innings, about to start the next. Mo Abbas, the star of the show for Hampshire, 6 for 49 from 15.3 overs. It's the third time that he has taken a 6-wicket haul for Hampshire. He needed the last wicket to take 7 for the first time, but unfortunately he was denied that because Tom Moores, who batted very well for his 49 not out, perhaps just took one liberty too much in trying to go for a second, and Dane Patterson was run out, and he was left 49 not out. Nottinghamshire 185 all out, as I say, and Hampshire about to get underway. It's a new opening partnership for Hampshire. Well, half of it is anyway, because Felix Organ will be joined at the crease by 21-year-old Fletcher Middleton, son of Tony Middleton, who Mick Newell will have played against his dad many times. Tony Middleton, who played from 84 to 95 here, who's a batting coach as well. But it's going to be Felix Organ to face the first delivery from Ollie Stone, formerly of Warwickshire, has made the move to Nottinghamshire, and he will bowl the first over from the pavilion end. Your commentary team, later on you'll hear from Melissa Story, but it's myself and Dave Bracegirdle to take you through this period, and the first ball is straight, and it's played by Organ up to mid-on, and there's no run. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you very much, sir. So we've had the tea interval, so we don't lose the 2 overs between innings as I spill my cup of coffee. That's a good start of the session. If ever there was an omen, there we are. Dave. I'll sort it out at the end of the over. I've got some
wet wipes,
tissues, yeah, all that sort of stuff.
Did I see wet wipes are going to get banned or something?
Yeah, this Stone, fair-haired 29-year-old, bowls a ball that is just deflected, I think off the pad down to long leg. We'll just have a little look at the umpire. So Hampshire up and running with a leg bye. Notts 185 all out. Bit of a waste right at the end there. You could see what Tom Moores was trying to do, push and with all the fielders out, try and come back for a second to keep strike, and in so doing it have reached a 50, but Dane Patterson just couldn't beat the throw in from deep and he was run out. So from 42 without loss, Notts 185 all out. Looks under par. We'll have to see how they go with the ball as Stone now bowls to Middleton, who defends.
So Fletcher Middleton's only his second first-class game, played against the Sri Lanka Development 11 here last year. Scored 64 in that game, but this is his first championship game. He's played a few of the 50-over competitions, games in the 50-over competition, but this is his first real big stuff.
And I guess he's got the nod over Joe Weatherly?
And Tom Prest.
Here is Stone. Right arm, can bowl very, very quickly. This one's pushed up to Luke Fletcher at mid-off. No run. Fletcher out for a duck today, almost inevitable. I was talking about his 250s at Lords as he came to the crease, and almost inevitably out for naught. Top scorer was Tom Moores, then 49 not out, Joe Clark 47, and third top scorer was Ben Duckett's 24. Not an awful lot else really. Mohammed Abbas with 6 for 49. Here is Ollie Stone. Bowls again, worked away nicely. Good bit of timing off his pads, and that'll be a boundary to Fletcher Middleton. Mohammed Abbas, of course, who Mick Newell had in his office sign here, had him on a contract for 2020. Could have been a different story, Kev.
There you go. What if, eh? If only.
COVID.
I haven't heard that song before. That's not a bad way to score your first championship runs, is it?
It's a nice looking shot, wasn't it?
You'll be talking about that for years to come.
The two debutants in direct battle here. Stone with ball in hand. He comes again. Nicely defended. That concludes the first over, 5 without loss, and before we find ourselves totally knee deep in coffee, I'll mop that up.
Yeah. Fortunately, on the plus side, Dave, it's only a little spill. It's not, even though it's a full cup, it's not all the way over the table. And also, fortunately for me, it's on your side. rather than my side. So I'm okay, Jack. So 5 without loss, the deficit 180. Nottinghamshire win the toss this morning, lunched at 93 for 4. 185 all out in the end. So it's going to be Luke Fletcher, who I think might actually be a real handful on this wicket. I think he'll bowl the sort of length that is exactly the one that's called for. Will shape the ball away from the right-hander, will cause some problems. First to negotiate them will be Felix Organ. 3 slips wait as Fletcher, right arm over, comes in and bowls. Organ off the back foot, steers that just behind square on the leg side, picks up a single. Organ is off the mark now, and Hampshire move on to 6 without loss. Shall I mention this super duper stat that I'm dying to get out? Mel can't wait to hear it. It's honestly, it's a bit underwhelming, really.
You've been building it up for about 45 minutes there,
and I don't know why, because honestly, you'll be more disappointed in me than normal when you hear it. I'll just wait for this ball from Fletcher, who comes in and bowls, and always beating the outside of the off stump.
Fletcher to Fletcher.
Fletcher
to Fletcher.
Yeah. ER to A. Yeah.
I've never come across anyone else with the first name of Fletcher with an A.
Well, that's unusual, isn't it? No, I don't think I have. Yeah. Certainly not with a surname of Middleton.
I'm just delaying the...
Yeah, I know, you're building it up even more. So we were saying it's been a low-scoring game so far, and Tom Moore's 49 not out was the highest score of the Nottinghamshire innings. Only just behind was Joe Clark, 47. This fixture here, the last one in September 21. Middleton pushes forward, thick outside edge, goes backward a square. There were 4 50s in the match, and Ben Slater's 55 was the highest in the game. So we are sort of... You see what I mean? It's so underwhelming, isn't it? I know. The highest score was 55 in the whole game.
LPW got 51, I know that.
Probably.
So I looked it up earlier when he was batting.
Right. But anyway, so we're sort of in the ballpark again, aren't we? Told you it was rubbish.
And what did Keith Barker get in the first innings?
He got, as down the leg side, through to keeper Moores, 7 for 46. Patterson White 5 for 41 in Hampshire's first innings of 178.
And Barker no wickets today. I mean, it's strange, isn't it?
It's weird, isn't it? Weird how it goes. But we are, at the moment, Hampshire got 226 in the first innings in that game, actually. So a few more than Nottinghamshire's, but not many more. So we could be playing out a similar type of match. We have 38 overs to do after this one, so we'll be doing a bit of overtime as well if the light holds up, as Fletcher comes in and bowls. Fletcher drives. Fletcher bowls and Fletcher drives. That goes up to mid-on.
I remember in that match in 2021, the ball that Luke Fletcher bowled to clean bowl James Vince in the second innings was probably as good a delivery as he bowled that summer. Terrific delivery. I don't know if you remember it. Just shaped. Did Vince get 50? He must have been one of your 50.
I didn't write down all the 50s. I just wrote.
I think he just got to his 50 in the second innings, and Luke Fletcher bowled him with an absolute beaut that just came back.
Okay, I can look it up, but yeah. Again, it's full, it's driven and not timed as it goes out into the covers, and that's the end of Fletcher's first over. 1 run from it. Hampshire 6 without loss. Organ has 1. Middleton has 4.
Important that Notts do keep chipping away with wickets like Hampshire did throughout the day. Elsewhere in Division 1, Northants 77 for 6 at tea against Kent at Canterbury. Also at tea at Old Trafford, where Surrey are 196 for 5. Bit of a recovery there with Ben Folkes 55 not out. Jamie Smith made 54 a little earlier. And elsewhere in Division 1, they're off for rain at Lords, where Essex are 138 for 2. No play today at Taunton. Stone bowls to Felix Organ, who pushes it back to the bowler. Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire 156 for 3 against Worcestershire. Tea at Cardiff, where Gloucestershire 71 for 2 there. Not a lot of play thus far at Cardiff. Nor down at Hove, where they lost the morning session, but Durham 161 for 1. 70 odd for Alex Lees there, and at Headingley, Yorkshire won 88 for 2 against Leicestershire off for rain there. Stone once more bowls ball that is just run on an angle of 45 to Seabermead. Live wire in the field for Notts, and even from this distance, Cav, you can see with a Seabermead all the sticky tape he's got on his fingers. An absolutely incredible sight of Seabermead's fingers when he's in the field. He tapes them all up, virtually everyone.
Is he sponsored by?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's a case of the old brittle fingers or what it is. Is that a laptop that's just gone flying from Mel? No, a charger. Not quite a laptop. Stone in once more. Bowls edged and caught. Good catch there by Ben Duckett. That second slip went very quickly, and Ollie Stone gets his first wicket for Nottinghamshire on his debut, and he's got Felix Organ caught for 1. Went very, very quickly indeed. But a good grab in the slip cordon, and Hampshire are 6 for 1.
Yeah, good wicket. There's been a lot of wickets taken today behind the stumps, wicket-keeper and the close-in catchers as well. It's that sort of wicket, those sort of conditions. Now, Felix Organ is one of those batters that was under pressure coming into this game. Hampshire's top order batting, maybe Vince, Gubbins and Dawson apart, has looked a little vulnerable, has to be said. And Fletcher Middleton coming in to open the innings at 21 years of age, playing his first championship game, will probably tell you all you need to know about how Hampshire probably just wanted to shake things up a little bit, and Ian Holland coming down in the middle order. Well, Felix Organ, who had a slightly better season last year than normal. His career average is 24, so that, that's nothing to write home about. Did actually average last year 31, so he did improve, but so much has been said about the top 2 or 3 of Hampshire's, and the fact that Felix Organ has gone early or just put a little more pressure on him. Ben Brown, according to the Professional Cricketers Association, passes 500 first-class dismissals, 480 catches and 22 stumpings. That's a stat from the PCA. I have to say none of the stats will match Mel's throughout the day, but we're doing our best. This has been a real stat day today, isn't it?
I do like, actually, that the PCA are across things like that. You'll often get it, as we saw there, during the course of a day or at the end of a day's play, and they will generally be across things like that. I don't know if they've got Ben Slater playing his 50th match for Nottinghamshire today or not, but it is indeed. So we've got a left-hander in there in Nick Gubbins, who works his first ball onto the leg side, fielded by the effervescent Hamid, and it remains 6 for 1. We were talking about North v South in the luncheon or in the tea break off mic, and the last time they had it in 2018 in the Caribbean, I was fortunate to be out there for it, and Nick Gubbins, and he played in 2 of the matches for the South and got magnificent centuries in both games as he defends this one. And I think a lot of people thought, well, he's pretty much played himself into the England ODI side, but it doesn't materialise for him. And then of course the change of county which came, it all sort of happened much of a muchness. Either he came here and North East went to Yorkshire and then Notts and then Glamorgan, or North East move brought Gubbins to here. But there were 2 changes that from afar didn't seem as if they were about to happen.
No.
Hampshire 6 for 1. Stone bowls, and that's struck him amidships, and that's a good pacey over from Ollie Stone. He's got a wicket, he's up and running. It's a wicket maiden. Hampshire are 6 for 1, and Ollie Stone 2 overs, 1 for 4.
Yeah, I think Gubbins was looking for a change of scene, wasn't he? I think he felt that it's interesting when you said that about the North-South, and at that point his stock was very high. And it was just sort of on a downward curve, really. And I think he was looking to sort of get revitalised, just reinvigorated, re-energised, anything you want to say that's positive. And by and large, it's been okay. I think there's more there yet. As Fletcher bowls, Middleton drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. That's Dane Patterson at mid-on there. So He played one magnificent game for Hampshire last year. He got 200s in the game against Lancashire in conditions here that favoured the bowling a lot more than it has. And Dane Villas made the comment after the game that he thought it was the best display of batting in those conditions that he'd ever seen. So he threatens it at times, Gubbins. I think there's still more weight of runs in there somewhere. As Fletcher bowls and it's pushed to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Rob Collins says, Dave, Notts have signed 3 Pakistan fast bowlers in my lifetime, but none so far have bowled a single over for us. Shoaib Akhtar and Mohammad Zaid being the others.
Well, Freedy hasn't bowled any for you yet.
But thanks for that, Rob. Rob, the Notts Director of Cricket is on the balcony and nodding ruefully. Yes, Fletcher's in again.
It's a nice drive for Fletcher, and he found the gap there, square on the offside. Got a good stride in as well. There will be opportunities to drive Luke Fletcher, but you will have to be very careful because, as I've said, that ball will shape away from the outside edge. 10 for 1. Didn't Shaheen Afridi miss the T20 World Cup final? Yeah, so I mean, not that I'm saying that he's injury prone, but you know.
Hey, steady. I wasn't really around much when Mohammad Zahid was on the brink of or joined Notts, but I certainly remember the Shoaib Akhtar around about 2000. He's going to play this week. He's going to play next week.
Forward Fletcher. Out into the covers.
And he had, again, I'm looking at Nick, Mick, who's nodding. He was in the nets. We saw him in the nets. He did 1 or 2 interviews, and he was arguably, or unarguably, the quickest bowler in the world. It was always between him and Brett Lee, wasn't it, around about that time? And Notts had got him, but it didn't happen. Other Pakistan internationals that have played for Notts, Yunis Khan played a handful of games.
Ooh. He was useful. Fletcher bowls, it's on the line of middle and leg, and Fletcher just works that wideish of mid-on, fielded by Patterson. Middleton picks up a single, 9. He moves on to 11 for 1.
And in T20 cricket, the last time Notts won the Blast, Imad Wasim played a significant role, but I can't remember any others.
He picked up some good ones in when they've been fit. Joe, who was out in Barbados at that time when you covered the North-South game, Dave, has tweeted saying Gubbins picked up an injury in that match at the university ground after looking really good in the previous matches.
That's right. He only played in 2 of the 3 games.
Yeah. I think you wrote me into a bit of commentary. There was me on holiday. And you
that's right. Yeah, you were there.
Commentary. Yeah, of course it was. Yeah, well, yeah. I have been known to go over there once or twice. That's pushed out to the covers and there's no run. I was on the holiday.
I'm sorry.
First
all I
person
can
I saw
remember
was Dave Bracegill. He came up do some commentary.
All I can remember is sharing commentary duties with Norcross for what was only 3 one-day matches, but seemed like a month. And I forgot that occasionally we had guests to pop in. Yes,
you did.
Yeah, you were there. Yeah.
I was just thinking, gosh, it's like being at home.
Love Dan Norcross, by the way, in case he's listening. He won't be.
Might be.
He won't be.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely certain he won't be following this game if he is. Going to be Ollie Stone.
He's in Hong Kong, covering fair break.
Ball outside the off stump. Yeah, I heard what Mel said off mic then. Yeah, he is. He's managed to wangle himself another very decent sounding trip. He's in Hong Kong. Hong Kong. You been there?
Yes.
Played there?
Yes, I played. Funny enough, played for England there.
I was going to say, was that one of your England appearances?
Well, my
one of your
in
England
the Hong Kong Sixes.
Well, I've seen you play for England. You played for England at Trent Bridge.
Oh, I did, yeah. England legends.
Yeah.
I played Mel. This is another thing that Mel won't remember.
There's Ollie Stone from the pavilion end, bowls to Middleton, and again he's getting lots of encouragement from his teammates as he fires one past the outside edge. Go on.
Pre-T20, pre-franchise cricket, there used to be the Hong Kong Sixes, which every country set a team to, and I managed to sneak into England side one year.
I think Chris Reed skippered England once out there, isn't it? Yeah.
We played at the football stadium. It was unbelievable.
Is that Kowloon?
I forget what it was called, but it was like big crowd. We won the first 2 games. We beat Australia and we beat the West Indies.
Stone from the far end in, again wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
Andy Pick was on that. I roomed with Andy Pick on that trip. Nottinghamshire fast bowler and former coach, for those that saying, who's Andy Pick?
Oh, I think everybody knows who Andy Pick is.
Well, yeah, but your lot would do, Dave. But it doesn't mean everybody listening does.
No, everybody will know.
Not
Andy
everybody
Pick is.
can reel off every single Nottinghamshire player between now and the last 30 years.
Are you telling me we've got a listener today
I think you're
who
the only
doesn't
one.
know who Andy Pick is?
I think.
Stone bowls. Delivery that very nearly trickles back onto the stumps. There were some oohs and ahs, and there was one from Kev as well. Very nearly trickled back onto the sticks.
We've seen those hit the stumps, haven't we?
Difficult little period this for the Hampshire's second wicket pairing. Gubbins yet to get off the mark. Middleton's got 9 of the 11 runs, but Stone with his first wicket and certainly got his dander up. Bowling quickly. Notts could get a couple of wickets, including of course the big one of James Vince. Get them right back in the game this evening, but Middleton runs this into the offside, fielded by Ameed, no run.
Yeah, he's running in nicely, isn't he, really? He's got a nice line and length. Nice action, isn't he? For a fast bowler, there's, you know, you do sometimes think, well, how on earth does somebody like that get injured a lot? But there's obviously a lot more to it than that. But when you look at his action, there's not a lot to go wrong, is there?
Well, he said he's had a couple of operations, and the most recent one he said has sorted it out because they've actually put metal work in there. There's nuts and bolts holding him all together.
Okay.
Feels fit and well, bowling quickly. Comes in again just run out into the offside, and there's no run. He actually attempted a comeback towards the back end of last season, and his comeback game was for Warwickshire seconds against Notts seconds at the Lady Bay ground, and he, typical of your fortune, he broke a finger straight away, so that put him out of the rest of the season, the last month or so of last season, so he didn't get any cricket in at all last year.
I think these two bowlers on at the moment quite complement each other quite well, actually, isn't it? I mean, you'd be, as a batter out there in the middle, you'd be thinking, yeah, Ollie Stone's hitting the deck, bowling quite quickly at me. This guy just floats it up there a little bit more, but you've got to be careful. You've got to be careful. He was just about to bowl there, and he just pulled out of his action. Was his feet wrong at the last minute? I don't know, but he pulled out of his action anyway.
Mankad. Was he looking to Mankad him?
Yes. David Allen, Hampshire's historian, has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, terrific start from Hampshire. Not about the batting, that's the bowling. Enjoying the commentary, that's great. He says, I can't wait to get to the Ageas Bowl tomorrow and Saturday. Do you know what? How many messages have we had today where people are saying, I'm coming tomorrow? Yeah. I mean, the crowd tomorrow must be about 10,000. Here comes Fletcher outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves that one alone.
Good Friday.
It's going to be a very good Friday, by the sounds of it.
Mel's bringing the hot cross buns in.
Hang on a minute, you said I'm bringing this in, Mel's bringing that in, they're going to have an absolute feast here. Hot cross buns and Easter eggs. It's not very healthy, is it?
Very nice.
Gluten-free hot cross buns, though, Mel. To be honest, you can't tell. I don't know if you've had a gluten-free hot cross bun, Dave, but I have.
I wouldn't have thought I had.
They're all right. They don't taste any different, do they? Fletcher bowls, length ball to Gubbins, who plays that into the ground. Score remains on 11 for 1. Remember, Nottinghamshire earlier bowled out for 185. I think you get gluten-free Easter eggs as well. They're not so easy. I don't like the chocolate on some of those. You have to be a bit careful, but.
Or weather forecasts usually so inaccurate in this part of the world? I guess when you buy the coast, it is a little bit hit and miss, isn't it? But
we're supposed to have had one about now, or just before.
They've promised us rain.
I might have missed one or two outside the off stump, left alone again by Nick Gubbins. There are certainly one or two clouds that look as though they could drop some rain, but they're not over us, which is good news. Other than that, there's some blue sky around as well, so we're okay. Yeah, right, we're good. We're all good.
So what's happening now? I've got to go and do a 4:30. Is Melissa
Mel,
sliding in here, or is Melissa sliding in for you?
She'll be on your side.
Or
you can have half an hour off, Dave.
Oh my word.
Another one. See, we look after you.
My word.
Here comes Fletcher again round the wicket, right arm over. Gubbins gets a length ball, works it up to mid-on. You have to hurry here. I'm sure Mullaney didn't pick the ball up cleanly with one hand. If he had done, that could have been interesting. Gubbins moves on. Well, he's off the mark now. He's obviously very keen to get off the mark on his 8th delivery that he'd faced. Hampshire move on to 12 for 1. The deficit between these two sides on the first innings is now 173. We're into the 6th over of this Hampshire first innings. Sunshine, as it has done throughout the day, comes out, I guess, for just a little while as Fletcher comes in again. And Fletcher Middleton pushes that up towards mid-on. And there's no run. It's been a feature of Fletcher Middleton's batting already. He gets a good stride in. Melissa Story back with us. Hello.
Hello. I'm pretty impressed with Middleton so far. He's not shown many signs of nerves at the crease. He's got 2 pretty impressive bowlers bowling at him. Nice variation between a bit of pace coming from the pavilion end and then the expertise of Luke Fletcher.
Yes. Yes, he's certainly been tested at the moment, hasn't he? And he's coming through it okay. Let's hope we haven't spoken too early. That's outside the off stump. And a good leave, because that carried through nicely to keeper Tom Moore's end of the over. 12 for 1. Yeah, almost 600 runs at 39 apiece in the Second 11 Championship last year for Fletcher Middleton.
And so much talent coming up through that second 11 and who had the opportunity to perform in the One Day Cup. I think if you look at now on the Hampshire website, the squad they have available to them, and even some of the players who just play white ball stuff, such as Ross Whiteley, Benny Howell's come back to Hampshire, which makes the T20 team look even more formidable. You know, it's a fantastic time to be in this setup where there's so much homegrown talent coming through, and also people coming to the club just on its reputation. And, you know, joining Jack Campbell had a few stints during the One Day Cup and has now signed a temporary deal to be with the club. It's a really exciting time. Stone continues from the pavilion end, bowling to Gubbins, who works that off his pads straight to a square leg fielder for no run.
No, I think you're right. Well, it's going to need, you know, when you think about some of the ages of 1 or 2 of the players, there's going to be a point in the near future where this team is going to start to change a little bit more rapidly.
And the fact they have such great exposure to such a high level of cricket already so early in their careers. Even when some of the players go off to play in the 100, you have the likes of Scott Curry, Toby Howard, who can come up and perform on the big stage as Gubbins drives, finds the fielder at extra cover and remarks his guard. He'd be disappointed there because he made good contact. And yeah, Tom Prest, even if you look at the role he could play in the future in the Red Bull team, not only does he contribute so much with the bat, but he's a good spinner of the ball as well, and you feel as if he could develop that a bit, and then in the future you have a team where you've got a Felix Organ and a Tom Prest, you've got 2 spin options, that might help occupy a Liam Dawson kind of role.
Or it may be just one of them, rather than both. Yeah.
In comes Stone again, and just worked off the hip by Gubbins. Ball trickles out onto the onside, and fielder comes in from square leg to pick up.
I think Felix Organ is 23, Tom Prest is 20. So there's not a lot of difference between the 2. Would you play 2 in if it got to that point? Would you play both of them?
I think if their batting allowed it, you know, we've seen Organ at the top of the order. Has he quite made that spot his yet? Arguably no, but he's promising there. And Prest is a versatile player who could potentially be another opening option. You could also see him occupy any position from 1 to 6 potentially as Stone in. And this time Gubbins beats the fielder to the left of short extra cover, and the ball races away for 4 runs. Shot in confidence there from Gubbins. He moves on to 5, and Hampshire scores 16 for 1. But then obviously if you're looking further into the future, that might be a team without 3 very good bowlers potentially, without James Vince, without Liam Dawson, Ben Brown as well. There's going to be a bit of a reshuffle of the cabinet in a few years' time, you imagine. But it's strange that there's been lots of emails saying that they think last year was Hampshire's time to win the championship and now the time has passed. Because if you look at this squad as Stones comes in and Gubbins drives into the hands of extra cover for no run, and Stone just maybe exchanges a few words with Gubbins there as he creeps down the pitch, and Gubbins just intent on marking his guard, and not sure what was said there, but you know, the side who came third in the county championship last year, who was on the, you know, the tail of Surrey the entire competition, is the same side which is out here now. Yes, the bowlers are 1 year older, but we've been shown today Mohammed Abbas is still in fine form. So I'm not sure I'm keen for so much pessimism so early in the season. As Stone comes in, and that one's edged into the ground. A tumbling dive at Gully restricts that to just a single, and Gubbins moves on to 6. Hampshire 17 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. I just, you know, let's bring the pessimism in when we start the T20 campaign like we did last year, and with about 4 losses, you know. I think have a positive approach. We were at the award ceremony last year and we had 2 trophies in front of us between the Southern Vipers and the Hampshire men. And at some points in the season we were joking, we could have had 5 trophies in front of us across the 2 teams. And, you know, it's a really impressive setup to be in. So, yes, Hampshire didn't quite seize their opportunity last year, but they could this year.
Here's Luke Fletcher starting a new over from our commentary end. That's cut into the ground and half fielded at a deep gully, I think it has to be said. That's Hasib Hamid. It's Gubbins facing. I can kind of understand why people think that last year could have been the year, because it wasn't just the fact that Hampshire played good cricket, it was the fact that some of the victories were achieved in a way that it made you think that was the year. If you think back to the Northamptonshire game, where literally it was going to rain at any point, and everybody knew that once it rained, that was it, that was the end of the game. Fletcher bowls. Nice drive down the ground from Gubbins through mid-on, and that is going to be 4 runs. Even Melissa applauded that one. And I just think that I'm going to do a quick 30-second update here. Here we go. It's coming up for right now. At some point. Well, Hampshire are batting in their first innings. They're replying to the Nottinghamshire total of 185 all out, and they are currently 21 for 1. We've just seen Nick Gubbins out, actually, as you've just come to me, having just hit a 4 down the ground. He's now been called at second slip. So Gubbins is the second Hampshire wicket to fall for 10. Fletcher Middleton playing his first championship game is 9 not out. We've already seen the demise of Felix Organ. He went for 1. Earlier in that Nottinghamshire total of 185, Mohammed Abbas picked up 6 wickets for 49, the third time he's taken 6 wickets for Hampshire. So Hampshire 21 for 2.
It seems to occur that every time you do an update,
it's been happening every time, isn't it?
Of wicket falls, and in that case, I mean, I was just getting Nick Gubbins' stats up in front of me. He looked like he was having a good time out there. It was a brief stint at the crease, but he'd played that glorious on drive the over before, and the over before that played a gorgeous off drive. So he was timing the ball well, but on that occasion Luke Fletcher just gets the better of him. It's a good catchable height, and the Nottinghamshire team are not missing out on those early opportunities. Hampshire 2 drop catches, 3 drop catches in their first innings. So, you know, looking at the fact Nottinghamshire were bowled out quite cheaply for 185, it could have been less than that if Hampshire had taken their chances. But Nottinghamshire here not making the same mistakes, and it means that the experienced Hampshire captain James Vince will come in and join Fletcher Middleton. Maybe we can be, if 1 more wicket falls, we'll get to be grouchy Hampshire fans. How about that?
Well, it's not difficult out there, but there are balls that if enough are in the right areas, it can be difficult, and I think we've seen that. I think we've seen 2 good bowling sides here so far, and they've made the batters work for every single run today.
And of course Hampshire 1 batter short with the option to not play Anira Donald in the squad. They opted for the inclusion of both Ian Holland and James Fuller, so we'll see how that continues. But the weaknesses of Hampshire's batting from the previous year already just showing a few cracks, but nothing to take away from the Nottinghamshire bowlers. They've begun this innings with a much tighter line than the Hampshire bowlers did, with Keith Barker a bit expensive in his first 4 overs, but Fletcher and Stone have been absolutely on the money.
So here we are then, James Vince in probably a little bit earlier than he would have liked. Here's Fletcher, bowls to him, and Vince gets a legged ball which he pushes out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ray on the tweets at Sunnet Sports says it's pouring down in Bognor Regis. Now that's away to our left. Normally over that way it's normally missed us, or it's gone, one of the two, so hopefully that is the case, and we're okay. So normally there we're pretty clear of it. At the moment it's pretty strong sunshine, but there are still one or two clouds around, which if they were over us might be interesting. That's in the distance. Fletcher bowls and Vince plays that late into the ground, backward of point, and there is no run there. But yeah, bright sunshine at the moment. Still just over 32 overs left in the day's play. If it stays like this, we'll get them all in, but just looking away to our right towards the New Forest, it looks like it might be raining over there, but only in a small area.
Yeah, somehow I have my sunglasses on now as
Yeah.
the sun beams down on us, and I've got probably the warmest I've been all day.
It's lovely. It's beautiful now. Fletcher bowls again to Vince. Vince gets a length ball. That's pushed out into the covers. That'll be the end of the over. 21 for 2 then, Hampshire. I did mention we had a Radio Sun cricket forum last week, and James Vince, who's had a very, very busy winter, I have to say I was sort of surprised that he came along. I was pleased he came along, and it's but his winter. This is what I wrote down. I think you probably know this, Mel, but for everybody's benefit, this was James Vince's winter. So having just played a long summer, where Hampshire were pushing, as we said earlier, for just about every trophy going. He had 3 one-day internationals in Australia in November. He then played for Team Abu Dhabi in the Dubai 210 in November and December. He then played for the Sydney Sixers in the Big Bash between December and January.
The list, I fear, is going to keep going
Yes.
on. Here comes Stone to Middleton, who's in solid defence into the covers and fielded by Stone off his own bowling.
He then captained the Golf Giants to the International T20 League title in Abu Dhabi. That was in January, February. Played 5 T20s in the Pakistan Super League for the Karachi Kings in February, and then 3 one-day internationals against Bangladesh in March. That is a hell of a winter.
He's hot property
Not
in the
hell of a
cricketing
winter, hell of a
world,
winter.
but and then I saw clips all over social media of the various innings he was playing in there. Some spectacular white ball innings as Middleton shields arms there, as Stone just gets a bit of extra bounce off this pitch, and Moores takes the ball behind the stumps over his head. But I mean, having that ability to be a good white ball opener, and we saw what he did in the T20 Blast last year, James Vince, but also, as you say, captaining in the latter competition. I've even forgotten what competition it was, there's been so many, but captaining his side, he brings that experience which, I mean, guided Hampshire to T20 finals day, got Hampshire to the semi-finals of the One Day Cup. Well, not in that case, as that was Nick Gubbins, but Stone in and tickled down the leg side, beats the diving Tom Moores behind the stumps and goes away for 4. It was touch and go from Middleton there as he flicked it off his pads, and there was a leg slip in play. Seba Mead there, and the ball just went between the two. It was a good catchable height as well. You can just sense the Notts fielders here getting a little bit hungry. I'm sure they'd fancy a 3rd wicket. Just put things a bit more in the balance. 3 conventional slips, 1 leg slip, as Stone into Middleton, driving gloriously through the vacant region at mid-off for 4. And despite that slight tickle the ball before, he's back on top this delivery, showing no fear, and it's something we often talk about, and we talked about a lot last year with Tom Preston, the team, that these younger players, in some senses they've got everything to prove, but in other ways they just have no pressure on them whatsoever. Hampshire have so many opening options, but he can take the faith that they've chosen him for their opening game of this year's county championship, and he's just got to run away with that confidence as he's on strike again to Stone. Over the wicket, bowls full, and this time driven back to Stone. He gets a hand on it, but it was timed nicely again.
It's good batting, actually. The shot before, for me, was the shot of the Hampshire innings so far. You just look at the field, it's set for a short ball, or shortish, isn't it, really, with the slips, the leg slip, the mid-off is wide, that extra cover. You're not expecting too many full balls, and yet to have played that shot 2 balls ago that he played, and in the manner he played it, it's a sign of a good player, isn't it?
Stone turns at the top of his mark and comes in past the umpire to Middleton, bowls a shorter ball and doesn't bounce as much from the surface as he expected. A few groans from the Nottinghamshire fielders and quite an unusual duck under the ball there. It kept so low in the end that Fletcher Middleton almost had to drop entirely to his knees, and he rested his bat down on the ground to get underneath the ball. That was some feisty bowling there from Ollie Stone, and also just a case of, yes, he's been playing in the second 11 and batting in the Hampshire nets, but what opportunities has Fletcher Middleton probably had to face bowling this quick? He probably hasn't, so this is a learning experience as well as an opportunity for him to prove himself.
Well, he's 13 not out. Vince yet to get off the mark, having faced 3. Here's his 4th as Fletcher comes in. Length ball to Vince, who just pushes that up to mid-on. Dane Patterson fields. Haven't seen him yet into the attack. He'll take over from Fletcher at some point.
There's a good contrast between these Nottinghamshire bowlers as well, with the express pace from Stone and then, as I mentioned, the experience of Fletcher, but also just having to adjust from those 2 paces, and Stone just really has a license to bowl as quick as possible here. So you've just got to be careful with Fletcher, and his height and the bounce he gets is equally deceiving.
Got to be careful to be drawn into that drive, haven't you? As Vince drives, gets a thick outside edge along the ground, though, into the gap between backward of point and third slip. It's going for 4. It was along the ground, but that's the ball that Fletcher's looking for, to just drift away from the right-hander and maybe just catch the edge, and it flies through to the close catchers. I said he might take over Dane Patterson from Fletcher. It's probably more likely Stone, of course, because Stone has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 13. You just wonder how long he does bowl for, how many spells, or how many overs in each of his spells. And my guess is, I think he'll bowl another one. Ollie Stone, at least. Would you think?
I think definitely another one. My main concern for this Nottinghamshire bowling lineup,
as Fletcher bowls, length ball, Vince in behind that one, pushes up to mid-on,
is besides Ollie Stone as that express pace bowler, whether it's just a bit samey. We've got a lot of right arm medium fast options coming in afterwards. You've got Lyndon James with a bit of right arm medium, Steve Mullaney if he fancies turning his arm over as well, but they don't have the variation of that left armour which Hampshire have with Keith Barker. Hampshire didn't require any spin options in their innings in the end, but they did have 2 spin options there. I just wonder whether that change of angle from Barker would have brought...
Vince drives up it, it's almost caught in the covers. It was 2 at the fielders left. It just looked as though we might have got a hand underneath that one.
And that's exactly what you were saying, of making sure it's the correct length from Fletcher to drive. That one was just a bit too short. Vince played it on the up, and if it had just hung in the air a bit longer, then Hampshire would have been 3 down. Liam Patterson-White.
Patterson-White, yeah.
It was a good attempt from him in the covers.
This is why you have to be so careful. Here comes Fletcher again. He invites the drive, doesn't he? And Vince this time is beaten outside the off stump. There's the ball that just shapes away a little bit.
I've always thought that Luke Fletcher would make like a good WWE wrestler. He looks like, because he's obviously a tall man and he looks quite strong.
He is.
But I reckon he could, after his professional career, he could make quite a name for himself. He just looks like he would be, live up to the stage presence, have a few fights, put him up against John Cena now, and I reckon Luke Fletcher would win.
In again. Vince gets wrapped on the pad, playing slightly across that one. Looks like it's going down the leg side though, but Vince just got caught there a little bit, coming across and just playing across the line of the ball, but didn't quite look right. It was close, worth a shout, but not quite right. 33 for 2.
Vince 4 not out, Middleton 13 not out, and the big question on a lot of Hampshire fans' minds will be whether Fletcher Middleton is the solution to this opening partnership problem, which has been going on for a long time. So last year Hampshire used 2 opening partnerships, which was Holland and Organ and Weatherly in Holland and Organ and Holland. That's the one. And it started well. The first game they had a 180-run partnership against Somerset, so that was good for them. But the next 50-plus partnership for Hampshire wasn't until 15 attempts later. In comes Patterson, new bowler, and that's driven by Middleton, but finds the field. Driven but not timed. So the first change of bowling, as we predicted, Stone doesn't come on to bowl another, and Nottinghamshire making the early changes. So yeah, they had a great opening partnership, the Hampshire batters, 180 in that first game. And then after that, it was 15 attempts later where they surpassed 50 again in an opening partnership. And that was 51 as an opening partnership. That was the second best in the whole season. As Patterson into Middleton, who gets on top of the bounce of that one and dribbles the third slip for no run. The third best opening partnership for Hampshire last year in the county championship. Do you know what it was?
Third best opening partnership?
Opening partnership.
So it was, second best was 51?
Yes.
Wow, it's for you to have mentioned it like that, something like 30.
It was 12.
No.
And that was actually in the innings where Hampshire were 57 all out.
Kent?
Yep.
Wow.
Patterson in and Fuller almost in the block hole, and Middleton drives back to the bowler for no run. 3 dots in a row now, Hampshire 33 for 2. And then there was a few more later bits of success, but overall there was 25 first wicket stands, 13 were for 10 or less. So there's a real problem here with Hampshire and their opening partnerships. As I mentioned, they've got plenty of options. Weatherly, Holland, Organ, Middleton, even pressed as Patterson's in, and defending is Middleton to cover for no run. But it's just going to be finding that combination which works. Today they've gone for 2 young players, a 21-year-old and a 23-year-old. But overall, this is a problem which needs to be solved for Hampshire.
It certainly does. That's a good start, that. Wow. So one, and that was against Somerset first game, wasn't it? The big one.
Yeah, 180. In comes Patterson. And bowls as in defence is Middleton for no run.
So last year,
I'm hoping I've got this right actually, because I'm worried that I've phrased it wrong.
have you gone? Well, do you want to have another go at it?
No, I have a workout in my head, but I'm now
Okay.
worried that I've got the stats wrong.
Have you? Well, there was certainly a big partnership first game. That's
Yeah,
for
definitely
sure.
a big partnership.
Because Weatherly got the big one. He's big 100, didn't he, in that game?
If it is wrong and anyone's been listening, just forget what I said.
Oh, really?
But I did say to you in the break that you can say any stat with confidence and it doesn't matter if it's wrong or right. Patterson in, defending again is Middleton. And that concludes a good first over for Dame Patterson and Maiden. And the score for Hampshire remains 33 for 2.
I always go, while you're having a look at that again, Mel, I always go with sort of, if you just take last year's opening partnership and you match them up to their opposition. Go on, you've got it, haven't you? Go
I
on.
think it was. I forgot to say the words at home.
Ah, right.
Home partnerships, 12 was the third best at home.
Wow.
Which is equally damaging, because even though they did have success on other grounds, when you're playing at your home ground, this is meant to be your arena. This is where you're meant to be your strongest. And the fact Hampshire's third highest opening partnership at home was 12.
Wow.
There we go.
Fletcher to Vince. Vince on the back foot, steers that out into the covers. Fletcher has 1 for 15, starting his 6th. But whether it's home and away, home, just away, whatever, that's for a side that's looking to win the championship, it's not easy. We all know it's not easy opening the batting, that's for sure. The new ball, we know the way the balls behave, very, very difficult indeed. But you have to find a way. That's what it's all about. That's what professional sport is all about. It's finding a way. No matter what ability, what you do, you have to find a way. As Fletcher bowls and Vince pushes forward, gets a thick inside edge. That's certainly not going anywhere where he expected. It's gone down to fine leg. Fletcher again just dropping that ball on a spot which causes problems. Hampshire move on to 34 for 2. I'll just go back to there's just the stats. Whenever I look last year, I looked at the opening batters and I looked at the opposition's opening batters. If you just take this game, and if it had been last year's openers, Ian Holland, 25 averages, and actually averaged 22 last year, so he was slightly down. Felix Organ averages 24, and he actually averaged 31 last year, so he improved. That's played to mid-wicket and there's no run. But if you just take these openers for Notts, you know, I mean, Hamid averaged 58 last year, but 35 career. And it was a pretty similar story, wasn't it? You know, if sort of the openers Hampshire were coming up against were always in the 30s, Hampshire's were always in the 20s, and that's you know, and that tells a story.
Joe Weatherly for me was one of the most interesting ones because he opened 6 times last year, scored 273 runs in his first 3 outings. Then he got injured.
Fletcher bowls and Middleton pushes well forward, goes out into the covers.
Then he scored 6 runs in his next 3. So obviously it's always difficult coming back from an injury. Personally, I like a Hampshire side with Joe Weatherly in it. I think he's a really talented player. He's done fantastic things for Hampshire in the white ball side. I think he's just yet to find almost the tempo to go at and the style. So whether he's opening or whether in time there becomes a bigger opening for him in the middle order, I would like to see that. And I'm sure, of course, we might see a bit of flexible selection in these first few games of the season as Hampshire work out their best combination.
Yes, that may take a little time. We'll have to wait and see if Middleton works that straightest delivery to Hamid at mid-wicket. You mentioned Weatherly, just looking at the other stat there. I mean, career-wise, he averages 24, which he is a much better player than that. We've said that many times. But actually, last season, averaged 30 in the championship. So he actually did improve.
And there was quite a big rise in player averages last year, particularly at the start of the season. And there was a lot of talk about whether there was backlash from the English ground staff about how much English pitchers had been slagged off as a result of England's loss in the Ashes.
Well, he's playing a missing outside the off stump there, Fletcher, prodding forward, end of the over, 34 for 2, replying to that 185.
Because after England's quite disastrous Ashes campaign, a lot of people turned the attack to the county championship, you know, suggesting it wasn't a good enough tournament to produce this talent, which first of all is stupid to say the least, because if you think of the players the competition attracts, Pujara, Labuschagne, Smith, you know, there's some great operators, and it's produced so many incredibly talented players like Harry Brook, who's bursting through. But then a lot of the pitches early on last year were quite nice batting pitches very early on, and a lot of players did score quite heavily. I remember in the first week or 2 of the county championship last year, the hundreds were piling up like anything, and I'll have to collect some of the data on how many was scored, but a lot of people were performing above their average last year. As Batterson in, strikes Vince on the pads, a big appeal from the Nottinghamshire players. I don't know whether I heard 2 noises there. I'd like to think
high,
that
maybe?
was certainly something preventing the umpire from giving that one out. Maybe sliding down, a bit of an inside edge. Bat and pad were close together.
Yep.
And Patterson yet to concede a run.
It's funny, nobody slagged off the championship this year after what England did in the winter.
No.
It's funny, isn't it?
Hardly praise it as well. Patterson over the wicket. Vince just turns this square and finds the fielder, no run taken. And of course, whether pitches will be as good as they were last year, you know, hopefully it's a good balance between bat and ball. But of course, there's the experiment this year with the is it the Kookaburra ball? It's been settled on for 2 weeks of the championship. So, you know, as the pitches are also in competition with T20 Blast, it will be running at the same time. It'll be interesting to see how the performances change with the use of the different ball. Patterson bowls a full delivery and Vince defends, drops his hands on that one.
I was listening to the County Cricket podcast last week. I think Kevin Howes, I think they had Alex Stewart on. They also had Mickey Arthur, the Derbyshire head coach, and they also had Mark Church, our colleague at BBC Surrey, and they were talking about the 2 weeks of Kookaburra mid-season. They were saying, well, hang on a minute, why don't you have the Kookaburra ball now in these conditions if it doesn't do anything?
I did think the same. As Patterson's in, back of a length and on the back foot, as Vince pushing back to Patterson for no run. I did find that strange as well, and I don't know whether they're going, okay, let's just go with what we know for the first few weeks to ease into the competition. But the time they're suggesting to trial the ball is, you know, traditionally a time when games can just go into a few draws as the pitches are maybe just not doing much. The weather's a bit It's not really sunny, it's not really cloudy. Use them now, see how they perform under cloudier conditions. Patterson in. Full, driven by Vince to mid-off. No run taken.
Yeah. It's almost like we can't have it too early on because it's new. Why would we have it the first couple of weeks? But actually now is the time. If it doesn't do as much, do it now.
I also am not sure I personally see the sense in bringing in a 2-week trial for the Kookaburra Ball, because yes, countries abroad use a Kookaburra, but that's why you go over there. You play warm-up games when you're part of the England setup to, you know, get used to those conditions. It's why you go play grade cricket. You go play in these competitions around the world. You get used to other countries' conditions outside the off stump, and defended by Vince to complete a second maiden over for Dane Patterson, and Hampshire's score remains 34 for 2. It's just that the Duke ball is, you know, synonymous with English conditions. You know, the players learn to play it so that England and the counties can perform well and win games here in the home country. It seems strange to be changing that, but then of course there was a lot of problems with the Duke ball last year, which I think was also talked about on I think the most recent BBC podcast, where they were saying that, you know, the Duke ball manufacturers admitted and said, look, something's not right with the balls this last season.
Fletcher to Middleton. 2 Fletchers. That's why it sounds like there's the same person out there in the middle. It's played up to mid-on and there's no run.
Because it was quite funny, because it got to the point last year where we were tallying up how many times the ball got changed. I remember one forward would get hit to the boundary and we'd be going, that's a ball change, it's gone out of shape, or the stitching has come undone. But they said it was a bad batch. The stitches weren't being applied tight enough. So if the balls are a better standard this year, then why change it? But
we haven't had one today, have we?
No, not at all. It's been bliss.
It's just been normal cricket. Forward is Middleton. That's gone out off a thick outside edge to backward a point. No run. Score remains on 34 for 2. Yeah, it's been quite refreshing actually. I mean, I know we've still got another 26 overs to do after this, so let's not speak too early, but we have actually gone very nearly a whole day without a ball change.
And what do you think? How many overs are we actually going to get through for the rest of today?
Well, looking at that cloud to our right, as long as that misses us.
Oh gosh, I didn't even notice that.
How can you miss that?
I'm not sure, it's massive.
I think it is fairly certain to say that Middleton gets a little leading edge there, just got turned around. Fortunately for him, the ball goes along the ground, through a vacant third slip, fourth slip area, and it's gone quickly, and it's gone for 4, up towards the pavilion. So Middleton moves on to 17, I think that'll be. 38 for 2, unless I'm ahead of the board. Yes, that's exactly what's happened. The ball changes to 5 o'clock in the evening as well. I would say, and I'm not quite sure of my Southampton geography or the surrounds, but there is an area somewhere in Southampton right now where there's rain.
It's like that scene in The Lion King where Simba goes to Mufasa and goes, what's that place over there, the dark place over there? And Mufasa's like, you should never go there. That looks like the dark, horrible, evil place over there.
It's called the something lands, isn't it? A Badlands, Shadowlands, something I can't remember. That's pushed up to mid-on by Middleton. As the score remains on 38 for 2, Hampshire currently 147 runs behind on the first innings after bowling out Nottinghamshire for 185. Mo Abbas 6 for 49.
I think it is the Shadowlands.
Was it Shadowlands? It was called something, wasn't it?
That was some good Disney knowledge from you.
Oh, I've watched a few in my time.
Recently?
Not recently, but I think that might be happening again soon. Or maybe in a year or two's time anyway. But yeah, no, I must have watched some of those films, no exaggeration to say 100 times. Here comes Fletcher. A slight exaggeration, but it's not far off. It's nearer 100 than 50, let's put it that way. Let's play it out into the covers and there's no runs.
I think there's a few my parents could vouch where me and my sister have watched them over 100 times.
What's your most watched Disney? Well, it wouldn't have been videos in the day. You would be on DVDs.
I was just in the video era, but mainly DVDs.
Okay.
But I remember watching Finding Nemo a lot.
Okay, yeah.
And I also loved Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
That was my favourite.
Okay.
Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
Yeah.
Very good one. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah.
All the classics.
Okay. Obviously not Lion King as much.
My sister, I think, liked it more. I was a bit scared of it.
Really? Mufasa had that effect on you as that's pushed out into the covers. And there is no run. 38 for 2. Middleton has 17 from 44. Vince 5 from 17. He's been quiet. He's been kept quiet anyway. And 26 overs left in the day. Really, what part of the... Was it the... Perhaps it was those lands beyond the...
It was, I think it was
Rock.
the elephant graveyard with the hyenas.
Oh, yeah.
The hyena laugh's just a bit evil, isn't it? Like they're mocking you for being scared of them. But saying that, I am actually going to Longleat quite soon, and there is hyenas there, so I'm going to have to get a bit braver.
Other safari parks available.
Other safari parks are well, not that many, but there's a few. Safari parks over zoos. Dame Patterson ready to begin his third over. The temperature has just dropped and the sun has gone away. So
it's that cloud.
The dark place is coming closer. The shadow lands as Patterson bowls a straighter ball, and Vince again is taking quite a significant step across the stumps and looking to work the ball into the onside. And he's just almost been trapped in front a couple of times. His bat's fortunately got in the way. But Patterson certainly is attacking those stumps.
Yes, it's all due to that cloud that's hopefully missing us, but we can see quite a lot of it.
Patterson into Vince, who moves his feet slightly as a trigger movement and guides the ball to backward point for no run. I mean, I've experienced incredibly weird weather conditions at the Ageas Bowl before, because of course the ground is almost sunk into the ground, and then the nursery pitch beneath us is sunk in even lower. And I've been playing on that pitch before when it's been raining over here and not raining on the pitch.
Is that right?
Really, really strange conditions. And
Weird.
it's been snowing before in Southampton, and we had bright sun here, so it's its own climate. As that's short by Patterson, pulled away by Vince into the gap between fine leg and deep square. A confident looking pull shot from James Vince. He moves on to 9, and the Hampshire score 42 for 2.
If you're listening in the locality, please let us know where it's raining. We know it's not far away, and I don't quite know my geography as well as I should. I know it's south over the pavilion, so I'm just trying to work out what is slightly to our right. It's definitely raining. silentcricket@gmail.com, email at Silent Sport or at Melissa G Story if you want to, though. Yeah, just let us know, because I'd love to know exactly where it is. I'm not sure it's Bitton. Was it Bitton way? It might be that way.
Is that Botley? I don't really know.
Botley would be more to our left.
Oh.
Because Hedge End is sort of to our left and behind us.
Yes.
Left is sort of Portsmouth.
Maybe
Right
it
is New Forest,
I think
Bournemouth.
it is Botley.
Well, over there? No.
Is it not
Bitton. Might be more Bitton, I think.
Where's Botley then?
Botley's behind us.
Oh, no.
To our left. Outside the off stump. Quite close to off stump, but Vince... Oh, it's you. Sorry, Mel. Yeah, so look. To our left, and just behind us is Hedge End.
Hedge End.
Botley's going just past out.
It's a geography lesson for all the listeners. Really good radio
Winchester
as well.
behind us.
Behind us,
Yeah.
okay. Just need to get my northeast, southwest, and every
If you think
another
that,
branded cereal.
If you think that left down the M27 is towards Portsmouth, and that's immediately to our left. That way along the M27 is Bournemouth and New Forest.
Oh, so the Shadowlands is actually to our left.
Yes. And we're on Pride Rock.
Patterson into Vince, who's on his tiptoes. He drops it into the onside, and they sprint through for a quick single. Patterson fields off his own bowling and leaves Middleton one ball left in this over to navigate. I mean, we can see the other side of this big cloud, and it almost does feel like it's right on top of us, but I haven't spotted any umbrellas. And if there's any people who are going to be prepared, it's people who are coming to a day one of a county championship. Waterproof trousers, umbrellas, seat cushions. I've seen it all today.
We have had the lot, haven't we?
Patterson, final ball of his third over into Middleton, who's guiding the ball between third slip and gully down towards the boundary. Hamid in pursuit, can't get there, and it's another 4 runs. So after his first 2 overs were maidens, his third over goes for 9 runs, and the score 47 for 2. Or it could be 4 plus that.
Mel's coming in for me. Dave Bracegirdle will join us. And I think the lights will be coming on soon. I think if it stays like this, the lights are going to have to come on. I think Martin Saggers is just radioing whoever it is that switches the lights on to get them on. Although I think in probably not too long a time. Once that cloud disappears, they may not be needed. But right now, to me, that looks pretty dark, Dave Bracefield.
Yes, it's coming, isn't it? There's Lyndon James into the attack for the first time this season, and good to see him back fit and well and able to bowl. A really good time to get him in the game, replacing Luke Fletcher, who picked up one of the early wickets that Notts were looking for. Felix Organ out for 1 to Ollie Stone, and then Nick Gubbins fell for 10 to Fletcher, both caught by Duckett. So Lyndon James, who went away with the Lions in the winter, didn't play in either of the 2 official test matches against Sri Lanka A, but played in some of the warm-up games, also played against an England 11 in Abu Dhabi. Here he is in his first ball. It's on the pads of James Vince. That's worked away on the leg side of Mead after it, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. Had a really good year last year, Lyndon James, with the bat, averaging over 50. If we can just get somewhere near those figures this year and also weigh in with the ball, going to be a terrific player. Mel's just stuck a finger out of the window just to see if she can feel a little bit of drizzle. We haven't got any floodlights on. The light is getting a little gloomier, but not that dark yet. As we look here and there, you can still see a little bit of blue sky as Lyndon James in bowls again on the pads and again tucked away nicely. What do you think? Is it raining?
It's mizzling.
Mizzling. So that's wet stuff. There's applause for the 50 being brought up. 50 for 2. Coming up in the 16th over here in just over an hour. So Hampshire have made reasonably good progress. Still the highest partnership of the day, the Nottinghamshire first wicket stand between Duckett and Mead of 42.
I mean, now that we've seen it's quite difficult to bat on, do you think that Nottinghamshire missed a trick there, not capitalising more on that opening partnership?
There's Lyndon James. Bowls nice and full, driven up to mid-off. No, not really. There was some good deliveries from good bowlers, and Duckett nicked off, and then Hamid also nicked off soon after him, as we've seen all day, and just evidenced by that stat. No partnership higher than 42. It's been quite tricky to bat out there today. Don't think it's easy now. It's been blustery at times. Comes Lyndon James once more from our end of the ground. Tall right arm medium pace. Bowls at a decent enough lick. Tom Moore standing well back.
I mean, the dismissals in the Nottinghamshire innings, apart from Mulaney LBW to Abbas and the run out for the final wicket, every dismissal was...
There was Fletcher as well, wasn't he? He clipped to mid-wicket. So 7 of the 10 were nicks, yeah. And the first 2 in the Hampshire innings. 50 for 2, the home side. Lyndon James bowls to Middleton and he defends. So already 12 wickets have gone down. There's only 28 wickets left that potentially could fall in the game.
It's nice to see Lyndon James in person, because he was a staple in my cricket fantasy team last year, and I'd never actually seen him play, but I'd selected him purely on reputation, and he did me good. He got me some good points. So, as you say, he's certainly got some pace.
In again past the umpire down the leg side, taken by Moores. If you remember back to 2021, Notts were running out of personnel. They'd found a winning formula and were well placed going into the last 2 matches of the season. But with Fletcher and Hutton and Patterson doing pretty much all of the bowling, all of the seam bowling, with Liam Patterson-White offering a spin option, Lyndon James was left out of the game here, and it altered the... Was it that game he was left out? Sam Northeast was left out of the game. I know they tinkered with the starting lineup, but the fact they couldn't bowl Lyndon, it really did hamper them late on in the day. I think the umpires... Oh, what's he doing?
Oh,
having a look at the ball.
We jinxed it. About 20 minutes ago we said there'd been no ball changes. A tiny bit of mizzle comes down and suddenly the ball needs changing.
Might just have been a case of have you got your scissors ump, because it was all done at very close quarters. Down at long leg, the subfielder number 31 is Calvin Harrison, who is a leg spinner. He played a little bit down here actually. He's played for Hampshire in the T20, so you'll know all about him, but it wasn't in the squad. There's Patterson.
In comes Patterson, and worked off the hips by Vince. A bit of miscommunication there, as I think there was 2 yells of no, but both of them set off for that single. But Patterson, expensive in that last over, will be looking to pull it back now. I had a net session where Calvin Harrison was in the one next to me, and I must say I've never been so intimidated by a leg spinner because of his height, the way he was bouncing the ball, and the quicker leg spinners came down at quite a speed. In comes Patterson, and full, worked off the legs again by Vince, who was really targeting that leg side today. The Nottinghamshire bowlers seem to have a plan. They're attacking the stumps rather than holding that ball out a bit wider like the Hampshire bowlers did.
I don't know if it was a case of, and I really don't know, if it was a case of Hampshire had a look and didn't fancy him, or he was still very much a free agent. But the season, the 21 season that began, he was with Oxford University, came to Trent Bridge for the pre-season game and scored 100, and not very much like the look of that, and invited him for second 11 trials, and the next thing they'd snapped him up, they'd signed him on a contract. So I don't know if he's one that slipped out of the Hampshire net, or they'd already made the decision, thanks and we wish you well and no doubt we'll see you somewhere, but he's snapped up by knots. He's out there on the field as a sub-fielder.
Patterson in again and defending as Vince into the offside. And do you think he's a player who could be starring in this Nottinghamshire 11 at some point in the season?
Unlikely, given that he hasn't featured in either 2021 or 2022, but it's something we've seen quite a lot. He doesn't make the squads for the county championship games, yet he'll often come and do the fielding. He's an exceptional fielder, and I know that's an issue that's always been argued, should it be allowed or not.
Patterson in, and the potential edge behind here is a bigger appeal from the Nottinghamshire fielders. They're celebrating, and nothing from the umpire. Patterson just turns around straight away, walks back to the top of his mark. It looks like a great delivery, but James Vince shaking his head, suggesting there was no bat on that, and the umpire agrees with him.
Well,
so
it's difficult to detect on the replay. You'd need one of those snickos or whatever they're called these days, just to confirm one thing or the other. Might have been a brush of the pad. It was a confident appeal from everybody, which very quickly died away.
Patterson bowls, turned round the corner by Vince. They're pushing hard for 2 here. Harrison runs in from fine leg, and as you said, Dave, they're not taking 2 on that arm. He's a good fielder down there. He was limbering up a few balls before, and that single moves Hampshire's total to 51 for 2.
There's no sort of lingering looks or people hanging around there with hands on heads as the floodlights just start to come on here at the Ageas Bowl. I think somebody will have quickly said no, it was pad, and move on. They quickly accepted that he didn't nick it.
Patterson charging in, left alone by Middleton. A lot wider, a bit of attempt to that final delivery of the over, and just the 1 run off it. Hampshire 51 for 2, and the ground staff just perched on the hover cover in the corner. They haven't felt the need to move it yet, and actually the big cloud above us is just starting to move away into the distance. And Joe very wisely pointed out to me that there was sunshine in Chandler's Ford, which is to my right. So that's what is like over there, Chandler's Ford.
Is that east or west?
Oh, I think that is west.
I heard you with Kevin. I wonder where Calvin Harrison was going then, but Luke Fletcher's back on the field. He's just making his way back to the pavilion. This has drifted down the leg side, and ignore everything you would have heard from the appeal from the slipcord, and they couldn't have seen anything. They might have heard it brush the pad, taken by Tom Moores. Just dragging it onto the leg side a little bit here, Lyndon, in his early bowl. Got the seagulls squawking. Are they seagulls? Are they I don't know, the fulmars or whatever they are. People say there's no such thing as a seagull, but whatever they are, there's plenty of them about. Next delivery is eased away into the offside, in fact up to Mullaney, the skipper, at mid-off, and there's no run.
I've actually had a reoccurring nightmare, because obviously seagulls are quite aggressive, and I keep having one, or have, that a seagull has got trapped here in our commentary balcony and started attacking us. And I've had it probably 2 or 3 times now, so I'm hoping it's not a look into the future. But the ones down here in Southampton are violent, and I'm deeply afraid of them.
Again comes Lyndon James to bowl. Elegant looking drive from James Vince. Really would be the prized wicket if Notts could get him. Fairly cheaply, he's moved on to 14. 1 or 2 appeals against him. Floodlights now just starting to burn a little brighter. 1 or 2 people starting to drift away. Been a decent crowd to herald in the new season. Lyndon James to James Vince. Again, just happy to block it. Down at his feet. Says, can I? And the Notts side say, yep. So he picks it up and throws it out as far as that on the leg side. Ben Slater doing the no, it's not, it's Ollie Stone doing the ball polishing.
I think we might be the only match being played, or one of the only matches being played around the country who haven't been affected by rain today, as a lot of the games have been delayed.
Lyndon James in once more, just dropped on the leg side by Vince. Notts winning the toss at 10:30, opting to bat. Got off to a pretty decent start, 42 put on for the first wicket, and then Mohamed Abbas got about his work within the space of 5 deliveries. He'd sent back both Duckett and Hamid. Slater and Lyndon James also fell before lunch. Straight afterwards, in fact first over after lunch, Stephen Mullaney fell. At that stage Notts were 93 for 5. That's James in once more. Little steer down towards third man, nicely played by Vince for a couple. Joe Clark made 47 when he fell. It was 130 for 6, 136 for 7 when Liam Patterson-White fell, although he'd been dropped first ball. Could have been even worse. 173 for 8, a bit of a stand there between Tom Moores and Ollie Stone, and then the last pair both got ducks. Luke Fletcher chipping to mid-wicket, and Dane Patterson running hard to come back for 2 to keep Moores on strike was run out. And Notts were all out for 185 in the 56th over. Tea was taken, and when they returned, we've had wickets for Stone and Fletcher so far. That's just about brought you up to date.
Floodlights are pretty much coming into full effect now, just as the blue skies return. This partnership currently 32, as in comes Patterson to Middleton, who leaves that one alone, through to Moores behind the stumps, and both of the batters striking in the 40s, which goes to show that this is a tricky pitch to navigate, and the Nottinghamshire bowlers have been bowling good line and length so far. You can tell from the fact they've kept those 3 slips in place this pretty much this whole innings so far, whilst Hampshire slip one dissipated quite quickly early on as they were put under pressure by Nottinghamshire's openers. So overpitched and driven by Middleton, finds the fielder at extra cover, and there will be no run taken.
So Ollie Stone is either trying to keep loose or he's getting ready for a second spell. He's all through this over so far. He's been turning his arms over and stretching and flexing and bending and doing everything else you'd point to suggest he's going to come back for a second stint, maybe replacing Lyndon James, who's only had a couple of overs.
Patterson past the umpire, bowls full, driven through the covers. No, not through the covers. The fielder executes a good dive. I completely lost track of the ball.
Good stop from LPW, Liam Patterson-White.
And Middleton will be disappointed there not to have just hit that ball a bit squarer. There's a massive gap between Hamid at almost a backward point, short third, and Ian Patterson wide to extra cover. Just as a tempter for him in case Patterson over pitches. But those 3 slips waiting eagerly as Patterson bowls, and this time Middleton drives squarer, and the ball will find the boundary. Not timed or hit as hard as the previous shot, but this time he knew he just had to angle his bat, open up the face a bit more, get it into that gap at cover, and the score moves on to 57 for 2.
Yeah, last wicket went down at 21, so what have they added now? 36, so one of the largest stands of the day, 6 away from the highest.
Stat watch, here we go, 6 more runs. Patterson bowls, a bit more back of a length and just dabbed down on by Middleton to Hamid at backward point.
Off for bad light at Canterbury in Division 1, where Northants 89 for 7. There was a wicket there for Joey Everson, former Notts man. Ben Compton also playing in that one, another former Notts man. At Old Trafford, Surrey, 262 for 6 in that one. Ben Folkes made 76. Cameron Steele is 60 not out.
Patterson into Middleton, who's just working that in front of square to mid-wicket. No run taken.
At Lords, Essex 162 for 3, but they're off for bad light. Division 2 scores: Derbyshire 190 for 4 against Worcestershire, Gloucestershire 108 for 6 at Cardiff against Glamorgan, Durham 232 for 4 at Hove against Sussex, and still off. They've been off pretty much since early afternoon at Headingley, where Yorkshire were 186 for 2 against Leicestershire.
I had a look at those pictures of the ground at Taunton and the outfield, which looks more like it should be New Road, you'd think, and you just wonder how much the poor ground staff are going to have to work overnight to try and clear the outfield of the puddles, and that's only provided if there's no rain overnight as well.
There's Lyndon James into bowl to James Vince, ball on off stump, defended up to Mullaney at mid-off. Not seen Mullaney yet, no reason that we should have done, still relatively early on in the innings. Had 4 bowlers: Fletcher, Stone and Dane Patterson. Lyndon James into his 3rd over, but Stephen Mullaney provides a 5th seam bowling option. Of course, Liam Patterson will like the spinner. James in again, and he's got him. He's bowled him. Then James Vince is out. I thought it was nicked, and then I saw it go to ground, but Notts were already celebrating. I think the off stump has gone, and that just goes to show what a terrific impact player Lyndon James is. A terrific delivery just to lift off the bail of James Vince, who's out for 16, and what a big wicket that is. Gives Notts their first bowling bonus point, and again we're just talking about the highest partnerships, and still 42 is the highest of the day. That one got to 36, and Lyndon James with, well, we'll remember a lot of the deliveries today. That one could be hugely significant, because Hampshire with James Vince not out overnight and Hampshire with James Vince gone are 2 very different animals. 57 for 3.
It's the dream delivery from a bowler, a slight bit of away movement, clips the top of off stump, and I'm not sure even James Vince had known what had happened there. And as you say, he's a big wicket to take, and I know we've been banging on about it, but Hampshire's batting just looks on the weaker side. Got the like of Liam Dawson carded to come in now.
Well, you say that, Ben Brown got a century last week, didn't he?
He did. But I don't want to jinx anything. I have a lot of faith in Liam Dawson and Ben Brown, but then you are getting into the all-rounders. Ian Holland is then due to come in, but looking at his record previously, he's excelled at the top of the order, but then when there's been experiments and he's been moved further down the order, he hasn't managed to find many runs. Of course, that could change in this game. It could change in this season. And then you're into the likes of Keith Barker and James Fuller. Not that we'll get ahead of ourselves, because of course from a Hampshire perspective, I'm sure these 2 in the middle will be going, well, there's 20 overs, well, minimum 20 overs remaining in the day.
Can I just say, if you've got a ticket for Sunday, can you come on Saturday instead? Or maybe even tomorrow? Might not go to Sunday if we have fair weather. That's 13 wickets gone down already.
Have a look at the forecast for the next few days as well, because I seem to remember last time I checked it was pretty clear.
I think so, yeah. So it's Lyndon James in once more. Bowls to Liam Dawson. Fine player, but in at 5, I know he's, at various times in his career he's even opened the batting. He's a terrific player, but you normally associate Liam Dawson maybe 6 or 7, but he's out there at 5, and we understand he's not too long off an injury which seemed to have ruled him out of this game. Lyndon James in, bowls to him. He didn't bowl earlier in the day. Liam Dawson wasn't required to. Defends this on the leg side. I think we're getting to the point where we need another swap over. We'll be doing that in just a second. Hampshire 57 for 3. Thanks to Melissa for a sterling hour once again. Last time I looked, her Stuart Broad photo had got something like 14,000 views, so she's had a good day. Lyndon James in, bowls into the thigh pad of Liam Dawson, and there's no run. 57 for 3. It's a big wicket, isn't it, James Vince?
It certainly is. Do you know what? I'm being super critical. I just thought he played it from the crease a little bit. Thought he might have been able to get a little further forward. I mean, I know he plays like that. I've seen him get forward, but it was a good ball, no doubt about it. It just nipped away enough, just straightened enough on him.
I'll tell you, who's very, very happy about it in just a second as Lyndon James bowls down the leg side. I think this is off the pad. I don't think Liam Dawson's going to get these 4 runs because it has gone for 4. It's 4 leg buys. Julie James, so pleased after all his injuries. Great to see, says Julie. I bet it was. Proud parent. It is the end of the over. A successful one for Lyndon. 61 for 3. I'll go and speak to the good folk of BBC Radio Nottingham.
So earlier I was just saying where it had rained. I mean, we're okay now. The big cloud has gone over us and missed us, but it is big. And I did say that surely somewhere along the line it was raining somewhere in Southampton. Tom emailed earlier, sunandcricket@gmail.com, said it was raining in Totton, which is another suburb in Southampton, in case you're not sure. There's a tweet here saying they're back on at Headingley after a lovely 3-hour pause for rain. Should be lucky it was only 3 hours. I'll give you an update of the score there if you really want to know, as Patterson comes into Fletcher, steers that out on the offside, and there's no run as the sun comes out strongly once more. You really can't call it from minute to minute at the moment in terms of temperature, strength of sun, but as I look, there is predominantly blue sky above us now, which is good news. David Tatnall has also emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. Come to that in a moment as well. That's bounced on Fletcher Middleton, who just drops the bat on that a little bit as it goes past. Probably his wrist, I think, really. That was a super delivery. That's just bounced and kissed the turf and went through at a decent pace to Tom Moores. David Tatnall says, great to have you back on the air. Summer is coming. He says, great to see Fletcher Middleton showing shades of his dad today. How we could do with a quality opener. We've been discussing that a few times, haven't we, really? The openers have done a decent job here at Hampshire, to be fair, but I don't know, just probably one area that could be improved somewhere along the line. Middleton pushes forward because that's square on the offside. There is a gap there. So they scamper through for a single. Middleton moves on to 26, 62 for 3. Hampshire 123 runs behind. The one thing missing from our perfect championship winning side, maybe young Fletcher will be the answer. Wondered if we might see Preston, Toby Albert make the step up today too. I'd have them in for Gubbins and Organ. What do you reckon? Says David. Well, Prest was in the 14. Toby Albert wasn't. I think Prest will get his chance at some point. I guess it just depends on how the batting performs throughout the season. But you would think, with Prest having been on the England Lions, I know it was a one-day series, but to have him out of the side for too long would be a bit of a travesty as Dawson pushes forward back to the bowler, and there is no run. Andy Eason back on the subject of weather, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, I've been trying to contact Dave all day, but nothing getting through on Twitter. Is that what Dave said, or maybe it hasn't? I don't know. Maybe he's selective. I don't know. I can't speak for him at the moment because he's off. I'll ask. Actually, I'll read that out when we come back. Dawson drives. It's edged into the gap between third slip and gully. There was a bit of width there. Dawson went after it. Not in control of that shot at all, but he's got away with it. And he's off the mark. 66 for 3. Dave's back. Dave, I've got this email from Andy Eason, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, I've been trying to contact Dave all day, but nothing getting through on Twitter. Could you ask him, has he enjoyed doing occasional commentaries on my beloved pies? Oh, it's Notts County, as much as it sounded as if he has. Long Eaton.
Well, where are you,
Andy? He's in Long Eaton.
Yeah, but I meant on
the sorry.
I don't know. I can't make head nor tail of the old Twitter at the moment. You get all sorts of people that you think you're following and no longer following, and etc. etc.
Patterson in again. Dawson forward. Plays that back to the bowler.
Very much so, Andy. They've been a joy to watch this year, and wish them all the best going into the final 5 matches. Looks like Wrexham, but let's hope. Let's just hope, and even if it's a Wembley playoff final, let's hope that the Pies get there. 66 for 3. I mentioned Julie James, understandably a proud parent at seeing Lyndon back fit and well enough to bowl. Liam Patterson-White's dad, Dan, has been on to say as well, could I pass on his congratulations as well. He says it's a joy to see him back bowling. I guess parents, they're very much part of it, Kev, aren't they? They live and breathe, as with all sports people, you live and breathe literally every single passage of play. Terrific delivery again from Lyndon James, who's got figures of 3 overs 1 for 5, and it's just so good to see him back bowling.
Oh, a nice tight line, isn't he?
Yeah. Averaged, as we said earlier in the day, over 50 with the bat last year, and throw in his ability with the ball as well, and he's a terrific young cricketer. Shouldn't really complain on the 6th of April about how bright and sunny it is.
No.
Can hardly see. Lyndon James in once more, and this is run away onto the offside. I'll have a look in a bit, Andy, to see where you've disappeared to, but I think we're going to do an update on BBC Solent in just a second.
On to cricket then, the opening day of the new domestic season with Hampshire taking on Nottinghamshire in Division 1 of the County Championship. Kevin James joins us live at the Ageas Bowl.
Hampshire are 67 for 3 currently in their first innings, replying to the Nottinghamshire all-out total of 185. Liam Dawson's in there, he's 4 not out. Fletcher Middleton, the 21-year-old, playing his first championship game and opening the batting. It's an area where Hampshire are looking to strengthen. They haven't always been happy with that area. Well, he's 27 not out and playing very neatly indeed. I hope I haven't put the curse on him on that one. The 3 wickets that have fallen. First to go, Felix Organ for 1, Nick Gummins for 10, and James Vince, the latest to go. He was bowled for 16. So Hampshire 67 for 3, trial by 118.
Kev, thank you very much indeed. Live commentary of that game then continues via the BBC.
There's James once more, 3 slips. This one on the thigh pad, worked away for a single. Now I found Andy Eason, and it says his tweets are protected.
Ooh.
So what have you done, Andy? You've got a padlock on there. Only confirmed followers have access, so that's why I can't see your stuff, Andy.
There you go.
That's you. You need to get rid of your padlock if you want everybody to be able to see what you can say or send or what have you. I can't follow everybody.
No, you got too many. You can't.
I'll be like Melissa, one of those influencers. Next ball is sent down and defended by Fletcher Middleton, who's dodged all the bullets so far. He's seen 3 wickets go down at the other end, and the opener has quietly gone about his work, moved on to 27. Liam Dawson has 5. It's the only time the stumps have been hit today, wasn't it? The delivery to get rid of James Vince, apart from the run out. Dane Patterson inelegantly diving on the earth to try and make his ground. Got up a bit of a soiled mess well short of his ground. In comes Linden. Again bowls. This one just shapes away a little bit and goes through to Tom Moores. And it's 68 for 3. Appreciate everybody that sent messages in. I have to say right now, just neither of us, we're squinting at our screens, all three of us, and we're also squinting at the screen showing the live stream and what have you as well. The sun's right on us up here. A bit of a sun trap, isn't it? But we'd rather have it like that than freezing cold. But struggling to see the messages. But thanks anyway. Ollie Stone's been getting himself ready, Kev, for about a quarter of an hour, and he is now going to come back for a second burst.
Yeah, I thought it wouldn't be long. Bowled well, didn't he? Early on. He's 5 overs, 1 for 13. Picked up Felix Organ. Well caught by Ben Duckett. One of 2 catches that he's picked up.
We've still got 18 overs to go. We're heading towards a 7 o'clock finish here, you know.
We are. Yeah. Start the season as you mean to go on.
First day back.
7 o'clock. Yeah.
7 o'clock finish.
So, Ollie Stone it is then. Right arm fast. Quite quick on a easy paced pitch as he bowls to Dawson. Dawson just nudges that square on the offside where there's a single and he's off. And Fletcher Middleton accepts the call. Dawson moves on to 6, 69 for 3, 116 behind Hampshire.
And he'd set a third man for that first ball, and straight away Ollie Stone brings Asiba Mead up from his grazing position down there on the fence. Well, it's interesting where he's put him. He's only brought him halfway up. What do you think that's? No, he's not. Hamid was just loitering. Where do you want me? Now he's bringing him up just a backward point there.
He's not catching, I would have thought. But he's actually walks in quite a long way. That's short, and Fletcher just makes sure he stays inside the line. So Middleton 27 off 64, and you never want to put a curse on anybody. But I think so far, if I was the coaching staff here and they made the decision to put him in as opener, I think you'd be looking and saying, oh yes, I hope he keeps going, but you'd be happy with his contribution and the way he's gone about his batting so far. Here comes Stone again. It's turned away behind square on the leg side of Middleton. They may look for 2 here. Turns. In the end, it's a comfortable 2. And running back there was Ben Slater.
Tony Middleton coach down here once he'd finished playing. Yeah, I thought
he's still around. I think he's more sort of part-time batting coach now. I don't think he's full-time, but yeah, I spoke to him on Tuesday actually, Tony, when it looked like Fletcher was going to play. I wouldn't say definitely, but it looked like the signs were that he was going to get a go. And I spoke to him and I said, "How would you like me to describe him in comparing to you?" So I said, that's pushed away square on the offside and there is no run. He was quite diplomatic, Tony. He said, well, I'll leave that to you. I played enough with Tony to know how he played. Tight technique, Tony, so I mean that's definitely been passed on. Does Fletcher Middleton, does he play 1 or 2 more shots? I don't know really, it's too early to say, but I've seen him play in the 50 over game. Obviously that is an area where you would look to play more shots, and he's certainly got them. This is a different ball game, opening the batting in 4-day cricket. But the signs are that apparently he played well in pre-season. I know they didn't do, I think like your guys, they didn't do much in pre-season, but I think what they did, they were quite impressed with him. He's been away in the winter as well. That's pushed out into the covers. I think it's in Australia he was. Fletcher Middleton's playing some club cricket. Yeah,
that's started again, hasn't it, after the COVID years? I think a lot of players have been away this year. I've not noticed, perhaps been there all day, I don't know, but the ground staff are all relaxing on the hover cover. Have they been there for some time, or have they come down just to be on standby in case there is a few drops of rain?
Yeah, they must be thinking there's somewhere that we can't see. That's short. Middleton hits the deck as quickly as he can, gets low, and that ball goes through to Tom Moores. End of the over, 71 for 3.
Yeah, I presume it's the ground staff down there, but they're all having a bit of a lounge on the hover cover. We often see the Notts boys do it at Trent Bridge as well when there might be a bit of rain in the area, just in case. They're terrific, those hover covers, aren't they? They make the world of difference and get out there in just a handful of seconds and prevent any real lasting damage be done on the playing strip. It really does show up when you go somewhere that hasn't got a hover cover and you see the ground staff dragging tarpaulins out there, and very often by the time they get them out of the middle it's saturated. Here's Lyndon James in once more, wide of the off stump, and Liam Dawson shoulders arms. He's 6 not out, 71 for 3. Had a bit of a natter to Liam at the toss.
Did you? Yeah.
He's a big darts fan, isn't he? He's a big darts fan. When I used to do darts commentaries, he would often pick my brains. Darts night tonight, isn't it? The old Premier League.
Is it?
Went down to the one in Nottingham a couple of weeks ago. There's Lyndon James. And again, Dawson tries to work it on the leg side. Is that the end of that conversation? You're not a darts man, are you?
No. I'm sorry. No, I was letting you. You talk darts. I wasn't trying to.
Andy Easham's just testing. 1, 2, 3. He sends a message. Yeah, I've got you, Andy. Loud and clear. 71 for 3. Oh, you don't do the old Twittery thing for yourself, do you? Just do it on the Solid Sport.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't get involved with that, Dave.
Is it Mr. Musk? It's all changed since he had the reins. This one's pushed into the offside. There's no run. Hampshire, you'd say, or I'd say, just ahead in the ball game right now. That's not to say a quick hat trick wouldn't level things up, but 185. It felt under par, it looked under par, it still looks under par, but 71 for 3 could become 80 for 4 or 5 or 6, and might just put a different sheen on things. This one's drifted down the leg side, and I think it's off the pad, and it'll go away for 4 leg byes, and that helps the Hampshire cause. It's going to be all about, you'd imagine this game then, all about what and if Hampshire's first innings lead is, and then what Nottinghamshire can do in their second innings. I know I'm stating the obvious here, and then what Hampshire are left on the last day and a half to chase. But that's how it's shaping up to be.
It's a big 16 overs tonight if we get them all in, and you have to say with the conditions at the moment, you'd say we are going to get a large part of those, if not all of them, in.
Looks like it. Lyndon James, don't drift on that leg side. He doesn't. Better delivery, and Dawson works it out. Again onto the offside, and Liam Patterson-White does the fielding, and we'll give it a bit of a polish and a buff and an inspection before handing it on to Mulaney on its journey back to the bowler.
Well, we've got the best part of an hour and 10 or so left in tonight, if the conditions allow. Hampshire scoring at just over 3 and overs, 16 and overs, so we've got 50 odd runs probably at this rate. Deficit of 60 by tonight, and how many wickets down, we'll have to wait and see.
Yep, James bowls again. In fact, that was an exact repeat of the previous delivery, just pushed out as far as Patterson-White. Maiden for Mr. James Jr., and here's Mr. James Senior.
Hey, it's a common name, James. That's interesting, I think. To me, that is interesting, because this could very much become, I wouldn't say Hampshire's session because they've lost 3 wickets, but if they get to within 50 or 60 tonight, 3 down, then that would have been a good end to the day, which started pretty well, having bowled Notts out for 185. But you know, if they get to that close and they lose another 2 or 3, then we basically have an even game, don't we? So this next hour and 10 minutes are vital for both sides, I think. Here's Ollie Stone starting his 7th over. He has 1 for 16. The England paceman has. That's nudged away, wide of third slip by Fletcher Middleton. Got on top of the bounce well there, kept it down. It was just outside the off stump, but Middleton was in a half-decent position there.
Yeah, they're using Stone's extra pace, aren't they? You can just nudge and nurdle and deflect, and anything offline, you can just run it away, and it'll go very quickly away for 4. We were talking earlier, Ollie Stone mentioned his one previous experience here. He said, I went all around the park, went for loads of runs, and I looked it up, 21 overs, 5 for 95, so he got the wickets, which he's always likely to do with his extra pace, but he is always likely to go for runs.
Yeah.
As he did against Loughborough University a week or two back at Trent Bridge. His first 3 or 4 overs went for about 35, but they were, they were just nicks. The pace was just too quick for the university students, but he was nicking them past the stumps and past the slip cordon and away for 4s.
Well, he's having to work hard here. He's pacey, but he's having to work hard on a wicket which isn't particularly pacey. Here he comes again from that pavilion end and bowls. Middleton turns that away through the vacant mid-wicket area. Now that is a good shot. That is a superb piece of timing. That has raced along the floor up towards the hover cover. And Middleton picks up successive boundaries, which takes him on to 37 and the Hampshire total on to 83 for 3. They're behind by 102.
Yeah, fine start to the over for Fletcher Middleton. A couple of boundaries. Feel good, wouldn't he? Feel good.
Yeah. That's certainly off that last one. Stone bowls. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. He's played slightly across that. That looks close. Not out.
The noise from behind the wicket, not so much from Ollie Stone.
First thought, it's maybe going down the leg side probably. But when you see a batter sort of on the crease playing across the line like that, you do fear a little bit.
I thought had bagged an assist there early on, just saying a couple of boundaries, he'll be feeling good. Very often the old reverse of the commentator's curse or whatever it is. Thought I'd bagged one.
Keep playing straight, keep playing straight. There's a nice straight drive and he's past mid-on. Yeah, that's more like it. And that is a third boundary in this over for Middleton, moves on to 41.
Yeah.
Play straight.
I'll see your ball that hit my pads and I'll raise you a straight drive.
Yes. Let's play like your dad. He always played straight, actually. That's right. Comparing his dad earlier, we were trying to say. Do you see Tony Middleton back?
Yes, yeah. We it's not gone on yet, has it? Onto the board. Go on.
It's a couple of occasions
now
today.
It has. So, where are we? So this partnership worth 30. So we're very much in wicket-taking territory.
Yes, we are. A danger zone. Oh, we're going to change. Are we going to change the ball again? We haven't had a wicket. We haven't had a wicket here since 25 past 5. So that's getting for what? That's half an hour. And it's about time for a ball change.
Well, I think this is the first time we've actually had a chat between the two umpires about the ball.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Of course, it was struck quite fearfully and clattered into the boards at the far end. It might just be that they're going to change it, I think. It might be that it's been damaged by the impact on the either on the wooden advertising boards or the railing or whatever. It's struck at the far end of the ground. It might not be trying it on that it's gone out of shape, and clearly the umpires feel it is.
Well, I mean, are we saying
damaged?
If this is the only ball change today, are we saying that this must be a slightly better batch? Because I know last year, I don't know about you guys, but we got fed up with the ball being changed all the time. I suppose getting to 10 to 6 on a particular day of a game and not having had a ball change until now, I guess is a plus.
Yeah. And even though there's been 3 boundaries in this over, I don't think it's not trying it on. They've had a look at it, and as I say, it may just have taken a piece out of it, clattering into the boards at the far end. That last one, it was struck fearfully hard by Middleton. 87 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an abrasive surface, really, is it? This one, I mean, there's been a lot of rain. The outfield will be fairly soft. The wicket doesn't look particularly. You saw it, Dave. You and Melissa saw it. You said it was fairly dry.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look abrasive.
That's the extent of my expertise having a look at it.
That's better than
some
some
people.
Because you can't
do. I don't like to make a nuisance of myself when you go out for the toss. I mean, if it was a club ground, you'd have a bit of a press, wouldn't you, to feel how hard it is and whatever. I wouldn't, I wouldn't do that with the officials not too far away when you go out for the toss. I don't think you're supposed to go out there and stick your car keys in and see. It just.
No, I thought that the bits I saw of you two out there, I thought you kept a very good discreet distance. I have to say.
Talk babies with Stuart Broad, darts with Liam Dawson, and cameras with the umpires, and that was about the extent of my conversations.
I assume the ball has been changed. There was enough talk about it. .4 overs the ball lasted in this innings.
Beware the changed ball.
Yes.
Beware the changed ball. Here we go. A stone. Oh. Clipped away on the leg side, out as far as the Chesterfield churner. Ben Slater, and they take another single. Slater today only made 11, coming in at number 3 in the order. That was a little bit of a surprise sprung. I mean, in essence, it's not a surprise if Ben Duckett's opening for England, but they just haven't gone that way with Notts before. Duckett and Mead opening and Slater at 3. And with Mead facing pretty much every ball in the first couple of overs, it went unnoticed by me until the 3rd over. Stone concluding this over, and Liam Dawson defends. That was a long old over. That won't do anything for the over 8. 88 for 3, Hampshire.
No.
Who lead 3-1 on bonus points. They bowled Notts out to get their 3 bowling bonus points, and Notts have responded with their first bowling bonus point.
Julian Dean has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, says great to have you back, and the smack of leather on Willow. Just couldn't let Dave get away with eulogising on hover covers by mentioning the one at Glamorgan, which broke down this morning, causing an early lunch.
Right.
Wouldn't have happened in my days, says Julian. He's in Miami, in brackets, not a cloud in sight. We've got Miami weather at the moment.
Well, I'm still waiting to go there to see the Dolphins live in Miami. I've got to do it one winter.
Don't leave it.
I know. I'm not a young man anymore, Kev.
Well, we're all in that boat. Young Lyndon James bowls, and he's beaten the outside edge there of Fletcher Middleton. Ball goes through to Tom Moores. I look forward to next year when we're up against each other again in the championship, hearing your tales from Miami. How you rode the Dolphin around the bay, holding on to its. They don't have ears, do they? Holding on to whatever you do.
It's Orlando where there's all that sort of stuff, SeaWorld and all that.
Here's Lyndon James. Beautiful sunshine at the moment, and Dawson has almost edged that one as that goes through. That's a lovely sort of lengthened line, which when it just moves and it does like that, is very difficult.
In fact, I did drop a subtle hint the other day, which produced absolutely no response whatsoever. On the news, they were doing a bit of a feature on. They're going back to the moon, aren't they? NASA, and in November they're sending one up which is doing absolutely everything bar actually land on the moon.
Lyndon James again, then right arm over, bowls. Dawson wisely leaves this one alone outside off stump.
And 12 months on, so November 2024, they are going back to the moon. They're putting men on the moon. Like me, Kev, you'll remember sitting up that Sunday night watching Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin back in '69. But
before I went to school,
but
I do too.
Yeah, November 2024, and I said, we could incorporate that. Then we could, go to Florida, and I can see the see the Dolphins play, and then we can go and watch the old takeoff at Kennedy Space Centre. And it just blank response.
Oh really? Oh, he's got an inside edge there, Dawson. Fletcher Middleton. Did I say Dawson earlier? Apologies, it is Fletcher Middleton batting. And that inside edge squirts on the leg side. He picks up a single and moves on to 43. Now, it was me thinking about you watching the rocket launch, which put me off. Who was batting there for a moment? I could just see you and Karen in the deck chair, sitting back, watching the rocket go zoom. Or perhaps it was all more of an image of you riding a dolphin.
Thing, wouldn't it? Amazing thing to see. I would imagine.
It is Dawson this time, as James bowls. Dawson gets a thickish outside edge, but opens the face a fraction at the same time as the ball guides down to third man. Dawson moves on to 7, and it's 90 for 3. Hampshire trail by 95.
So when did the last one go down? 57. They've put 33 on. The wicket is due.
Yeah, that was James Vince. This man bowling now, Lyndon James, produced an absolute beauty.
He did. Ball of the day.
Yeah, just clipped the off stump, didn't it, Vince?
And he's already bowled 2 more maidens than Mohammed Abbas did.
Wide of off stump this time, and Middleton lets that go by. James has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 9. That's a handy spell. 90 for 3.
Well, I shall metamorphosise into Melissa Story in just a moment, and once again go and speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood County. Are you ready for another stat attack?
Sunshine continues to pour out from the sky, which is very welcome indeed, although it's in our eye line, but we don't mind. We don't mind that at all. Set fair. I'm just looking away to our right. Probably slightly heavier clouds coming over. They don't look particularly threatening at the moment. Shadows beginning to cut across the ground from the far end. The Shane Warne stand and the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. Slightly smaller shadow from that one, but the shadows are increasingly encroaching onto the square at least as Stone comes in. Forward is Dawson, guides that just wide of point for a single. Dawson's on to 8. 91 for 3. Liam Dawson's a great man to have coming in situations which could go either way. 57 for 3 when James Vince was out, and another wicket at that moment certainly would have put Notts on top, but Dawson playing his part, as is Fletcher Middleton, and Melissa Story is back playing her part on the commentary duty.
Yeah, I mean, with potentially play going on for, what, another hour we could have? I wasn't sure if I was going to come back, but here I am.
You are. Short, and Middleton ducks underneath that one. Yes, it's going to be a late one. Bill Seeger says, thank you Dave, Melissa and Kevin for bringing in the new season. I've enjoyed watching Middleton bat in the opening slot, and he has looked very composed. A hard-fought contest, this one. Abbas looks a handful as usual. Looking forward to the rest of the game, should the weather allow. I think we're all right generally, aren't we? The last time I looked this morning, it was over the 4 days, pretty decent.
Yep, and in fact tomorrow it is meant to be sunny from basically sunrise to sunset.
Good.
So glorious day.
Good. Stone bowls. Middleton works that on the leg side through the vacant mid-wicket area. That's got enough on it. That's going for 4. And Middleton moves on to 47.
And again, just he's going along so nicely without, playing these risky shots or uncharacteristic shots. He's waiting for the Nottinghamshire bowlers to overpitch ever so slightly, and I think he's really shown his strengths, has been working off his pads to that mid-wicket region, which has been relatively free and vacant most of the day, and then also just the shots through the covers. It's been a patient, very reserved innings, but he's basically been the anchor to Hampshire's play with 3 wickets falling around him. It looks like he's playing on a different surface.
Yeah, Stone bowls. Middleton pushes forward. That goes out into the covers, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but he was forward, which is the main thing. Ollie Stone is a decent pace. Not always easy. There is a man out on the hook at deep backward square leg. So
yeah.
You're always mindful of that, aren't you?
And of all the bowlers you want to be facing on your first day back in county cricket, Ollie Stone would probably be high up there as on the list of ones to avoid.
Yeah.
He's not the tallest man, but he's quick and skiddy, and there's similarities between him and almost Mark Wood in a way, you would say, the way they get that explosion off the wicket.
Comes in again, and Middleton just plays that late and into the vacant gully area. The ball makes its way down to third man where Hamid comes up from the boundary, and Middleton moves on to 48. 96 for 3 now, Hampshire. 89 runs behind.
We've already got lots of emails from people saying they're coming in tomorrow to day 2 of play, and I'm sure the attendances will grow across the weekend as well. But if you need any more convincing to come in tomorrow, there'll be a nice big crowd, glorious weather, and from a Hampshire perspective, you'll be hoping to see these 2 out there in the middle, but who knows what may change in these final 13 overs.
Here's Dawson facing Stone, punches that out into the covers, and that will be the end of Stone's over. He has 8 overs, 1 for 35 now. And Middleton on 48 will face the next delivery of the next over, 96 for 3 Hampshire, and we still have 13 overs left in the day.
I mentioned earlier as well that at periods in this game it's felt incredibly evenly balanced, and for anyone that missed it, Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire is the joint most even rivalry in the county championship history.
Is it really?
Played each other 144 times. They've both won 40 times. The only other head-to-head is Durham versus Essex, which comes around a lot less often. But Dave said earlier, this is a big rivalry between two very competitive teams, and I mean, really is in the balance. As in comes Lyndon James again, and leaving this one alone is Middleton. That one just a bit closer to the stumps, and apologies, that's Liam Dawson, I believe. No, it's not, it is Fletcher Middleton.
They've got very similar, they're very similar stature,
They
aren't
do, very similar stature, good way of putting it there.
Yeah, they do. When you look from this distance.
They're both wearing the short sleeve.
Yeah.
Both a bit on the shorter side, but quite rounded shoulders.
Yeah. Similar stance, set up at the crease.
James past the umpire, bowls a fuller delivery, and driving past the bowler is Middleton. He stretches out his left hand and fields off his own bowling. 96 for 3.
Yeah, the more I study them two, they do look very similar, don't they, from this distance?
I'm not blaming myself for getting them mixed up anymore, actually. I think the one telltale sign will be Liam Dawson certainly looks a bit more relaxed when he's at the non-striker's end. He's leaning on his bat, having a chat with the umpire, whilst Middleton's observing the field a bit more. He looks more alert as that one beats the outside edge of his bat. And that's a beautiful delivery from Lyndon James, who got the big wicket of James Vince with that ball which just went on to clip the top of off stump. And he's one of those bowlers who looks very up and down. He's very all bowlers are really all up and down, but he's very aligned in his movement. Everything's in a straight line. It's a very proper bowling action, and because of that you don't expect as much swing from the wrist coming out. As he's in again and riding the bounce of this one is Middleton, guiding it down to deep third for a single, and the score moves on to 97 for 3. But because he's so upright in his action, because it's so aligned towards the stumps, those variations where we see the ball just nip away past the off stump are all coming from his place on the seam position and just small adjustments to the release point of the ball. You look to some other players, for example, a Lauren Bell in the women's game, where a lot of the swing is coming from that wrist movement, and the way she delivers the ball is such a naturally amazing in-swing action. In comes James again, and worked off the back foot by Dawson to mid-wicket for no run.
I saw the wrist coming down sort of the left-hand side of the ball a bit, isn't it?
I used to swing the ball away, and I had a lot more of a lower arm in my action. But I've kind of lost that across the years to try and get more upright, and I could never quite swing the ball using just the seam position. It almost had to be that I either had a dodgy action and I could swing the ball, or I have a better action and I can't swing the ball now.
Okay.
But I'll work on it. Maybe I'll ask for some tips.
So you literally swung it when you had a lower arm?
James in, worked into the onside, a quick single taken, and good running there from Hampshire, applying pressure to the field. And the fielder there at mid-off might be, I think it's Hasiba Mead, number 2. No, he's not number 2, he's got number 99. Don't know who it is then. I tried. Yeah, so I used to have a lot more of I can't even think, my arms kind of used to flail everywhere like I was doing artistic gymnastics. And I think I went up, then down, then up and around again. Oh, I think I've described Oliver Hannon-Dolby as a bowler like this before. You know those inflatable things you see outside petrol stations which kind of wiggle their arms? Some bowlers don't quite have control of their limbs. So I think when I was a bit younger and going through puberty and all of that, and I wasn't quite aware of what size my body was, I was a bit more all over the place. But I think as I've grown, I've more wanted to look at a model like an Elise Perry or a Jofra Archer, where that front arm is really high, and just gone, I want to replicate that. And I think through that, similar to James, if you're all in a line, alignment going towards the stumps, it would make me more consistent, which it has. I just lost a bit of pace in the process, but that may also be the amount of ice cream I eat.
Well, you've lost your swing in an effort to be more like Jofra Archer. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but
you've sacrificed your swing.
But I'm also not like Jofra Archer in terms of pace, so
well,
it doesn't actually sound good when you put it like that.
We've got some Stephen Mullaney with his right arm, very medium pace, coming on. Keeper standing up, and immediately Dawson dabs that away into the vacant point area for a single. Dawson onto double figures now, and it's 99 for 3. Now, when I said that, you're the one that sort of said about Jofra Archer being nice and tall and that sort of thing. So you've decided that you want to be a lot more tall in your action, but actually what you've done now is you've lost the swing.
Yeah, and I'm sure, as I said, it will come back. I'm trying to learn how to swing it from the seam, but it will come with time.
That's a length ball which Middleton pushes up towards extra cover. So what have your coaches said about you trying to get back your swing?
I mean, I haven't had consistent coaching for a while, and I tend to get scattered bits of feedback from all over the place, which sometimes can't be the best thing for a player when, you're getting conflicting feedback sometimes when it's towards the start of the season.
Here's Mullaney from that pavilion end. Middleton steers that into the gap on the offside, and there's his half century. Fletcher Middleton playing his first championship game at 21 years of age. Of 88 balls, has reached a half century, and he has looked the part.
Such a composed innings from the 21-year-old, and met by a warm round of applause here at his home ground. There's just never looked a moment where he's looked vulnerable or at risk of getting out.
It's funny how some batters can come into a side. I'm going to come back to your swing bowling in a moment as Dawson steers that away through backward a point. Hamid dives, picks that up just inside the rope, but they'll come back for 2. Dawson moves on to 12. Any young player that's playing their first championship game, sometimes, you look at them and you say, well, he looks all right. There's a little bit of work there, but he's done well to get to wherever he's got, 20 or 30 or whatever, but you're never totally confident they're going to be there for any length of time. I don't think at any stage have I watched Fletcher in this innings and thought, he could be out any minute here, and I think that's a credit to him. I think if we immediately, well, I can't speak for everybody else, but I felt relaxed with him being out there.
Which isn't a feeling Hampshire fans or observers can say often.
That's very true. Mullaney bowls, Dawson works that up to mid-on, and there is no run.
There's a substitution. The Nottinghamshire fielders at number 14 at short mid-wicket, Matt Montgomery, said that right, who I was hoping to see, because I've been quite impressed by his stats. I've never got to see him play, but I was doing a bit of deep research and it looked good.
Matt Montgomery's, yeah. Well, there's a drive there from Dawson. Allowed himself quite an expansive drive there. It comes off a thick outside edge. Although, maybe to be fair to him, he might have opened the face there as well, but he went very square on the offside. He moves on to 14, and it's 104 for 3 at the end of Mullaney's first over. Go on.
Well, Matt Montgomery, 8 first-class matches, already 544 runs at 41. 22-year-old.
Bit unlucky not to be playing.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at that and almost going from a person with relatively little knowledge of this Nottinghamshire side for the last few years of going, yeah, I thought based on that, and he would see himself aside. But I think in an interview before the game, Stephen Mullaney was saying that, this is a really, really tough selection for us in terms of just choosing a squad, let alone choosing an 11 from that squad. And, it's a great testament to the depth they've got at Nottinghamshire and how they should consider themselves to be a pretty serious contender in this Division 1, particularly with the experience of Luke Fletcher back into the attack.
Yeah, good first spell from him. 7 overs, 1 for 20. Picked up the wicket of Nick Gubbins. Caught in the slips by Ben Duckett for 10. So to go back to your swing, so you're now. Have you ever used? I sort of use this analogy for quite a bit, but hang on.
Fletcher past the umpire, bowls and left alone by Middleton.
Have you ever in the nets used those two-piece balls where one side's white and one side's red?
No, I don't think I have.
That is a great training tool to see how the ball comes out of your hand, because sometimes with the balls you used, you can't see the seam when you let it go. You're never totally sure. But with one side that's white and one side's red, you can see it. And if it's wobbling out of your hand, you'll see it. You'll see the white and the red wobble.
That's interesting as well. Of course, because you can record it as well, watch back the footage. Fletcher bowls and guided between third slip and point. They collect a single and the score moves on to 105 for 3.
So obviously if it's wobbling when you've left your hand, it's wobbling quite a lot. You know that it's not coming out your wrist properly, so you actually are not giving yourself a chance to swing it. Now, I don't know where you can get these white and red balls. I mean, it's years since I used one. I'm not even sure if they're around. I'm sure they
They've
are.
actually gone extinct, Kev, I'm afraid to say. The last red and white ball was seen in 2015.
But they were a training ball. You know, they were very much an indoor training ball. But they were great to train your wrist position behind the ball.
Might have a look into that. Thanks for the tips. Fletcher in, showing the full face of the bat as Dawson punches to Patterson at mid-off for no run. But yeah, so I mean, you can sometimes get lots of conflicting advice from coaches, and you often see players when it reaches the start of winter training, they're willing to take on board massive changes to their technique. That's when you really get down and do the nitty-gritty stuff. Unfortunately for me, I'm kind of getting back into training a bit later on, and so I can only really make a few minor adjustments before the season starts. Fletcher bowls, and that strikes Dawson in front, and a muted appeal from the Nottinghamshire fielders. It looked like it was sliding down, and even a bit of bat involved.
Listen, at the end of the day, bowling is all about bowling accurately. I mean, if you're bowling, you know, down the leg side one ball and down the offside the other ball and the next ball straight, then it doesn't matter how the seam's coming out. You know, it's not. So, you know, bowling is all about, you know, giving yourself a chance. So that's first and foremost, and I'm sure that's all you need to worry about, isn't it? But it's if you can find one of those, I don't know if they're on the internet somewhere.
I'll be showing up tomorrow with a red and white ball. In comes Fletcher, and a thick edge guides the ball past point, and deep third runs in from the boundary, restricts it to a single. And the score moves on to 106 for 3. If I brought a red and white ball up to the commentary box at the lunch break, would you give me bowling advice?
If you wanted it, of course I would.
Oh,
Yeah, of course I would. Anybody I would. You know, but yeah, definitely. You know, it is literally. You know, there's various ways of making sure the seam stays upright and giving you a chance to swing it. You know, not everybody swings the ball. I mean, these are all professional bowlers, but they don't all swing it. But they all give themselves a chance by making sure that the seam comes up, you know, comes out straight and doesn't wobble around.
Fletcher bowls and pushing on the front foot is Middleton into the covers for no run. And that completes Fletcher's first over back. It's still Fletcher to Fletcher, which is nice and confusing. But he's bowled 8 overs for 22 runs, just the 1 wicket so far. And Hampshire's score 106 for 3. Of course, Nottinghamshire won the toss, elected to bat first, and they were bowled out for 185. Plenty of wickets falling in this first day of county championship action.
I've just been sent a text.
Always concerning.
Yeah, no. Neil Trestrel,
Is it
former very well-known club cricketer in this area, of a website that somewhere obviously does these red and white balls, but I can't find it at the moment. I'm just very quickly scrolling through it. It's that website there.
There we go.
So have a look. I've had a quick scroll through it, but there's obviously other products there, but have a look. Here's Mulaney then, again with his medium paces, bowls a length ball to Dawson. Again, there's that gap at square on the offside. Dawson knows that, and he's deliberately playing for it. Scampers through for a single. 16, he's on, 107 for 3.
So step 1, acquire the ball. Step 2, beg the Ageas Bowl ground staff to give us the exact same bowling strip Stuart Broad was bowling on at the lunch break. So we're essentially the same, you know, level.
Yeah.
And then have a scoff down our lunch pretty quick, have a quick bowling session in the middle, then run up here to take on the
this is
afternoon
just
session.
ideal here, isn't it? It's about 22 yards,
Well,
isn't it, from end
yeah,
to
I
end?
mean, I have played a form of cricket up here before with Robbie James, who's doing the ground announcements today.
Yes.
We were practicing some leg spin bowling in tribute to Shane Warne. Apart from the standard of our leg spin bowling, probably wasn't the best tribute to the great man, but we did our best.
Yeah, it was all right. I think I remember that actually. So yeah, we'll work something on that. I mean, obviously over the years, Mulaney bowls, Fletcher Middleton is forward. It's gone out into the covers. You know, there's all this scrambled seam stuff and wobble seam and all that sort of thing. It's, you know, it's all different theories and what have you. And I get that all. But at the end of the day, some of the basics, you know, it's like a lot of things, isn't it? If you know the basics, you can do the basics. Then you can move on to different things. But it's having the base right that you can move on from. So yeah, have a look tonight and see what you come up with. Here's Mulaney from that pavilion end. Middleton works that away on the leg side, slightly wide of the fielder, so they come through for a single. And Middleton moves on to 52. Joe tweeted just a few minutes ago at Solent Sport, great 50 for Fletcher Middleton, definitely rewarding the decision to select him for this match, and has a good partner at the other end in Liam Dawson, and hopefully seeing through to many more.
I bring bad news, bearer of bad news. We've been tagged in a tweet just saying that there was an amazing hailstorm just now on the M3. I'm not sure the words amazing and hailstorm should ever go in the same sentence, but I've been sent a video as well.
Oh, Mulaney bowls, left alone by Middleton.
Which of course
Dawson.
is great radio. But it literally looks like it's snowed. There is so much hail on the M3 right now.
Wow.
And there is a massive black cloud over there. So
to our
the only
right.
thing I can think is that I'm quite glad our commentary box has a roof if we're about to get hundreds and thousands of hailstones deposited on our heads.
Do you think that's the same cloud that has just deposited that on the M3? It doesn't look good, does it? As Dawson punches that through extra cover. That's a lovely shot. Over pitch from Mulaney. Dawson leant into that. That's come out of the middle of the bat. And that's about as safe looking off drive as you can get off the bat. The middle of the bat of Liam Dawson. He moves on to 20. 112 for 3. Hampshire have moved it on from 57 for 3. Yeah, that's an amazing video there, isn't it? It looks like not only the middle of winter, but it looks like the sort of snow hailstorm that you get up in Scotland in the middle of winter.
I'm just going to check which part of the M3 they're talking about, because if it's the bit by Winchester, we don't mind, but if it's a bit further down, then there's a bit of cause for concern.
Mulaney bowls. Dawson turns that away in front of square on the leg side. I think they're going to look for 2 here. No, Middleton was ready to go. In fact, in the end, there's a bit of a misfield from Dane Patterson, but Dawson wasn't necessarily would have known that.
So I've consulted the weather charts. Imagine there's a big green screen behind me with a big cloud on it, and I'll do some pointing, but just for you only, Kev, and Dave if he wants to look over. So in about 20 minutes time, coming over from the M3, we have quite a big hailstorm. Rain is expected in the next 20 minutes, an 80% chance of heavy rainfall coming to an area near you, the Ageas Bowl, very soon. So if you're in the crowd listening, get your umbrellas ready, sit underneath the pavilion, because these hailstones are going to hurt.
Wow. So, yeah, we're not far away then now. That's a shame, because this has been a good little session for Hampshire so far, and they wouldn't want it to end.
Although, do you bat for another 20 minutes? Yeah, all the wickets in hand, and then go, yeah, I'll survive this bit.
Here's Luke. Is it you? Sorry, it's you.
In and full, worked off the pads to a deep square leg, charging in from the boundaries. Seba Mead, and a single was taken, 114 for 3.
Does that mean we might have to go over to the other side of the ground to speak to somebody at the end of the game and get absolutely soaked?
Well,
you don't have to do that if you don't.
I also have my second coat, which has an industrial size hood on it, so I'm thinking head down, sprint, and if we accidentally run into a cover, it will just be quite entertaining. Fletcher in, defending is Middleton to a short mid-wicket, and he's on 52 off 94. Dawson at the other end, 22 off 34. And I noticed in that last over, you definitely got them mixed up a little bit, and it's impossible to tell them apart. I think if you put them in a line-up in front of us, maybe got them to shuffle about, we would have no idea who's who.
No.
Take off the numbers right now and we'd have nothing. Fletcher past the umpire, bowls, edge just short of second slip. A tumbling dive from the fielder, but that lost pace quite quickly.
Paul Fowler has tweeted at Solent Sport. He says, I'm sure I've seen those red and white balls in the Hampshire club shop before. That might be a place to have a look.
commentator's discount, please?
You'd have to ask. Now I know in the past, and I don't know recently, but they do have our commentary on in the shop, so they may be listening. They may be able to confirm for us.
Fletcher in again, defended back to him by Middleton. Another dot ball. And well, if anyone is listening in the shop,
if they're still in there.
If they're still in there, we have rain due in about 20 minutes. So if you could chuck a ball up here, then we've got something to play with whilst it rains. Sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll return the ball in a good condition. We're just
we'll
borrowing
buy it. No, we'll buy it. We'll
buy it.
Yeah, of course we'll buy it.
It's a cost of living crisis, Kev. Fletcher in straighter and worked off the hit by Middleton to the short mid wicket. No run again.
My only thought is that it's at 6:20 at night. I've got a feeling they close a bit earlier than that.
So we have to get on air tomorrow.
Or just go past
request.
it tomorrow before 11 o'clock.
Very true.
We'll go over there before 11 o'clock.
Sounds a good idea.
Yeah.
Things are just getting darker as Dave to the right of us was just taking a picture of that very ominous cloud, and if we thought the one earlier was the scene from The Lion King, this one certainly is, as that's left alone by Middleton to the keeper and completes a good over from Fletcher. Just the one run off the first ball, and Hampshire 114 for 3. The last cloud's gone, we skirted around the Ageas Bowl, but I think this one's going to flatten it.
Do you think so? Do you think we might miss some of it? We're right on the edge at the moment.
Since it came within the vicinity. Get the hair on your arms standing up and suddenly making more frequent looks to the other coat.
Chris Bruce is convinced that heavy rain is heading our way. He's tweeted at Solent Sports. I'm not sure where he is, but he's convinced it's coming here. It has got a lot darker. Umpires are having a chat, suggesting that Nottinghamshire are going to have to bowl some spin if they want to carry on. I'll have to say that Stephen Mullaney's pace isn't much more than spin. I'm not sure they needed to take him off. But either way, it's going darker rapidly. As I'm looking out there, it's under my eyes, but I'm sure that's getting darker as I'm looking at it. Isn't it?
I was going to ask if you're sure you hadn't accidentally kept some sunglasses on then, but no, it certainly has, and the floodlights, which have been on since, I'd say around 4:30, 5 o'clock, are very much going to be needed now as we see spin coming into the attack. And Liam Patterson-White.
Bit of slow left arm.
I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. I think, not much has happened in terms of any breakthroughs or luck for the Nottinghamshire team in this last half an hour maybe. Middleton's looked comfortable at the crease. Dawson looks set in there to just survive the rest of the session, continue tomorrow. So you never know, mixing it up, throwing in that change of pace, just seeing what the pitch provides. It was quite dry, as Dave mentioned.
Patterson-White then bowls to Dawson, who turns that away square on the leg side where there's a gap. He always seems to find a gap, does Liam Dawson. 23 he's on 2, 115 for 3, 70 behind Hampshire. I don't know, the other thing as well is, would Nottinghamshire say, well look, hang on a minute, we actually haven't taken a wicket here for an hour. Hampshire actually playing quite nicely. Why don't we just say Ollie Stone's coming on and walk off? Come back tomorrow. Oh, he dropped at first slip. I think Fletcher Middleton may just have been dropped at first slip by Stephen Mullaney. He's still down, knelt down there. Did it carry? Have a look. It's on the live picture feed. Oh, it did. Oh, it did.
That is a bad drop there from Mullaney. We're just saying, bring on the left arm spinner, see if anything happens. Middleton offers that opportunity. Routine catch.
Probably they should stay up then. Middleton gets one on full on leg stump, turns that away down towards fine leg. There'll be at least 2. My word, that is dark out there. As Middleton now moves on to 56, and it's 119 for 3. Hampshire 66 runs behind. Definitely a chance. We've seen 3 catches in total dropped in the slips, 2 by Hampshire. That's the first one. That's turned away again, fullish on leg stump by Middleton to wicket this time.
Well, I've got a message from Phil Green.
Oh.
who is doing commentary with us for the opening Southern Vipers game on the 22nd of April, who said, I've got a box of those red and white halved balls, I'll bring you a couple.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Get in there. He also messaged earlier, which I'll read out in a second.
Patterson White in the gloom here, it has to be said, as Middleton off the back foot punches that back to the bowler.
Where he said that there was interesting things to take on board at the start of the season, the bonus points, the umpire cameras, Fletcher opening the batting, which now, as the hindsight of his 56 not out, is certainly a good thing for Hampshire fans.
Forward, Middleton, bat and pad nice and close together, back to the bowler, end of the over, 119 for 3.
But he did say, but by far the hardest news to get my head around, and I'm bringing this back, Kev, is the fact that JMO has a selfie stick. Keep up the good work, guys. And as I say, I'm fully expecting you to go back to your house tonight after play, find that selfie stick and bring it in tomorrow, and then we'll tweet out the selfie on Twitter.
Yeah, we'll do it. I'll bring that in. Oh, they're going off. They're going off at 6:28 in the evening with still 7 overs left. Potentially, the players are walking off. So even with a spinner on, maybe Stephen Mullaney has said to the umpire, I should have caught that, but I couldn't see it because it's too dark. But something has happened for the umpires to say, look, it's just got too much. And so it's time to walk off. So still potentially 7 overs. Don't think they're going to call it off yet, or are they?
I'm not sure. We've seen the hover cover being moved onto the wicket, but it's not actually raining yet. So for me, this is a precautionary measure, getting it on early now so that there doesn't have to be the rush when the rain does start. But that cloud to our right looks pretty inevitable. And for me, to lose out for 7 overs, I think at this point, it's going to be a long wait for it to be light enough for play to resume. So most likely Hampshire finishing on 119 for 3.
So as the hover cover makes its way over, the umpires are staying out in the middle for now. So most of the crowd have decided that they've had enough. It's streaming to the door away to our right on the west side of the ground. We'll take a break. It may be an indefinite break. If it is, we'll see you again just before 11 o'clock tomorrow. If there is a chance of play, maybe, we'll be back with you soon.